Yo, shit. I completely forgot about updating this chart.
Man, this shit look wild.
On the way for this. Ready? All the way up to 720. And it's been working pretty much every single month since we fell and since we were at the low. Like while we were falling, you were using this. And then while you were running up, you were also using it to bounce every single time. It was so weird because I was just like, when I created this, I didn't even notice that it worked that well. Like if I go to the left side here, it would run up, hit this one, fall down, hit the previous one, make some support, and then start gapping up. So like that's how I was able to start timing gaps, was because it would just fall down one and just gap up to this one, and then during the day we would run up slowly. So when I started noticing that over here, I mean just look at that. It gaps down, which I guess counts maybe. That's when I was realizing, I was just like, oh okay, so now it can happen the other way as well. I think that's when that occurred to me. Not yet, probably. Because then over here, when you gap down and you went basically all the way down to this one, I told everybody that if you hold on it, like right around the 580s, you're just going to slingshot right back up to here and then maybe drop right back down to hold here again, which you ended up doing, as you could see. So when it did that a couple days later, I was just like, all right, this is kind of crazy. It's not working perfectly, but it's like kind of working. And then like look at this right here. look at when the market was falling. Every time it hits it, it was bouncing on it.
Yep.
Hits it, bounced on it. The only time that didn't occur was you did it here, you did it there, you did it there. You did it basically right down here, right down here. And then you started running up. Once you hit this one, right back down to here, right back up. And then it starts slamming through everything. As you can see, it's almost perfectly hitting it every time. Runs up to this one, almost touches top one. And it just keeps going.
What's the concept for this one?
The concept is consolidation zones, right? So what I started noticing was the market would always consolidate at certain levels. So what I was trying to figure out was, if it can always consolidate at certain levels, how can I consistently find a way so that I could use the past to predict the future? So what I was going for was previous times where the market would gap, hold, consolidate, and I have different versions of this. So this is one version, and this is some people ask, like, how the hell do I always find the perfect charts for every single style? Like everything that we've kind of done here, we've managed to kind of find the perfect one for it. And the reason why is because I'm just a little crazy, I guess. I literally go through hundreds of variations of them. So like this one right here, this box for instance is 594 80 or 76, and it goes straight down to 584.98. I believe that's like $8 and how much is it? I guess it's a little bit over that. So that's $9.64. I can't even see that. $9.44. God damn, I'm going blind. So that's $9.44, right? If I go to this one over here, where did it go? Oh, I was like, if I go over here and I measure one of these zones, the first thing you're gonna notice is, remember that one was $9 and something cents. This one right here is $2.28. So I basically literally I'll do like 250, 290, 300, or $3, $3.30, $3.16, $3.30. Of course, I would wait for a section in history where it actually does do that. But yeah, so like it's not like I'm doing it completely random. It's not like I'm going through every single number, but what I am doing is pretty much, what how's the price action? Let me show you. So I'll be like, you know what? This section right here looks like, is this on the, yeah, this is the run right back up. So this is something new. So if I was looking at this and I was trying to create a new one, I would be like, all right, look, this is a nice little section right down here. My fault, I'm gonna have to lower.
It's fine. It's gonna be fine. Well, then hang it up when I tell you.
All right, so what I would do is I would grab the whole entire range just like that. And if I just take this range, take it to the side, let me measure the bottom properly. Give me a second. There you go. So if I measure this from the top all the way to the bottom, you would see that this is like a $24, $25 zone. So what you could do is very quickly, you could start with a quarter of 100, 2 quarters, you could start with $50 zones. And then all you have to do is just take this copy and put it a certain amount of dollars away from the last box and just make that number. So like these boxes are $24.99. So that's kind of funny, but we'll leave it like that. So let's say I'll create a zone half of that in between just to make sure it's all even. I'll be like, all right, let me just create a zone that's $12.45. Or yeah, $12.45. Oh shit, I can't see in here. There you go. $12.46. Doesn't matter. That's fine. Then I'll take this box, put it right on top perfectly. I'll zoom in like 1,000 times like you normally see me do. And then I'll take the next box and I'll put it right on top of that. And it's kind of funny, but look how a number that I just randomly made up almost perfectly matches with that right there. And then right now you're at a midpoint, so you have a greater sell-off to the quarter point. So if we fall down today, it can make sense because take half of this new box that I just created. Remember, this is just a random theory, right? Take half of that area, and now you have a new midpoint. Did we hit it yet? No, right? So today, if we hit that, I can actually see us just running right back up again, maybe to a new high. Something crazy like that could happen. So again, this is like the idea that goes behind creating these trading styles. Like that right there, what I just went over was probably, you know, a year's worth of testing. Like this is how I started to do it. And then, remember, this is one chart. So then I would create like 5 more charts. I'll go right here, create a new layout, name it whatever this is, part 2. And then I'll do a different number. I'll look for a different section, a different group, a different little part. Maybe this one right here because it's smaller. So yeah, that's basically the idea of consolidation zones. And for some reason, I've never needed to do too many. Like I only have, let me show you my my little document here. I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different versions of consolidation zones. But it's kind of funny because I think me and you both know why it's working, right? You're a culinary? Nah, yeah, we both know why it's working though, right? Like, do you know why consolidation works as a thing, as an idea? Well, yes. Honestly, yes. It's very similar to supply and demand zones, but the main reason, honestly, is DARP. For some reason, it lines up with DARP. It's kind of funny, yeah. Yeah, right? I think I showed you like 2 weeks ago. No, the DARP and the consolidation zones. I haven't put supply and demand zones on top of DARP yet. I could do that though. The reason why I didn't, I think I did do that one time. Yeah, I think I did do it when we were. I think when we were getting. Yeah, like the 560s, I think.
Yo, shut up.
Who the hell are you talking to? The dog? Oh my god.
Get outside, they start barking and shit. And she's like, "Yeah, I gotta join them." No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. And it's only because we don't even know if we're supposed to have her. So it's like, yo, stop making it, you know what I'm saying? Stop being loud with it. You don't even
Nah,
know
yeah.
you're supposed to be. Chill out. This fucking guy next door, man. Across the street, you got poodles. Like big ass poodles. And no matter what time, it doesn't matter. They let the motherfuckers out and 12 o'clock at night, they just start barking. So, yo, shut these fucking dogs up, dude.
The dog would just start randomly barking, like at your shit, or.
As soon as, no, no, no. As soon as they let the dogs out of the yard,
Mm.
they just bark. That's it. They come out barking. I'm just sitting there like, yo, why? It's fucking rude.
Nah,
It's
yes.
o'clock at night, so why are we doing it?
That's probably why. That's probably why the homeowner doesn't want that. Probably had to deal with that shit. I swear, that's what I've noticed. Like people who don't allow dogs in some places, it's because they have like bad experiences.
Well, yeah, no, I can understand that. You know, people don't like to clean up after themselves.
Yeah.
You know, things like that. I get that. But
Nah, but barking, nah, yeah, that shit'll get me tight.
that's not even that. Like I said, it's he follows along with them. So it's like not only do I have to deal with their barking back, but he's over here growling and shit. Like basically, I'm just trying to have a conversation with these fucking dogs that can't even hear. So,
Shit, wait, actually, can they? Cause they got good hearing.
yeah, I don't know.
Yo, you ever heard about there was this thing a few years ago that I saw on, I think it was like Instagram or Twitter or some shit. And it was like people would buy whistles that only dogs could hear. And like the neighbors that didn't like when you have a dog, they would get it and they would basically be using that shit. And the dogs would be tripping out. And like nobody it's fucked up, but like they couldn't figure out what was wrong until they found out like it was from that, I think. I don't know how they found out though. I forgot. But
That's some shit I would do. If it really
it's
bothers me,
fucked up. It's fucked up.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't
Oh
not
my
gonna lie.
god.
If those dogs were really opposite to me, yeah, I would do that shit. Quickly too. There's no hesitation. No remorse, nothing.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Shit happens, you know?
I'm really an asshole. But you gotta push it to a very point for me to actually activate the asshole. Other than that,
The way you just said that.
once I activate the asshole, yeah, there you go.
Alright, so I forgot to tell you. When I went through some of the website stuff that we were going over last year, right? A lot of websites, they have the ability to group up phone numbers, URL, site fees, and pretty much everything else that goes into like the LLC.
Yeah.
And they could just do it one website. And then I was thinking about it. I was just like, wait a second.
Yeah, you just have the certain links to your other websites.
Well, no, exactly,
Is that
but
what you mean?
well, not even that. What I'm saying is they're doing package deals.
Oh,
And then I was thinking about it, and I was just like, if there's only one company that I've been able to find for the past 2 years while looking at LLCs, and there's no other, maybe not in the US at least, I was thinking about making that. Because it's not hard to make a website. I can make a website in a day. It'll take me the whole day, but I could definitely make it. And then the only thing is, like, how the hell do you get access to phone numbers? Wouldn't that have to do with some shit like a... How do you get a phone number company?
what do you mean?
Like, how do you sell phone numbers as a company? You have to have, like, satellites and shit, right?
Yeah, you have like
Oh, God. Yeah.
you know?
That ain't gonna happen anytime soon, I'll tell you that much. Maybe like 3 years when we start the space company, but not right now. Shit, those satellites are gonna be crazy, bro. What's good, John? Alright, so
I know that people use this right now. You burn your mouth. Oh, yeah, yeah. Good. Alrighty.
buying and selling phone numbers, so they can facilitate the sale of numbers through a marketplace. Companies like Number Barn.
You don't need a cell phone, you don't need a satellite.
Let me see. You know, I mean,
All the cell phone companies
you
now.
could get But think about it. There's mad companies that already send up satellites, so you could definitely get a contract with one of them, kind of like how T-Mobile is doing, right? With SpaceX, I think. Let me see.
Yeah, the year before that, T-Mobile had who? It was Verizon.
Yeah, see,
That's weird.
T-Mobile, Starlink. Now they're smart. They're very smart for that. That's gonna be one of the reasons as to why I feel like T-Mobile might actually start going into like the internet sector, because like they do phone numbers, right? They obviously sell phones. They obviously have a bunch of stores, but that's the same thing as Verizon. And in order for them to be competitive at this point with all these other companies, they're gonna need something that's different. And then I think as soon as this shit happened, let me see, when does it happen? May.
Yeah, but I mean, Verizon got their hands on everything.
That's what I'm saying. So it's just like,
T-Mobile gonna need something really big to compete with that.
Verizon and SpaceX are both involved with Federal Aviation (FAA), but different companies. Verizon has a $2.4 billion contract with who? To modernize the FAA's communications networks. Verizon was awarded a 15-year contract. God damn. Wait, what is Verizon's stock? You know, I don't think I've ever looked at their stock. What time is it? 8:54. Alright, we got time. Alright, let me look at Verizon actually. This is alright, this is a good chart. So Google looks, by the way, Google, it hit the top of the DARP perfectly. This is the long-term DARP, so I don't have no short-term DARP or nothing like that, which I should add, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. I'll probably add it later today. But actually, I'm gonna add some of it right now. Cause why does this look actually kind of perfect? Yeah, that's nuts. So you just ran up to the midpoint, held at that shit, did an equal reaction above it, equal reaction below it, back to an equal reaction above it. So now you might just goddamn shit's playing whack-a-mole. You might just fall right back down to the midpoint now. 156. Alright, so we're gonna end this one in a few seconds here. And then we're gonna start another one. I want to be able to separate pre-market stuff that we look at. Alright, so 174. So yeah, you're most likely just gonna fall down to 156, which means the SPY is gonna fall down to $230 basically, if Google actually gets that low. So yes, so what I'm doing here now, right? What I'm trying to say is, theoretically, if Google had this low last, and then the high you just had was the same high as over here as June 9th, showing you that it's the same amount of pressure, right? Same people are at the top trying to sell you off. They're trying to shut you down. So if that's the case, if we are able to actually hold at this midpoint here and we go up higher, all right, you know, as soon as we hit this line and we go above it, we'll play calls for this to run up into this quarter point or maybe this midpoint. We'll go light so it's not too dangerous. But the problem is, if you look at it in terms of a progression system, it hit the high already, fell down to here, which is lower than this last low, ran up to the same high, which might mean that if it falls down, it's kind of curving a little bit more. So it's going to be a little bit more negative, basically, than it is going to be positive. So if that's the case, if you look at this midpoint, if you look at the left side, on the day, there's a gap right there on the day chart. So if there's a gap down there, what I'm trying to say is, in terms of progression, if that's the next area we're supposed to hit, like for instance, if you make a wedge line like this literally tells you that you're probably going to hit this line by July 25th. So that would be ridiculous. If SPY actually falls down to 530, a whole $100, right? That shit just falls out the sky, let's just say. And you go straight down to 230, or not 230, what am I saying? You go straight down to 530 from 629, 626, whatever we hit. What's going to happen is you're probably going to go to like 460, 440 this year. And if that happens, I'm telling you, oh my gosh. Oh, yeah. But carefully, of course, because what they could do is they could shut down the market to all the way down to 340, right? So what my plan is right now is basically find options that are 900 days out, 3 years out, 2 years out. They cost like 500, 400, and just buy a couple of different companies. Maybe not every company, but I'm thinking about the SPY, SQQ, maybe even TQQ, the Qs, right? But the Qs more so rely on the NASDAQ, I would say. It's very similar to the SPY, of course, but it does rely on the NASDAQ more. So who knows? We might start trading QQQ more. There's definitely a lot of opportunities with that. Like for instance, SPY moves $3 every day normally, right? QQQ normally moves 5 for every $3 the SPY moves. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy, but you could literally get a contract that's like $30 every single day. Like, let me show you the contract values right now before the market opens. How much time we got? All right, we're good. Okay, so let's go to QQQ. Also, Unity, not Unity. Unity bounced actually, but United Healthcare. This thing fell from $606, and I don't know if you know what United Healthcare is, but it's like one of the most prominent buildings in the U.S. And look how crazy this is. It fell all the way down to $248. So they lost, more than half of their market cap. So what the problem is, where did it fall down to? Well, it fell down to here, right? Or what is this point? In my opinion, truthfully, this point right here is nonsense. This doesn't say nothing. So I could actually see this come down a little bit lower and fall all the way down to like 185, 186. So this sounds crazy, but I think we should try to play the continuation of downside on United. And then we wait for some crazy news report. And then we just basically just tap out. Once it's something that's suitable. Which of course, we'll be able to tell. Yeah, and as you can see, it's kind of funny, but look at my drawings on Webull. I think I made this a long time ago. I always knew that it was going to crash. That's why I made these lines here. As soon as it fell beneath them, I was just like, yeah, this is getting weaker. $1,600 a month? Just to have United Healthcare? Nah, they could keep it. That's crazy. Because if you're in a position in life where you can afford, you make, let's just say 100K a month, 200K a month. No, yeah, that's no problem. But for that to be the average for normal families, that's crazy. There's so many things that don't allow you to progress with nothing. Because imagine if you had that extra 1,600, right? Or let's just say 1,400. Let's just say you were paying just 200 a month for healthcare for your wife and one kid, right? Let's say it was like 80 for you, 80 for your wife, 40 for your kid, right? Does that add up? Yeah, it adds up. Okay. So if you had that extra 1,400 and you were investing that every single month, no, yeah, you would be a lot. You would actually have the ability to grow and scale up in the world, point blank, right? So it's just kind of crazy. Half the office here makes less than 65K. Nah, yeah, that's absurd. Because 1,600 a month, how much is that for 12 months? Let me see. Times 12, that's $19,200. That's basically 20%, 25% of their check is going to healthcare. That's absurd, you know? That's crazy. So, for what time is it? All right, still got time. For United, I think we're gonna just wait a little bit here. As long as this could get under 305 and stay below 305, I think we should be good. But then again, I feel like if a company is paying that much, I feel like they got a deal cut. There's no way in the world that the company is paying that much. They probably pay half of it, say they pay the other half, and just take the other half so they can actually profit as well. And then just basically say that they're going to cover everything, but they're taking more from your check. If they're not taking nothing from your check, that's not bad. It's a pretty good job. Some jobs, they do that, I'm pretty sure. I forgot which ones that I had that did that, but I think I had... Yeah, I'm not too sure, honestly. I don't even know. Yeah, like attached with the job. I don't know if I had one. Maybe I didn't. It probably was like taxes and social security. Exactly, yeah, like, you know, anybody who does, I forgot what they call them, like data scientists or engineers, like social engineers for online stuff. I could see that. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was just like, it was free school is what my job offered me. Like college, I think. That's nice. I hope they still give you more, you know? Because like I stated before, I feel like these companies, they have deals with these healthcare providers. It's kind of like... But then again, I don't know if the government allows it. But then again, let's not get into that, I guess. Maybe they do allow it. Alright, so aside from all this healthcare stuff, going to QQQ, back to what I was saying before. If you look at the calls right here, remember I told you it moves basically about $5, right? So 5 strike prices. So if you look at this current strike price, that's 552. The strike price 5 strikes out is $20. Like off the gate. So if you go from $20 and you go in the money, or you go 1 away from being in the money, meaning it runs up Because let's just say a company moves $5 normally per day, right? Well, that means half of it is $2.50. So the one thing that we used to see last year occur a lot was SPY would do $2.60, $2.80, and then just fall down 3. Remember those days? It would happen like maybe once, twice a week. There was some of those days where I remember you were pointing them out and you were just like, oh, I see why you did that now. I'm pretty sure a lot of other individuals saw it too, but not yeah. Mouthful, say that again?
I say, yeah, those were the days.
Oh, you gotta laugh. But yeah, so I think that's what we're gonna do right here for Google, United Healthcare. That's kind of funny how you're holding on that wedge line right there. So we'll see if Google can get beneath 175 because it might just hold here. And then what else do we got? We got Nvidia. I don't know what Nvidia is doing, honestly. It's just staying at the top, not trying to do nothing else. Slowly staircasing, of course, but at the same time, it's not really staircasing. You did hit the top and quarter point, yeah, but that just means that now, if this falls down, it wants to hit this point now. So we could just get puts again, I guess. It would be so funny if this just ran up just to collapse out the sky from a higher point. That could be the case. Like, for instance, if I go to the left here, when Nvidia was first running up in 2024, and you ran up to those crazy highs, look at what you did here. You didn't run to a new high, right? But you fell. And then let's just say this is the new high, right? So you run to a new high. You fall down, right? From 140 to 130, which is the normal drop that we're looking for, at least right now. This is the drop that we're looking for right now. If we fall to here, everybody's going to be up 2,000% to probably 3,000. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll have to figure it out, I guess. But the point that I'm trying to make is, you see how it runs to this higher point up here? After it has that high right there. That's basically what today could be, where it then gets shut down again, going straight down to the bottom. It runs up again and gets shut down once again, going even lower now to the 120s. So I'm thinking that if we fall down, we're probably going to fall down to the 140s first, like somewhere right here. Let me scroll all the way to the right. Yeah, so I'm thinking we're going to fall somewhere right down here first. And then after that, probably into the 130s. So those options for Nvidia right now. Let's go check puts. Nvidia. Let's just say, how long would it take? Let me see. When we were at the floor, we can't measure that because that's going to be inconsistent. I got to measure something that's close. So I'll measure whatever just happened over here. Let me see. Yeah, over here. Okay, so when you fell down about $20. How long did it take though? It took it about, that's a week. So we can get two to 3 weeks out. Let's see. 2 weeks out. Puts for 20 strikes out, which is the 130s. Yeah, see, this is really cheap. $40 for a 130 that's 17 days out. And then if you go for something more expensive, like a 140, it's only $100, and you got 13,000 people that are holding it right now. And it might increase because the volume yesterday was 2,000. So if it was a put, I doubt they were selling it at the top, you know? They were probably adding to it. So that volume right there might not be selling volume. It might be just buying volume, honestly. So let's go ahead and take a picture of this so I don't forget. I think I broke my computer. It's not popping up. Yeah, I hate when this happens. I gotta clean it, honestly. I haven't cleaned this thing in like 3 years. I think you're supposed to clean it like every year. Alright, so it's all good. I'll remember it. So 13,000, and then how much is the 135s? 5,000. And if I want to get something a little bit more expensive, I would just go 24 days out. And I would go to 145. 145 is not bad. 7,000 people are holding it. The 110s are not bad either. 10,000 people are holding this. So this is like a if SPY crashes out the sky type of thing. That's when you could basically buy this. But then again, obviously it's gonna be falling before you even buy it. So it's not a bad play just to buy it with the intention of never selling it unless the market collapses. So we can have one of those trades maybe. How about 38 days out? 38 days out. How much is the 130s? Yeah, you have a look at the open interest culinary. What the fuck? What the? Huh? Nah, that's insane. Look at that. So I mean, this is a lot, right? This is out of the ordinary, you could say. It's not that small. It's 69,000, 60,000. That's a lot, right? If you go 24 days out, look at the open interest. It's still basically a few thousand, 10,000 here, 15,000 there. As soon as you click 31, wait, not 31. As soon as you click 38 days out, that thing just 10x's across the board on everything. Look at that, 55,000, 28,000. I remember the previous days that I was just looking at, all the way to this date right here, were basically just 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. So they're assuming that the market's going to collapse by July, and they're most likely going to keep... Exactly, yep. 38 days. The market should collapse, basically. But, of course, it's not going to actually take 38 days because your contract's not going to have value. So they're buying that far out because it means probably within half that time or a quarter of that time, the market's going to collapse. So they can have extra value on their contracts. I honestly think this is going to be a good play. I think Nvidia could definitely run up into a new high, like 100%. In fact, I have all my charts done on Nvidia, just to show you real quick. I'm pretty sure if I... What chart is this? Not yet. So let me go to Nvidia here. No? Let me see something. I think I have an extra chart that I turned off. Pretty sure I named it Nvidia something. Let me see. I don't think I did. Never mind. I swear I had another Nvidia chart. You know, oh, you know what it is? It's chart number 3. I just remembered it. So go over here, chart number 3. This is SPY. Oh, that doesn't look good either. It looks like today's just gonna collapse again when we open. I think it might actually hold because you're above the 200 now. So we just gotta watch out. Yeah, so for NVIDIA, I have all the charts done for $230. So this is supposed to run up to the point that it hit before it got sold off was right below the midpoint. The midpoint's around 161.75. So if it gets above 161, yeah, it might just run to like 165. And then after that, the target is basically 174. So the reason why this is the target, ladies and gentlemen, is because if I zoom out, when the market stopped falling out the sky, it was due to this zone right here, which was the bigger zone. When it ran up, it did not hit this zone up here, nor did it hit this zone down here, besides for when it first hit it right there. So it's just staircasing up, and then when it stopped staircasing, right, when the directions were changing, when it fell, it did not hit this box. It hit this one instead. So it ran up, continued to staircase up, hit this box, and then started gapping up into it. Went to the top of the box during the day, and then overnight gapped up into the next one, and then literally stopped right at the next one. Continued to run up, stopped right here at the top. So this is absurd, you know. It's basically tracking every single move perfectly. Even when you hit the top up here, which is when I told everybody to buy puts at one time, at 146, you ended up falling to 142, which is what I wanted. Even over here, right? When you fell down and I told everybody to buy puts the other day again, you collapsed straight down to... It was lower than this. Wasn't it not lower than this? Oh no, yeah, it was 152, because then I told everybody to buy calls at the bottom, and then buy calls at 153, and then we ran all the way up to 157. And remember those options that we bought, the puts, when I told everybody to buy puts, I told them to buy a 155 or a 152, and as you can see, it went in the money. After we hit the bottom, what I then did was I told everybody, we're now going to get some calls, and it's going to be for 155. Right? And as you can see, the next day, it went in the money. So, I think that right there is most likely going to be the best way to trade NVIDIA, is just to buy either a very close, expensive option. Once you understand that it's kind of turning a little bit, you know, it goes from being above the EMAs and kind of, like, look over here, right? It holds on the 48 EMA, which is the purple one. After it holds on the purple one, it pretty much just catapults up into the sky, hits 158, and it falls right back down to the purple one again. So what I could see happen here, honestly, is if it can't pass this last high of 160, you're most likely just going to collapse right through everything and now get as low as like 148. So what we could do is look for contracts for this 148, but like 2 weeks out. That wouldn't be a terrible idea.
Yeah, how much is that?
So a contract 2 weeks out, it's not expensive. 2 weeks out for 149. It's gonna be for 2 weeks out. I mean, I would probably have everybody buy like a 150, honestly. That way, by the time it hits 140, we're in the money, which means, let's just say we look at a contract that's 10 days out. let's say if we buy a 17-day out contract and 7 days go by, that means that that contract is now the new 10-day contract, right? So what you could do is you could be like, all right, 7 days is definitely enough time to have left on my contract, which means in the next 7 days, if this actually occurs, this is how much my contracts would cost. So if you go on the money right here, this is $600. So that automatically tells me that if I buy a 17-day out contract and it costs $150, and within that time frame we fall to $148, $146, my contract is not going to cost $680, $700. It's probably going to be at maybe like $590, maybe a little bit less than 600, like $550, which is not bad. You know, going from $150 to $550 each contract, that's a lot of money you're making right there. And if it goes further, I mean, you could end up going 1,000% if this ends up falling straight down to, let's do the math, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 strike prices, but how much dollars is that? That's about $20. So if Nvidia falls down from 158 to 138, these contracts during that time, they would probably go up to like 1,000, probably like maybe even like 1,400, depending on the volume and the momentum, because that could obviously make it tilt a little bit higher, like the IV change. But I would personally guess something where everybody's buying their contracts. This is where I want to be. What's good, Alan? Morning, everybody. So yeah, 130, I would probably buy one of these, and then I would probably buy like a 145. That would be like my main first set of contracts that I would buy. And then if I have an opportunity, I'd be like, all right, now let's go ahead and buy the 16-day or 15-day contract, or maybe these 24-day contracts, right? It's not a bad idea. It's just I wouldn't get too far away. I would get like a 150 that costs 280, or maybe like a 145 that costs 170, which is not bad. Think about that. The 17-day out contract, the 145, was it a 145 or was it a 150? Let me see. Yeah, so this one's 190, but then I told you, I was just like, nah, yeah, we would probably go with something a little bit cheaper. 150, that's 148. Yeah, so we would get a 148 contract. That was the one I was talking about. If we're getting a 150, that's going to be $200. And no, yeah, that one's definitely going up 500-600%. You're definitely going up to potentially like $800 to $1,000 if you fall down just around, you could say $15. But for 24 days out, the 145s, they're only 180, so that's only $30 more, you know? Nah, yeah, so I'm thinking that this is not a bad idea. Remember, so we're buying when everybody pops up in here. I'll tell them I think, do I still have the NVIDIA channel, or did I delete that? I think I deleted that, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm sending it into the Discord right now. Contract. Okay, so 38 days out is going to be the first contract. Then the second contract is going to be, I'll say 17 days out. We'll play a little risky for that one. That's fine. We'll test it. 17 days out is the second contract. And then for the last and final contract, because we always do 3 or 4 at a time, The last and final one would probably be like an October contract. You're gonna have to spend a pretty penny for this. So this right here is only for the individuals who have, you know, just some extra capital, a couple thousand laying around. These cost like $600. That's not bad. I would buy this one right here. This one exactly where I'm looking right now at 140. How much is the delta? Is $23. So by the time you hit the top point with that extra just increase, no, yeah, you would probably be at maybe like $1,200 if you fall to like 142. It would start to scale up much quicker after that, of course, but yeah, you also have a gap right now on Nvidia. So 101 days out, and then I would probably get, honestly, let me see something real quick. 255 days out puts for 120 is, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. A $120,600 put on Nvidia. So I think if Nvidia falls here, remember, Nvidia needs to hit the midpoint just like SPY does. So the top on Nvidia is right up there. The bottom is right down here, which means the midpoint is at 123. Now, yeah. You guys thinking what I'm thinking? Oh, that's the wrong browser. Why can't I never grab this? That shit gets me tight. Every time I put it on the other monitor, it just starts glitching out. All right, so now, yeah, the 125s are 760. The 120s are 640. So I don't think it's a terrible idea, honestly, to get a 120. That's kind of like what you want to do here. So yeah. Wait, let me check the contracts a little bit further. Let's check a 311 before I give it a final yes. By the way, we have a few seconds. How many seconds we have? 4 seconds. All right, go to SPY. Go, 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 go. I'm looking for calls off the gate here. Just give it a second. I want to see it fall and hit maybe the first reversal point, which is pretty much hidden right now. Let's also start looking at those Nvidia contracts in like 5 minutes. So we'll give it a second here. Again, the idea for today is that SPYs possibly, because when you fell pre-market, you already fell to the midpoint of whatever gap you made, right? So now you could fall down lower to maybe the quarter point, which is 620, or maybe even this green line down here. But ladies and gentlemen, if you step above this orange line, you're most likely going to run to the top of this yellow line right here. So that's what you're looking for. Let me check the other account. Also, I'm looking at Tesla calls right now. They're a little expensive, but oh yeah, let's see what we could do here. We could make some money on SPY and then dump it into Tesla. So let's do that. Again, the SPY option that we're looking at right now, just give it some time. You don't got to rush into something, right? The first option you're always going to buy is going to be $10 to $30. It's always going to be the safe one. It's not going to be too much capital. It's not going to be too expensive. For a call for SPY right now for the upside, we could get into some 625s. 625 is basically 624 would be here. It's kind of like a stretch. Let me put the reversal points on the screen, everybody. Give me a second. So according to the reversal points, now you officially hit number 1. Yesterday, that's when we bought the puts. So again, we're trying to do the opposite today. So we're gonna get our first call here. it's going to be a 625. The idea is that if you run up to the top, which is right around 624, all you need to do is go a little bit higher, potentially hit the blue line, and you're going to be in the money. So just like yesterday, if you fall down, the next time we're going to buy something is going to be at number 4. Just due to the fact that you're heading straight down out the sky. That's the only reason. So we're going to allow this to crash because we already have puts on this market. Now we're going to take a look at NVIDIA. Again, the next thing I would do is give this a second. See if it's going to consolidate right above this area here, which is due to the gap. It might just fill a little bit more of it. We still have another gap to the top of us, so don't forget that, right? Yesterday you didn't fill this gap up here, and you just headed the opposite direction. So if we do the same thing, don't fill the gap here, right, which would be going down. We head into the opposite direction. I could definitely see us head up into this crazy high up here to finish that other gap, which is also why I think it's going to go to 625. So everything kind of checks out here, kind of lines up perfectly. And again, if we fall down a little bit more, we're just going to buy a second one down here at $5. Same thing I told you yesterday. Now we're going to take a look at NVIDIA. All right, so let's go. Go, 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 go. Don't crash on me, NVIDIA. Stay right there. All right, so for NVIDIA, the puts that we're hopping into, because this is going to be a smaller account, right? We're going to hop into the more expensive one around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. That's my favorite time to hop into a longer dated 3-week, 4-week put, 4-week call. If you buy it early, because there's so many people buying and selling stuff, the price of things is generally a little bit higher across the board, across the whole entire stock market. So if you wait for like 11 o'clock, it usually dies a little bit. Then you have like the second midday move, right? After that dies around 1 p.m. Or if, let's just say there's no midday move, usually around 1 p.m. the midday move occurs. So it's kind of like a little sweet spot to buy around 1 p.m. Especially Tesla contracts. That's why when I was looking at Tesla, I already have Tesla contracts, so you might as well wait. And then maybe we'll buy more. Because it looks like Tesla might just fill the gap to the upside. Let's look at that real quick, by the way. So look, this is Tesla's gap right now. As you can see, it just started filling some of it. If it fills the rest of it, you're going to head right back up to 313, 315. I just hit my kneecap. And if you run up that high, I'm just letting you know these contracts are going to be about 3 to 4 times. So that's going to be insane. So yeah, we're just going to wait for our contracts that we have. If it fills, it fills. We still have something on the board. If it waits till tomorrow, so be it. Go back to NVIDIA. So we're up 20,000 on Tesla already. Let me see, what place am I in the world now? I was 146 yesterday. I think right now I'm probably number 90 now. I think we just jumped 50 places. Just with that Tesla trade. So I'm going to start selling some of it here. Actually, let's play this dangerous. Let's leave it alone. We still have more capital. If I lose it, I could just make it back. Okay, so NVIDIA, because I keep getting sidetracked with everything else. We're looking at contracts that are not too far away. Maybe something for 150. Maybe something for 152. It wouldn't be a terrible idea again to try those. We did it last week and it worked out. And it's not making another high, so we could have another opportunity to enter into the same contract again. That could be another opportunity, yeah. Let's check SPY. Let's see what SPY is doing first. SPY's heading down a little bit more, so now you're right below number 1. Remember, just give it a second, see if it's just going to consolidate down here. You just filled a little bit more of the gap. If they want to be funny, they're just going to throw you up into the number 1 up here, and then you could just buy a put again. So this is where you could get your $10 put. anytime you buy in this market, it has to correlate with a reversal point. You can't just buy something in between unless, let's just say the market, you see how it fell down right here in between number 1 and 2. You could make the conclusion that if this runs up, it's going to do the same thing. Probably stop around 622, 35. So it's just going to do an equal reaction on my grid here. Let me draw it for you. So that would be like you running up this high right here. Yeah, so right around the same area I just called out. That's an equal reaction in terms of how we just fell. If you go lower, you just make the box bigger. Make sure the middle lines up with the midpoint, like that doesn't right now. But now it does right there. So then we would run up to like 622 if we go down a little bit lower. But yeah, just be patient, right? Be patient. Try to document everything you see. Try to record how much you see the market fall down. What number does it hit from the opening price? What else could you do? That's all I want you to honestly do right now, everybody. I want you to document how much do you normally see SPY move within the first 30 minutes, the first hour, the first 3 hours. That way we all can get better together, right? By the way, did we have more supply and demand zones yesterday? I don't think we did. We drew them all already. So yeah, this looks like a complete just little chaotic event here. So we're just gonna have to wait for this. Supply and demand zones are like there's something you trade with after a market has already made the highs and consolidated for a few days. But the way we're consolidating right now, because this is basically, this is a crazy point in the top, right? So I told everybody yesterday, you were probably going to run up, fill this gap here at 624, and then collapse out the sky. If this market really wants to collapse out the sky, it can fall right now, everybody. If it really wants to fall, it could collapse and just completely fall $7 today, which is why I started showing you this chart first thing in the morning. It's because if you get below this blue box right here, which you are currently below it right now, right? We'll see if it snaps above it. But if you get below this blue box, I'm waiting for this to fill the gap. If it just fills it instantly and starts to fall below number 2 on the reversal points, I'm going to have everybody hop into a put play. So again, that's going to be around reversal point number 2, as you can see. Kind of perfectly matches up. So we'll see if the market's going to try to do something funny in the morning. Usually it does. It just snaps up to the opposite direction. Just due to the fact that we're supposed to fall out the sky. Does that make sense? So because the greater direction is now basically negative, when we look at SPY right now, you could just push up into a crazy high just because there's so many people buying puts. And then once you run up to, you know, one of these high points, number 1, number 2, 3, or 4, make sure you buy the contracts you want to buy for the put side. If you think that the market's going to drop, right? Again, if you think the market's going to drop and you have this gut feeling, you've been working on your charts all night, all week, you have to buy at number 1, $10. Reversal point number 2, it's also another $10 because you'll have a change in contract values. So you'll be able to buy a contract closer. So if you could buy a contract closer, right? The one thing you want to be able to do is just buy something for $10. Then let's just say you run to number 4. That's when you're going to use $40. If you run straight up to number 5 first, that's when you're going to use $80. And these are all 0-day trades. That's what you need to remember. If you're also trying to get some insurance on the board to play it safer, for every reversal point, there's a certain amount of insurance that you should be able to buy. And it's always going to be cheaper than the first buy, just in case of your idea actually is the idea that works out. This is just so you don't go crazy and waste all your money, right? If you follow this rubric every single day, I've done the math. It's literally impossible for you to not profit, according to what I've seen. So, yeah. Remember, at number 1, you're just going to buy a put for just $10 if you think the market's going to fall. All right, that's the last time I'm going to remind you. For the calls, we're still in the calls right now. I think if we check the calls, let's go ahead and check them. Yeah, we're up 25% right now. So it's working out so far. This is also the reason why I told you guys, let's look at SPY first, because Nvidia could just start crashing right now. However, I would much rather buy into Nvidia when SPY looks like it's done. So we just gonna give it a second. Not gonna rush into it. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Tesla started going down a little bit more. So again, if Tesla just falls out the sky here, once it falls below this orange line, we're going to continue to play the downside on it. We're going to take that loss because we're still holding our contracts, so this is to fill the gap. We have plenty of time on them, so we're not worried. But now, yeah, so if we fall below this area here, we're just going to hop into a downside play. Get some of that money back. That's for Tesla. For Nvidia, you guys already know the move. For United Healthcare, I think this thing might crash out the sky still. It looks very weak. So let's just leave it alone for now. For those of you who have some extra capital, you could continue to buy puts on this if you want. Get it 3 months out, 5 months out, and you should be good. For Joby, you're starting to run up a little bit more. So again, this is the company that Trump signed that executive order for flying cars. This is one of the companies that's getting money from it. You're still heading up higher. So the next point you're going to want to run up to is going to be that $12, $13 area. So I still have a put play. It's for August. So I'm still going to keep it. I'll just average down up here at the top for like $4, $5. And then if it falls down again, by the time it hits this other circle, I'm already going to be making money. So as long as I average down properly, we should be good here. Let's go to the next company. Axion, we're going to leave this alone. Riot, this is the crypto plays. We'll leave that alone. What is this? Futures? Oh yeah, this is very important. Wait a second. I forgot to update this chart. Oh yeah, look at that. Fell down to the bottom, hit the midpoint. Now you're falling down. So you could fall down to the quarter point here, which is going to be what level? 6,266. That's going to be about reversal point number 2 or 3 on the SPY. So yeah, let's just see if the SPY is going to fall down a little bit more here. Then we could just buy it up right here at the quarter point and then sell it up here at this top point. Because if you run from this quarter point, you're going to run all the way to the top of that box right there. So that's going to be about like another $2 to the top side. So again, we're waiting for another $1 drop on SPY. We average down. And then we see if this is going to run up to the top. If it wants to just collapse out the sky, that's no problem. It still has to go lower than this point right there. So remember that. Euro USD for Forex. You have a crazy downtrend right here. What in the world is this? Look at this. It's like all lining up perfectly. Wait a second, I got an idea. Watch this. Alright, perfect. So, right now on SPY's current range, or this is the Euro, my fault. I don't know why I read SPY for a second. ES. So for Euro, you might just run up into this midpoint here. You hit the bottom, ran to the quarter point, fell back to the bottom, but you didn't hit the bottom this time. You're holding on this point. You might just run up to this, again, midpoint, and then quarter point, and then possibly the top again. If you break out, and you land inside this green arrow again, this one right here, then you could see this just launch all the way up to the top here. So we'll see. I'm thinking once it hits the midpoint, we'll play puts for this to actually fall out the box again. Crypto, I think it's almost time to buy XRP again. We bought it down here and then sold it up here. I'm waiting for it to fall down to the 200 moving average. So yeah, it's not time yet. Microsoft, yeah, we're still waiting for that. Tesla, looks like it's getting bought up again. That's pretty much everything. That's everything we got to look at. All right, everybody, we're up 30% here. Congratulations. You're doing absolutely amazing. There we go. All right, so we're at the first blue line now. I'm looking for this to get above it and then touch the yellow line next. All right, everybody. So if we hit, let's just say we only hit 624.29. 624.29 is right below, so it's like right around here. Actually, no, yeah, that would be above. So you probably would hit number 4 then. If we hit number 4, which is going to be 624.45, 624.45, we would basically be up $70. So that would be $82 in total, which would mean that we're going to be up around how many dollars? Like 800%. So we would be up 800%, which is times 8. If this runs all the way up to number 4, let's say it runs only up to number 2 here, which is 622.87. We would only make, let me see, 622. And by the way, I'm looking at Mumu's profit calculator. Mumu's profit calculator is probably the closest out of any of the apps. Or you could look at the options and just be like, all right, if it switches 3 options, it's going to be worth this price. That's like the basic way though. So if we only hit 622.87, we would be up only $20, which is basically the same gain we had yesterday, up 200%. So if we just hit number 2, we're going to be up 200%. Let's just say we run up to number 1 because we haven't hit it yet perfectly, and then we just fall right back down. That's going to instantly kill these contracts. So I'm just letting everybody know, if we do fall here and we continue to drop out the sky, you might see these contracts, the calls that I have, because right now they're up 40%. Now they're up only 30, I think. Yep, only up 30 right now. So you would see that basically just diminish to almost nothing, which is fine, because like I already told everybody, if the market falls, we're just going to buy more right down here once you fill the gap. To continue to play the downside, you need to wait for confirmation, which is you need to wait for this to go lower than the pre-market or after hours. So yesterday's after hours right down here at 618. If you go lower than that, once you get below number 4, I'm going to have everybody play puts to number 5. So that's the deal. So we have everything planned, even if it goes against us. That's why I feel like these contracts might actually go up 800%. This might work. This might perfectly work out here. We have to see. We do have to see, because yesterday, those contracts, yeah. I don't know if you guys know how much those contracts went up to. I could actually go over it right here. Give me 1 second. Those contracts, they went up to So I told everybody to buy them around $10, and at the high, they were at around. Wait a second, that's a call. That's the wrong play. Oh, that's July 8th. No, that would be yesterday. 1 week. Was this one? Yeah, this one right here. So these contracts, I told everybody to buy them at $10, and right now, of course, they're worth nothing because they expired, right? Oh, that's why it wasn't letting me look at it. But at the top, they went all the way up to $60 at the peak. I sold it personally at around 34. So I sold it for half of the gain that it actually ran up to. I bought it at 10, sold it for 34. That was 200%. Again, it ended up running up to $60 each. So today, if we do something similar, but let's just say you don't take as much time, you do it quicker. Let's just say you do it right now, right? You just run straight up to number 4. We're probably going to consolidate up here. So at that point, I would tell everybody, just take a little break till like 1 p.m. If we hit number 4, take a break till 1 p.m. And if we're still at number 4 by 1, we're going to play some puts. That's what we could do here to play it safer. Because every time the market moves, you have to understand that the big move is going to happen soon, of course. It's just a matter of time. That big move meaning that big drop to the downside. Excellent so far. Let me see the options. So I think we're still up. Yeah, 25% right now. Okay. Let's go take a look at Tesla and these other names now. Let's see what everything else is doing. Looks like Tesla's running up again. All right, everybody, we're just gonna take it slow. Let's go check out the battery companies. Absolutely terrible. This is a nice trend though. Look at this. Look at it just like that. Go like this. Take it to the top. That's one way you could do this. So you can see how it's progressing outside of the box and how it's going to start running up higher. You can also do it like this from the bottom, which looks a little bit more proper to the trend. Make sure you put it at the high here. There you go. And as you can see, it's just continuously following these lines here. If it gets above the white box, what you could do is get a call for this to run up to this line here, sell out, wait for it to get above the line, or just buy a call for up here for $9. Of course, I have no idea if this company is doing good. Haven't looked at it in a while. So I'm just going to put the buying points on it, and then we'll check it back in a couple weeks. We'll see how they do. So I would buy where you're currently at, honestly, just because of that quarter point. Or I would buy right down here. And then the next thing you could do here is do the boxes horizontally. And this is when you take this trading style and you take it above and beyond. Just like that. And as you can all see, the midpoint is right next to that green circle. So of course, I would just put another green circle right next to the midline. And then I would look at this last high up here. It's $19. Put a circle right before it. Put a circle right above it. There you go. That's all the points this market's going to want to run to. You also put one right back below here. Every single time it hits one of these circles, it's going to get sold off, basically, is what I'm telling you. I just made them a little bit smaller so we can actually see it better. Just so we can see if we're as exact as possible. Once you get above the circle, once you get to the bottom of the circle, and then that's the only time I would buy. I wouldn't be buying down here. Actually, you can't even buy down there. That's -1. That's way too sharp. So yeah, you would never fall down there. I wouldn't even buy at 30 cents. I would just be buying here, honestly. Like where you're currently at, this is like the ultimate buying point for this company, unless it does a reverse split again. Then you're pretty much screwed. That tends to be what these companies do, but I don't think it did do it because it was only worth $16, $19. As long as they don't drop to $1, they're not going to get delisted. So let's go to the next one. Aqua Metals, I think, is worth nothing right now. Yeah, unfortunately, this company just couldn't. They just couldn't get to it. I hate how this yellow looks. Let me change this. That don't look that good. We'll change it to orange. That looks good. I have no idea what this is, but this looks kind of good. If you get above here, you're going to end up running all the way up to here. Possibly even here. I would get my calls for like this strike price, and I would basically buy the second it gets above this green arrow here. I just want half of the zone. That way, if it runs up higher, I'm already in the money. That's where the multiplication of profit comes in, right? It's like that little crazy moment right there. So it looks like SPY's falling down here. So let's go take a look at it. Oh, it's already running back up again. Yeah, this looks very unstable. We'll just let it rock. Okay, so I was looking at this company. There we go. I wanted to get the midpoint first. Okay, so that's the midpoint, which means the quarter point perfectly lines up with my strike price. Excellent. Which means the buying point is right above the quarter point. Excellent. So yeah, that's excellent. That's the proper way to buy, everybody. And again, I just did something horizontal. The next thing I would need to do is, you could go from the left side, honestly. You don't have to necessarily. Let me see. Where's the lowest point? Let's go to the lowest point. And we're going to make sure we're on that point right there. Put this all the way to the top. And I'll tell you why I did that in a second here. Because there was a certain reason why I did this one different from the first one. The reason is due to the fact that if this company actually looks like it's going to run up here, this looks really proper, I'm not going to lie. The way it was falling, that looks really good. So if that's the case, what we could see here is this thing just run up to either this high right here, which is $35 from 16. By the way, your contracts would go up 1,000%. So if you just run from here to here, that's 1,000%. From here to here, that's about like 400 or 500%. From here to all the way up here, which is the midpoint, that's about like 3,000-4,000%. That's how much you're going to be up on the options. As long as you have time, you should be good here. And if we look at when it started crashing, it was November 2021, which kind of makes sense. We'll do some research on them and see what potential they have. They might just consolidate down here forever, right? Next company is $40. So this one looks really promising. Tech Resources is on a nice uptrend as well, as you all can see. It's at the midpoint right now. So if it gets above the midpoint, it's just going to run to this quarter point. The craziest thing is that it didn't hit this quarter point down here. So if it's already at the midpoint, it might just do whatever it does after this. Let's just say it falls down this much, right, everybody? Falls down that much. And it stops right there. What you could then do is wait for it to get above the midpoint. And then play calls to the top of the box right there, which is 49. So once you get to, again, 34, you could play calls for 49. That's how you get those quick equal reactions. Those are usually the gaps right there, by the way. SPY's still holding on futures. It's actually running up higher here, so we'll just give it some time. Still waiting on XRP again. Also waiting on Tesla still. There we go, SPY. SPY's falling a little bit more now. So again, we're going to buy a second contract the second you hit number 2 on the reversal points, because that means you filled the whole entire gap from last night. Just a little bit more. Let's go to Weeble. Watch it as it happens. I hate when Weeble and TradingView do this. Yeah. Almost there. I'm just going to fill for a market order, and I'm going to buy one. One more second. If it just holds here and slingshots right back up, It should hit number 2 now on the top side. So again, just give it a moment. If it didn't hit it right away, that means it's either going to come right back down on top of it in 15 minutes, or it's just going to kill more value. So we'll be able to buy it for a little bit cheaper. Hold your horses, everybody. I think you're filling the gap actually right there. No, you are filling the gap right there. Yeah, so it filled the gap. So the whole entire gap is filled basically right there. At that last wick. You went below the last candle. So again, since it's not hitting the reversal points perfectly, we're just going to give it a second. We're going to listen to the rules. I mean, it's not that far off, honestly. It's about 5 cents off. Even right here where you're currently at, it's still about 10 cents off of it. So we could fill here. You know what? Let's just fill it. Alright, we're just going to fill here. If it falls lower, what we're going to do is wait for number 4. Now we only have $15 in the market. That's it. We made more than that in one single trade yesterday, so we're still doing good right now. Every single day must be like this. Well, no, $16 basically, not 15. $164s. Yeah, so the 164s are now $10. Remember that. Let's also go ahead and take a look at supply and demand zones to see what SPY is doing. Still above the zone. How about the blue zones? Yep, so you fill the gap perfectly there. So if it goes any lower than this, once it falls below number 2, we're going to average down once on number 2. If it falls below, I mean, we already averaged down pretty much, so we don't have to average down no more now that I'm thinking about it. So if it goes below number 2 now, we're just going to buy into a put play. And the puts that we're going to buy are going to be these right here. Alright, perfect. So the puts that we're going to buy are going to be some 615s. The reason why we want to play for 615 is because you're either going to fall to the midpoint or this quarter point right here. So that's all you're looking for right now. That midpoint or the quarter point. So far, it looks like we're holding. Remember, if you hold here and you slingshot right back up, you're going to go straight up to 622.70s. right before you hit number 2. If that occurs, these contracts are going to now be worth, let's go check, because we averaged down. So now if we hit 622.80, we're going to be making basically $61 now. Which means in total, $61 divided by 2. I mean, that would be like $31 each. So that means we're going to go to $38, almost $40 each contract. So each contract is going to be worth $40 to potentially $60. Which again, that's now a greater gain. Now, instead of me making only 200% if I run up here, now I'm going to end up making 400%, which is times 4. Of course, that means that if we also now run up to number 4 at the top up here, I would basically be making $1,000%. So yeah, that's how much the profit just grew just because we averaged down here. If it now slingshot all the way back up here, we're going to be up around 400 here and then 1,000% up here now. Before, I think it was like 800 up here. It was like 600, 800, I think. And then down here was like 200 before. So yeah, it's going to be a nice little play right there. Let's go ahead and start recording this. Imagine it just instantly happens. If it occurs right now, it's probably going to be worth more. I'm just letting you guys know that. We could be up like 2,000% if this just slingshots right back up here within like an hour. If it takes the whole day like it normally does, probably going to be worth 400, 500% at the top. If it takes all the way to like 1 p.m. I just think it's going to be a little faster today. Plus, yesterday we hit number 1 up here, then fell straight down the opposite way. Now you almost hit number 2 down here. Potentially, you might just run up straight up into the opposite direction. The only difference is that you didn't hit number 2 perfectly. So we'll see if it wants to come down here just to hit it one more time. If not, you're just going to run up to the top again. Remember, you're also below the 200 moving average. So that's a problem. Usually below the 200 moving average, that's the best time to buy a call. So it's kind of funny because earlier today when we bought our first option, it was basically right around here. And then you fell down a little bit lower. Almost hit number 1 on the opposite side. Then you fell down to here and we bought right around, not at the low, but we bought a little bit close to the low, like right around 620, like 11, 620.10. That was when we market filled. The next time we're going to buy something is going to be a different play. We're going to let those contracts expire worthless. And then we're going to hop into a whole different play down here at number 4. Of course, for the calls. However, from number 2 to 4, we're going to be playing puts. Got that? So that's how we're going to do things today. So puts inside that red box right there. Straight down to here. Then we play calls again. If it goes below this, let's say if it goes below 617.54, we're going to let it bounce first, and then we're going to buy puts at number 4, just like how this red line tells you to do so. Just listen to the lines that I have on the screen. They're basically guiding you perfectly. All right, Spy, shake and bake. Come on now. Let's see it. Full port, full port. Come on now. Okay, save this to the side here. We're up 15% on the SPY again. Let's go take a look at Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia's holding here still. Euro's crashing. So if Euro's going to crash, of course that means SPY is going to go up higher. We'll see if it holds down here though, because if Euro holds, you might see SPY then start to crash. It's kind of it kind of sucks because you go from a moment of basically the market perfectly following each other, like they perfectly follow each other in terms of going up and down. Then you have a switch in the market where now they're moving opposites to each other perfectly. One goes up, the other one goes down. And then you have situations where it's switching every other week. And that's basically what's going on right now. That's why it's so hard to trade the Euro. Because we have a certain idea with how we trade SPY. And automatically, default, the main way we trade Euro is for the opposite of SPY. But of course, when you get crazy news reports, like what the tariff stuff basically was, it kind of caused a little bit more chaos in the market. You still haven't lost all that value from tariffs, by the way. And SPY did lose its value, but then gained it all back. This one, it just never lost. It just gained value. So it might be more bearish than it is bullish, is what I'm thinking. Truly. So that means when Euro's fallen, the SPY might be falling with Euro again. Does that make sense? Because Euro needs to fall anyways. Alright, let's look at something else now. Crypto. What is Bitcoin doing? Come on, Bitcoin. Head up to that next high, please. And then we're going to just play puts. Dogecoin. XRP. Is it falling more? I think I just looked at it. Yeah. I think we're done here. Coinbase. We might be able to get into a Coinbase play, but I kind of don't want to do it until Bitcoin peaks. But then again over here, that's December 1st. Let's look at Bitcoin's price on December 1st. On December 1st, Bitcoin was all the way up here. Or was it? And then it was actually running up. So yeah, they're not really following each other perfectly. We might be able to play Coinbase here. Mara's at $17. They had to did it. I think they did a reverse split. There's no way. They were not worth this much a couple days ago. They were like $6, $7. Let me see what's their peaks. Let me look at the news. They did something. What the hell do you guys do? There's no way. What just happened? You know how I know? I got you right now. Watch this. If I go to this chart over here, this will tell us the truth. If my lines are all messed up, that means they did a reverse split. I can't find a news report though. Don't I have my crypto towards the top? Yeah, I do right here. Yeah, look at this. They did a reverse split. No, they didn't. Wait a second. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Yeah, they didn't. They hit my low perfectly. And this thing just almost doubled. That's insane. That's wild. We didn't buy here, though. Because I wanted to wait a little bit more. So I guess what we could say is the learning lesson with this is when it hits the low, even if it's a little bit earlier, we could buy a little something something. So next time, what we could do here is, of course, we're going to play the continuation going up, but not right now. Honestly, actually, no, we're not. We're not going to play the continuation going back up. Because last time, when crypto winter started, coin. That's the thing that confuses me so much. Is look at Mara's price up here. But when crypto winter started, it was basically right around here. It was like right around January. So when it started, it only fell, you know, another $24, which is basically like a loss of like 70% of its market cap. Which means if it loses that up here, you're now going to be worth maybe like $3, $4. So the next low that I would have, honestly, just by looking at the math, is probably around like $5 here. So let's delete this one. That was the old one right there. And then this is the new one now. So let's go ahead and put new, so we know for the future. Alright, let's leave that alone now. That's crazy. It's literally almost the same price as Huddy Mining and Riot now. Riot's now the cheap one at $11. We're going to buy this one when it hits this midpoint down here. The 1/8 point. That's the next time we're going to buy it. Alright, let's go back to NVIDIA here. Before I lose track. Actually, I think this is the Tesla chart. Yeah, this might be the Tesla chart, actually. Nah, yeah, it's the NVIDIA one. Never mind. Okay, we were looking at battery companies, but I'm done with that. I'm also done with flying cars. I really don't care about the drones. Airplane stocks, nope. Travel stocks, maybe. Norwegian Cruise Lines is still really low. Carnival, I knew it. I knew it. Look at this. Last time I looked at it was on June 30th, I believe. Right around here. This is when I was looking at it. So now that you're at a new high, I think you can actually start crashing here. You might be able to collapse. Remember, Carnival is a cruise line. That's what they are. We're also going to take a look at SPY here in a second. Okay, so you're right at number 2 now. However, you're bouncing right on top of the box. Let me pull it to the side just so you can see it. For the puts, remember, 615, which is about $4 away from where we're currently at. 616. Well, 615s. 616s are now $20. 615s are $14. Okay, at this point, as long as you stay below this box, you have a green line right below you, so you could use that as a little placeholder. The green line that I'm referring to is the one right here that I'm going to look at. You see where my cursor is? So once you get below this green line here, which is right in between number 2 and 3, again, you could use that as confirmation to the downside. It's a very important point. So if it's just holding above it like this, again, you might just flip to the opposite side. It might just be consolidating here. So again, we're not going to buy no more calls until we hit number 4. Don't average down no more, everybody. Just leave it alone. Let it rock. If it flips here, it'll flip. If it doesn't flip, we'll get the puts when it falls below that green line. And then we'll continue to play the downside. We just want confirmation. That's it. That's all we want right now. Okay, so you're also holding over here. Yeah, if you just hold here, you're going to slingshot right back up again. This is going to be nice. Let's look at the blue lines. Yeah, you're hanging below it, but you're not collapsing to 618. 618 is one of the important points because below that point, it's straight down to the middle, which is the new low, and then 615. That's why I want you guys looking at the 615s. You're going to be right next to being in the money as long as it just hits 618, 617. I think we went over everything now. There's nothing else we have to go over. Do your worst, Spy. Let's see it. Let's see what you got for us. Let me check Weeble for a second. Yeah, look, see, that's the gap that I'm talking about right now. I'm thinking we're gonna fill this next right now. After we fill this gap, or maybe another half of it, maybe we'll stop at 625, 624. I mean, I'm getting rid of my contracts once you hit 624. I'm just letting everybody know. My calls, I'm gonna be down the hill by the time you look back at me. In a shopping cart. Flying. Okay, looks like you're holding. Give me 1 second, everybody. You know what makes me laugh sometimes is that we have so many trading styles. This is like really absurd. Like it doesn't even make sense. I was just like, what else can we do? I was just like, oh, we could just do this. There you go. Now you have your CS zones. We can move this one back down here now because we're waiting for it to get below that green line. So what you basically just did right there was you created a CS zone and now you're snapping to the top of it. So you could play puts right here at 620.50 if you're trying to continue to play the downside. If you don't want to play dangerous and you're not trying to play this off just like the first trade you could get into, just wait for this to run up to here then and play the puts up here again. You might just fall from up here. For now, we average down. We also bought 624s. This is on the competition account, so it doesn't really count. But we did get those on that account. And those right now, I think those are doing better than the ones we have. Those right now on SPY. Actually, no, they're not doing too good right now. We're still down 1,400 on those. On Tesla, we're back to being up 23,000. And I kind of full ported the whole entire account into this. So the other trade I got into is up 8,000. I didn't speak about that because that was the risky one. Now we're up 10,000 on the other one. So again, I'm just going to start selling it here because this is the more risky one. There's way more money into this one. Yeah, I'm just going to take that profit. 30,000 profit is not bad. That covers basically any single thing that can go wrong with SPY today. Alright, so we're going to get rid of this first. Market fill. Just get it out of our face. I don't want to look at it no more. Oh my god, it's up 30,000. I'm selling the other one as well. I'm just going to sell it here. This is ridiculous. Now we're positive on the second SPY contract that we bought. Excellent. Keep it going, SPY. All the way up to the top. Come on. This thing looks like my 10th grade and 11th grade homework with math. I used to never use the equations, never use the formulas they gave me. I used to get dumb tight. I used to always like figure stuff out doing other things. I don't know if I think a lot of people are like that, honestly. Like everybody does things differently in their brain. Can't be so one way, everybody. Same thing with the trades. There we go, John. How's everybody's trades inside the Discord? Everybody's a little quiet over here. So far only John posted notes and AC and culinary, but that was in the morning. Nobody else posted notes for today. So I guess you guys don't have to post any trades because it doesn't count. Until you post notes, then it counts right after. Clear skies, everybody. Clear skies. Come on now. Don't start falling now. You got a lot of momentum right there. You just wiped out all the downside with one candle. So that means the next 3 candles probably going to take you to that yellow line. We'll wait and see, though. We'll give it a second. Okay, everybody. So we were placed around 150 in the world. Now because we're up just a tiny little bit on these SPY options, we're already number 80 in the world. So we just jumped like 60, 70 spots. Probably even more. I think that's a little, yeah, 60, 70, around that number. By the way, those Tesla contracts, they're still going up right now. We would be up another 20,000. But what we're going to do here is, since we already claimed profit, we'll see if it comes right back down at like 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. And then boom, we'll hop back into another play. Just because we sold out early doesn't mean nothing. We're not greedy here. It's not the way things work. When life hands you an opportunity, you take the opportunity. You don't go banging around for more opportunities. You gotta wait for the next one. Now we're up 4,000 on that SPY play. We only have 10,000 inside of it, so we're up basically almost 40% right here. It's pretty good. 44% right now. All right. Keep it going, keep it going. Let's see if we could take this account to $100 from just $30. Just getting into 2 $5, $10 trades. Basically, one was $10, and then one was $6. So $16 in total would basically take this account to around 80, 90, And imagine if you're doing that with a $10,000 account. Of course, you don't need to do it with 0 days. There's definitely other opportunities. This is just one of the opportunities that I'm showing you. But if you could do this with 10,000, no, yeah, you would be a millionaire within 3 weeks. It's just, this is what you guys need to learn. This is what you guys had to do. It's not based off of randomness. It's not based off of, you know, luck or something like that. It's based off of just some hardcore fundamentals. That's it. That's all it is. It's like the same fundamentals your indicators are based off of. This is how I chart. And this does not lag. It actually tells the future. So it's very unique. Very unique. Sometimes I don't give it enough credit. Not me. Again, not me. The charts. The charts and the technicals, we just got to give them more credit. Because what they allow us to do is insane. I've never like traded like this, you know? Even when I was trading by myself, it was never this easy. Like, this is frightening with how easy it is. So, yeah, we'll see. I was challenging you guys all last week and pretty much the whole entire time ever since we ran up from the 590s. It's just been really hard trades. So once it gets a little bit easier, which is going to happen in another couple weeks here, we're just waiting for this market to get a little bit easier. And yeah, it's going to be insane. So again, you see how you're already giving up momentum here, right above the box, just like I told you you would. This is where you can start getting the puts. We'll see if it bounces up a little bit higher and hits the blue line. It's right around reversal point number 1, so that's the only dangerous thing, is you might just bounce up to this yellow line now. So you could just wait for this yellow line, honestly. That would be like the safest thing to do right now, is to wait for 622.08, and then you buy your first put. If not, when am I going to buy my puts? Honestly, it's either at number 2, if my contracts are up a good amount and I'm happy with the profit, meaning let's just say I double my account from $30 to $60, I'll probably just tap out, honestly. Again, we're not going to be selfish here. Even if we know the market could go higher, even if we know there's a gap in front of us, we're just going to make it easy for ourselves and not stress out. Just take whatever we can get. So yeah, maybe at number 2 we might get a put. And then, of course, tomorrow, since today was negative at the beginning of the day, tomorrow, what we're thinking is basically you can either 1, consolidate, or 2, now you're going to be bullish tomorrow in the morning. Like the first 30 minutes, the first hour, it's probably going to be bullish, and then the rest of the day is going to be the opposite. So we already know that just with the current data. Once it hits 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, I'll then be able to tell you what tomorrow's opening price will be. Almost perfectly. But we had to wait until like 12 or 1. And then I'll explain later on how I know that. So again, I'm really happy right now. We already took profit on everything, and we just have a small little SPY trade on the board. Oh my god, look at Tesla. Oh my goodness. It's filling the gap. No. Shit. It's halfway. We could do 2 things right here. Point blank. Let's instantly hop into puts here. This is dangerous, but I'm going to instantly do it. The reason why is because it's the midpoint. So usually when SPY ends up filling gaps, for some reason, it fills half of it and then ends up like dramatically flying into the opposite direction. So let's see. Puts on Tesla. We'll go 3 days out. It'll be a little dangerous for this. We'll get some 300s. 300s are... Now you're above the midpoint. So you might run to the quarter point if it's not going to stop here. The quarter point, of course, you would just chop it up once more. That's 308.08. So let's give it a second here. How much these contracts cost? 500? You know what, everybody? Let's not play this dangerously. Let's take a step back here. We're not going to trade this. We're just going to leave it alone. However, I'll draw the idea. The idea is that you would just fall from here just simply to down here. Just because of the quarter point. If it happens, what we're going to do is we're going to mark that off as a check mark. We're going to write that in our notes. Today we sold out of Tesla when you only filled a quarter of the gap because we knew you could fall, right? That's why we sold it right here in the morning at this quarter point. However, it ran up to the midpoint. And then at that point, we had an idea, which was let's play puts to 300 at exactly around 10 o'clock, right? 10:30, whatever time we did it. Which is, I mean, no, it's actually 10:40 right now. Yeah, so 10:40. And we thought that it would fall to 300 by, let's just say, 2 o'clock or 1 p.m. And then at that point, my next idea would have been to play calls to up here. Once it falls down to here. However, if it does what SPY normally does, you're going to fall down to here. That's normally what SPY does for some reason. It just makes a new low and then ends up filling 75%, makes a new low again, and then fills the rest of the gap. But sometimes you don't have that next low. Sometimes it only does this, and then it'll still make that new high and fill the rest of the gap. So it could range, but usually like 9 times, 8 times out of 10 times that it occurs, it runs to the midpoint of the gap and then falls down to at least the quarter point. This is like a very highly likely trade, basically. And it works on any company. So right now you're getting sold off, so it's kind of working out. But again, we're not going to get into it. I want to show you guys how things just work in the backbone, and I feel like it's better when we don't have the trade because we can explain more from an outside perspective. Let's take a look at SPY now. So we just rocketed to the top. We almost hit this next blue line all the way up here at the top. I want to see if we're going to get above it, because if we get above it now, we might only run up to number 2 now. Doesn't really look like it wants to get above it though. So we'll give it a second. We'll see if it just falls right back down to number 4. If that's the case, it's if that's the case, what we could do is we could just buy calls at number 4. Cheap calls. And then once it gets below that green line, we're just going to continue to play the puts until it hits a proper area to actually buy puts at the top. That's the reason why we're not just hopping into puts randomly in the middle here, because that's nonsense. You can only buy at the reversal points. So yeah. I love how it just started crashing out of nowhere. Same time I look at it. That's all good. We'll just be patient here. Yeah, I keep going to this other chart and I'm just like, why is SPY on every single chart that I look at? I want to look at Intel. Intel's been really slow, so that's the only problem. That's the reason why we haven't traded it that often. Nvidia's also really slow, at least right now. Now Intel's getting fast. Look at that. For Intel, we want to play this so that it could run up to 27. That's basically stating that there's going to be a big trade soon. Like a really big trade. And it's so funny, but it perfectly hit this orange circle. And now you're catapulting up into the sky. I didn't see this. If we saw this, we would have bought in. But yeah, I didn't see this, nor I had an alert on. So the new plan now, since they already hit it, is we can't buy off of this no more, of course. We have to buy off of something else. And that would honestly be right around here. That's the new plan, is to buy right around there. Or to buy right around the bottom of here. If not, just wait for this to keep gapping up a little bit more and then buy above 24. Because it could reverse at every single one of these points there. So you would buy it basically at that level right there. The puts right below that, and then you would start buying puts right below here. And then you would start buying puts below here if it just instantly keeps falling. So the green circles are calls, the red arrows are puts, basically. That's normally how I trade. And we tend to have a weekly perspective because you always usually make more money. Like the contracts 17 days out, they have more profit to them. If you play a 0-day contract and your contract goes from, let's just say, $10 to 70, that is times 7, right? Yeah, but at the same time, that's only $60 profit. If you buy the same contract that expires in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it might cost $400, I agree, but you're probably going to make like $120, $200-$300 just playing for the same strike price. You make more money with more money. But you don't need that much money. That's the funny part. You only need around 300 to 500. So as long as you take my 0-day trade serious and you stop being a little what do you call the word? I wouldn't say selfish. I wouldn't say, like, you're looking out for yourself. You want yourself to make money so you could change your life, and I understand that. But you have to understand that when you're making money, if you're not doing it properly with structure and you know why, if you don't know why and you're just making money, that's not proper, you know? So as long as you have some structure to it, I'm happy. That's all I want. Not asking for much, of course. Because structure is everything, you know? Especially when we're trading. Alrighty. So as you can see, everybody, Tesla's still falling right now, so this is really nice. If you guys took those puts and you were a little wild, just make sure you tap out right around here. You could just start putting a stop loss and sell out. Don't wait for it to actually bounce up again and then have the opportunity to run up higher. If it's giving you an opportunity, just take it. That's how you become a millionaire very quickly. You have to take every single opportunity that comes your way. It might be a waste of time. It might be. However, you'll find out after. But of course, don't put too much capital into a trade that you're not too sure about. You got to put a very low amount until you start to gain some confidence, and then boom, confidence speaks for itself, right? Alrighty. I love how you just ran up to this green circle, fell down on that put level, ran down to this one, or fell down to this one, sorry. And then now you're holding. So if you hold here, you're going to run right back up into a new high now. What time is it? It's 10:51. Yesterday when you started falling, you hit number 4 at what time? At 12 o'clock. Alright, so what's 12 o'clock? So we still have like an hour before we can actually run up here to the top. If it doesn't occur by, you could say 11:30, you don't get no jumps, or it's not looking bullish. Again, by 11:30, I would say that at that point, we're just going to tap out and potentially sell out of our contracts, or sell one of them just to take some value out, so we don't take a full loss on the 2 contracts that we bought for the calls. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at 623 calls now. They're $14. So if this could fall down to $10, that would be the new calls that I want you to buy at number 4. If not, we might be able to buy at number 4. That should be 618, right? Yeah, 618. So we should be able to buy at this point. Yeah, we should be able to buy a 622 for like $10, just like yesterday. Number two is 622. Number 2 is 622. Number 3 is 623. Which is filled. I had one for $4. I got an Nvidia play. I think I put that yesterday and I didn't cancel it. It was a $4 play. Basically a worthless play, so I'm just gonna hop out. It was at $40 yesterday, so it dropped down to 4. And then my idea was that it was gonna run right back up to $12 from 4. Come on, SPY. Fingers on the trigger for these puts, everybody. Remember, 615 puts the second you get below that green line, everybody. You're still hovering on top of it right now. And you're at the bottom of a CS zone, which just basically means you could run right back up to this high now, which is around 620.53. So that's around 75 cents of upside here. Market's moving very slow. Maybe it needs to wait for the European market close to occur, and then we'll get some additional little momentum. Sometimes that occurs because the European market is betting against us. So we might have more bullish individuals while the European market has more bearish. So it's kind of like killing all the momentum. And then when that disappears and their markets turn off, which is around, I'll show you the time here. You can actually add an indicator to this. It's called sessions, right? And with the sessions indicator, I just turned it on right now. As you can see, the close of the London session is going to occur. Yesterday it occurred at what time? Right here at around 11:55. That's a little bit later. Oh, it's because of daylight savings time. I keep forgetting that. Usually it's at 11:30, but because of daylight savings time, it goes to like 12 o'clock, which is basically what I'm assuming is happening here. Yeah, no, yeah, it closes at 12 o'clock because the last candle was 11:55. So yeah, and then look at what happened right after European market close. It just went in the direction we wanted it to. So that's so funny. But we'll see if that happens today. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll be patient. The Tesla contracts went right back down now. Wait a second. If they went down again to the same price that I sold them for, that means you're at the quarter point. No? No, not yet. It's crazy. So whatever value I had when it was running up here, I sold it basically right here before you ran up higher. And right now it's at the same price that I sold mine for. So that means if it falls down to here, which is where I'm thinking it's going to fall down to, we should be able to buy back into these calls for another little run right back up. That's actually a really good idea. So it looks like we made a decent trade, decent decision. We could have had more on, we left more on the table, right? And the way we're going to kind of reclaim that is by buying it at a cheaper price and basically still holding it for next week. So that right there is I like that plan right there. If it just runs above the midpoint, see if it's going to do an equal reaction and run up to 305. Intel, it's still gaining some traction here. It's not losing nothing yet. You're above the wedge that you made a couple days ago. So yeah, it needs to hit 24, and then after that, you're going straight up to 27, 25. So like right there. And then possibly right here is another buy. Possibly right here is another buy. Actually, no, I would only be buying at the top, yeah. I wouldn't be buying right there. I would buy like that. I would buy right there at 25. Yeah, I'm going to change that up. I wouldn't buy right there. There you go. That's more proper now. That looks better. Alrighty. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're perfectly progressing with the market here. You see how it fell down to here? It fell beneath the box, out the box, and then it just ran right back up to the top of it. Perfect. So now you would put your stop losses, you would tap out if you bought the second set of SPY calls. Because remember, the first set, you wanted a bigger run-up. The second set, you realize that it's still consolidating and going to the same lows. So the second set, what you're going to do is you're going to sell it sooner because the first set, it didn't happen as quickly as you wanted it to happen. Well, remember, on the first set, we were up 30% this morning. And right now, they're pretty much down to $3. So they lost $10 of value, which is basically like 80%. So then what we did was we bought another set at the bottom, right? The cheap set, averaged down on it. And then on the competition account, we went ahead and bought another set, which was closer, the 624s. And then, when we looked at the 623s a couple minutes ago, we also scooped some of those up as well. The only reason why we're doing this is because we're looking for a lesson to learn. That's it. So far, everything is happening the same way we wanted it to happen. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters, everybody. Okay, so let's give this a second here. Let's look at the Tesla stuff. I'm kind of itching. I want some more Tesla plays. See, Tesla's fun. I'm not going to lie to you. That's fun. SPY it's fun because of consistency and because it actually makes this like real. It makes it feel like, oh, wait a second. SPY normally does $3 every day. So if I always play that $3 run up, or the reversal on that $3 run up, and I just play $1 or something, like $1.50, I make 50 to 100% every day just because of that. If I'm following Silo, he's going to always tell us to sell a little bit earlier, 25%, 30%. So I know that if I'm trading and I'm listening to him, I'm probably going to sell out early. You have to understand that stuff before it occurs and before it happens, because then you're going to see the market go up, and then we're going to be like, damn, why he told us to sell? And I'm just going to be staring at you. If you always want to hold a contract, you hold it. You do what you think is right. You don't listen to a single thing I say. I'm merely just trying to give you the best advice for that moment. So think about it like that. That's like the best way to progress with any of the trades that I give you. If I tell you to sell, it means it's probably a good idea to sell. This is one of the points where it can actually go against us. So just keep that in mind. There's many points. There's thousands of points throughout a day where you could possibly reverse or confirm that SPY wants to fall $60 out the sky, or confirm SPY wants to go up to $700. There's a lot of things you could look at for that stuff. It just takes some time to put together a whole map and a whole little guide for yourself to actually follow. Because every day you wake up, you're going to be like, shit, what was I thinking about yesterday? I didn't write it down. I have no idea what my idea was for SPY yesterday. So within, 2-3 weeks, your idea is probably going to play out correctly. That's usually what I see happen to everybody. Is even the beginning traders, like the newest people, they usually are right about the market movement just off of seeing me do it for like a day or two. I feel like they already know it. They see the flow. They understand certain drops and jumps happen at certain times. Like for instance, when you hit this low down here, what time was it, everybody? 10:55, 11 o'clock. It's kind of funny, right? It's always around those numbers every single day. When did you fall out the sky here, everybody? 9:45. It's always these numbers, I'm telling ya. It's so funny. And then when you hit the bottom down here, when was it? 10:30, 10:25. So it was perfectly on 10:25. By 10:30, you started launching up. So it seems like right before it hits the next hour, it's just launching up into the sky. It already did it twice, right here and right here. So I could make that conclusion, or I can make the conclusion that at around 12:55, we're probably going to have the same type of switching effect, where once it hits, 11:55. So at 11:55, you're probably going to have a giant switch. And then once it hits 12, it's just going to start accelerating in that direction like crazy. You know what this looks like? To me, this market looks like this today. This is what SPY looks like in my eyes. Let's go to the 5-minute here. So this right here is what SPY looks like in my eyes. If you run above this top point, you're just going to launch all the way up to this little wedge up here. At the same time, you also have a wedge going in the opposite direction. Correct, everybody? You have a wedge right here from pre-market and from the beginning of the day. So let's just say we use the beginning of the day as our floor and we miss pre-market. Let's just say we're not paying attention to that because we weren't paying attention to this green candle right there, right? So we're not going to pay attention to pre-market. We're just going to pay attention to the daily move, which is right there. So just with using yesterday's low, this morning's low, this looks like you're actually resisting. You might actually fall out the sky here. So what we could do is, since our contracts are up, take our gain, head on out. We're already up 70% on the second set. And then, yeah, we'll just go from there. We'll just go from there, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. We sold out of the 623 contracts. So the closest contracts I have, I'm out. I took my gain. Because of that, I already made back all the money on the first set. Well, not all the money. Let me see how much more money I have to make here. So I have to make just $8 more. That's it. So once I make $8 more, I'm now break even on today. Even if my first trade doesn't work out and we don't just run up to a crazy high. The next thing I want to do here is continue to look for more puts, but not right now. Not yet. I'm looking for something else. And that something else, by the way, is I'm thinking this market's going to run up, and by 11:55, you're going to hit the peak. So I just wanted to claim profit on something right there at the 200 moving average, just to play it smart, as well as just to make my first set of contracts free, just in case it doesn't work out. And then the next thing I'm looking for is 11:55. because every single hour so far, like right down here. So you have 25. You can also, it can also happen at around 11:30, honestly, like 11:25, because that's what you did over here, right? 10:25, and then the 30 you ran 10:50, 10:55, and then you kind of launched up on that candle at 10:55. So it started to be a little bit sooner, actually. So it was a little bit more different than how I was referring to it. It looks like there's a progression system to it. Like it's changing. It's like it's flowing in a certain way. And if I had to say how it's flowing, I would say that if you hit the top there, you fell right back to the bottom there. You made a new low. Oh yeah, I didn't draw it. Sorry, everybody. This is what I was trying to show you here. So that was one way that I was looking at the market. That's how you could tell if it's basically holding or if it's resisting off of kind of like yesterday's move and this morning's move. Or like basically, that's how you could tell that the later half of today, like the afternoon, is getting more bearish. Just with this. But what I really wanted to show you was this right here. To me, SPY just looks like this. I'm using yesterday's low, today's low, and then today's high. It looks just like this to me. Meaning that next high might be somewhere over here. And then it might fall down to like here. So I might do this. Run all the way up to like right here. Fall down to here. Maybe run up to here. And then fall out the sky going lower. It might just want to play with us till tomorrow. And then make us run up to fill up that other gap that we have up here. This gap right here, we still need to fill it. We filled most of it, but we still got to fill the rest of it. But remember, if a market turns bearish and we're supposed to fall out the sky, meaning all the whales are buying puts, what's going to happen is you're just going to start very quickly crashing $4. And then once you, once you get below the fourth reversal point, which is something like this right here. Once you get below the fourth reversal point, which is all the way down here, as you can see, it takes a big drop just to go down here. But the way I know a market's going to crash $10 to $12 in a single day, every single time it does this is all I do. Just play calls from 4 to 5. That's it. And then wait for it to get beneath number 5. Or not calls. Play puts from 4 to 5. Calls if it went up higher. And then once it gets below number 5, it always usually falls down to 6 or 7, runs up to number 5, and then falls out the sky. So then when it falls to number 6 and 7, what I do is by the time it runs back up to number 5, the puts are already dead again. So then what I do is I just throw in $20 to the puts. And usually those contracts end up going up $200, $300 because it's falling down from number 5 straight down to number 8 or number 7 again. So yeah, usually that's going to kill the value, especially because it happens usually later on in the day, not early on. So again, the 624 contracts were up only 6% right now. I'm going to get rid of a few more contracts here. They're up 70, 80%. Just going to take my profit. Excellent. So we have another, how many dollars can we use here? We have another $4 we could use. So we'll save that for the next trade, like towards like 3 o'clock. So again, after this account is done, we're going to switch to the next account. Next account's going to be at $100. So we're going to try to see if we could take that to 300-400 by tomorrow. Especially because it's on Webull. We're going to abuse the system. How do we abuse the system, everybody? This is how. The first thing you do is you open a cash account. Have a bank account with Bank of America. And then you're basically just simply going to instant deposit. And then once we instant deposit $100, since it's a cash account, I have 2 opportunities to do something crazy. My first goal is going to be to take $100 into $180 or $200 within one trade. After that, my second trade, because it's going to be unsettled funds, this is where it gets dangerous. I'm going to make sure it's a good trade, not going to rush it. And then I'm going to use my unsettled funds, which should be more than 100 now. It should be around whatever profit I have, whatever's in the account. If not, sometimes Webull, they only allow you to use the first 100 that you had. And if it does, so be it. If it lets me use everything, plus the profit that I made that day on the cash account, I'm going to dump it all back in again and try to go for another 100%. Because think about it. $100 to $200, that's 100%, right? But then if you 100% $200, you now have $400. So I could take $100 and take it to 400 logically within just 2 trades. As long as they're good trades. Just like that last trade that we got at the bottom was down here. And just like this one over here. Both of these trades were phenomenal. That's why I always say to wait for the reversal points. Even the first reversal point was a profitable trade. They all turned green. Every single one of them so far. That's what I like to see, everybody. That's what I like. We're now number 60 in the world. So we went from place 140. We dropped to, I think, 180 earlier. And then right now we're number 60 in the world. So we're going to be back at number 1 probably by Friday. Remember, we already hit number 1. We went crazy into some wild 0-day SPY options. We dropped the account from 500,000. Or I wasn't number 1. I was number 3. Number 3 at the time. When we were at 400K. We were at 400 and I think like 40 or 450. Right next to 500K. And then we fell all the way right back down within the next day. We were at 200. We lost half of it because of the 0 days. Most may call that a mistake. I call that a fun little exchange. Because now what we did is we brought the account right back down. 100,000, 50,000, 16,000. Brought it up to 50. Brought it up to 60. Went right back down to 40. Brought it up to 80. Went right back down to 10. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're at 155. So the next goal is to go back to number 1. We're done having our fun here. We're just going to get into really good trades. Really good 0 days. Constantly take out 5K whenever we get profit. Just like I sold my contracts earlier right there. I sold it because I already had $5,000-$6,000 of profit. So honestly, we're not going to play with that. We're just going to take that money and run. Oh, I didn't sell 9 of them. I have 9 left. It didn't sell them. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's all good though. Let me see. How many filled? Yeah, so most of them filled. I'm just going to get rid of the rest here. And then I still have one more set of calls, the 624s. And I'm just going to wait for that. Once I sell those, that's pretty much it. We're done. No more calls for today. Unless we get above this crazy number up here. If you get above 620... If you get above 624 and then you fall down where this green arrow is showing you and it holds right here, you can buy some calls for it to run back to number 5. I'll allow that. And then once you get above number 5, wait for this arrow here. You see how the path tells you it gets above it, hits number 6, falls down to number 5 again. Once you see that happen, then you're going to buy another set of calls at number 5. So choose your warrior, choose your battle. Personally for me, I'm waiting for this to occur. This is a much more high probable trade, honestly. Much more high probable. You get what I'm saying. My translation is not good right there. So let's see, what else are we looking for? We could look at the futures chart to see what ES is doing. Usually ES moves before SPY. We do have delayed data, so that's the only thing that sucks. Euro market's holding, so look at this here. Just like we thought, it hit the bottom, everybody, and now you're running up. So this might be able to push SPY down now. We'll see. Again, you're not going to buy no calls in number 3. If it hits number 3 and holds, we're just going to miss the trade. I'm letting everybody know. If it hits number 3, which is right down here, we're not going to buy calls on this like we normally do. Not today. We're going to wait for it to go past it, and then we're going to buy the calls at number 4. And the reason why, everybody, is because we want to see if we can actually touch near yesterday's lows and still hold. Because that's just like a market that's having a U-shaped recovery. A U-shaped recovery simply looks like this right here. It just looks like the big letter U. So as you can see, it could just fall right back down to the same lows, hold, bounce up to here, fall down again, bounce up to here. And now it's holding a higher high, a higher low, and then it keeps going higher now. This is what Tesla does every single time. So if that's the case for today, we're just going to buy right down here at the bottom. Because you have a gap here, you filled it. And you have another gap up here you need to fill. So I just want to see if it's going to happen now. If not, we're going to buy at the low. And then play for this to just run up to this quarter point, midpoints, basically. Alrighty. How's the SPY trades doing? They're not doing so hot. They are canceling each other out because of the profit that we sold. The first SPY contracts were now no longer negative. So basically we're positive on the whole entire day now, which is awesome. We love when that happens, right? I'm tempted to buy another SPY call for $3. If it falls down here. I might just average down on the first play because they're around $3 already. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just buy one more at $3. We're going to put our limit buy right now. So if it hits it, it hits it. That should take our average down from $8 all the way to like 4 or 5. And then if the market holds there and runs up to a crazy high, that's going to be awesome. Alrighty. So we sold out of those. We got our profit back. We're going to average down on the first plays again when you fall down to number 4 and number 3. Regardless of where it's at, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to buy it for $3. Let it get filled there. If it falls to $2, honestly, it's not worth getting filled for. Not a $2 contract. Because $2 usually does not go up to 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's a little bit, it's way harder, honestly. $3, I could see it happening because it's at 3 to 4 when it was just at 5. So I might just touch number 3 for a second and instantly go to number 4. And if it does that, you might get filled, luckily. So it's a long shot, is what I'm saying. That first trade now. Which we knew that. Remember, we knew that. We went over that. The first thing we said in the morning was we're going to buy one more at around $5, $6 if it continues to fall. And then after that, if it falls lower, we're just going to buy another contract at number 2. Which we bought so we averaged down on the first one at number 2. And we bought another contract. And then by the time you bounced up here, number 1 was now break even. But the second contract was now really profitable. So we took the profit there because the first time we didn't take it. And yeah, I'm thinking we could still V-shape right back up today. So that was kind of like all the things we did so far. On Tesla, let's check Tesla actually. Is Dr. Tesla ready? So Tesla, we said we wanted this to fall down to the quarter point. However, I told you guys, as soon as I saw it fall in and turning red, put your stop losses. So if you did, you should have got kicked out for a good profit. If you didn't, you might be down right now. So you just got to watch out. It still doesn't look bad, right? It didn't go over the yellow line. So you could still fall down to this yellow line. But again, it's more risky now. Because you still have a crazy gap right here you need to fill. There's like no price action here at all. So that's nice. Let's see. Intel is starting to get sold off. It looks very strong right now. Let me tell y'all. All this extra support Intel's building is really nice. If it cracks through it, though, that's going to be a problem. It might just crack through it and consolidate downwards for like a month or two before it wants to go up to 27. The only reason why I say that is because look at the wedges at the bottom. If you know what King's Point is, you would know that these yellow circles are King's Point. So the yellow circles is basically all the areas where Intel actually could fall down to in magnitude. So of course, if you're buying something like right here, which is the first orange circle, the one thing you would be doing is basically only putting a certain amount of money. Maybe for this trade right here, you would only put in, maybe we buy 10 contracts at $10 or 10 contracts at like $12, right? We spend 120 for this. Down here, what I would tell you to do is buy 15 contracts, and we would probably make sure they're around $20. If you can't buy 15 of them, just buy one of them, of course, and just follow everybody. Because honestly, every single time we trade Intel and we use a lot of contracts, it's insane. It's like 500-600% every time. Like this one was a 700% gain. This one was, I think, 500 right here. We also played the way back down, so it was kind of funny because it was 600% or 7 something like that. I don't even remember at this point. I think it was like 600-700%. It went from like $10 all the way to 8 and then back to 70. So it's around like 700%. When it fell down, I told everybody to buy puts up here on this green arrow when I sold mine, because I was just like, you know what? That was very quick. It looks like it's still going to fall. So I told everybody to buy puts right there. And it literally fell when we were in the money right away. By the next day, we were already making, I think it was like 200%, 300%. I sold out before the next day, but for everybody else, I told everybody to hold it for tomorrow. I told them I'm going to take my 20% gain. I'm going to watch from the sidelines. Tomorrow when you hit 2020 or 2080, sell it and then buy a call is what I told everybody. And then we did the same thing. We bought the calls. But they were just dying until you ran up here and then we sold it again. And that trade, I think, was 70%, 100%. So that was the only trade that was not as quick. But it was probably because we bought it like a couple of days beforehand. If we would have bought it that same day, if not the day before, we probably would have been up 600-700% again. So yeah, this is a really nice stock, let me tell ya. Unity too. Unity got me dumb tight. Look at this. This damn thing held on this little midpoint here. I was wanting it to go down here to like 19, but this thing just held perfectly at 23, and I kind of knew it. I kind of knew it was gonna hold on 200. So it's just holding on the 200 line. So when it falls down again, everybody, because it basically ran below it here, you're holding here, you're anchoring down right here. This might just start flying up straight up to 33. That's already a crazy jump right there. Unity is one of our names that we're going to hold for a couple years. The reason why is because they're a metaverse stock. So they partner with Facebook or with Meta to make the metaverse games, because this is a gaming company. They make games for like PS4, PC. And it was a very what's called important one and popular one. Like I used to play their games a lot around 2015. 2016, which was, that's crazy. I was playing their games 5 years before they IPO'd. I used to make YouTube videos on their games, actually. But, no, yeah. So I think this is going to be a fantastic company. You're most likely going to run, and we're going to be up 5,000, 10,000%. No problem. As long as we get stuff, couple, 100 days out. We still haven't bought those crazy contracts yet. So I'm still waiting for them. But when we do buy them, let's go take a look at them right now, actually. Since this is showing some signs of life now. We're not going to buy into it, of course. We're going to have to wait at least a week or two for the volume to die. But, yeah, we could buy 900 days out on Unity. Oh, yeah. But then again, you can't. $40, that's $900. That's a little too expensive. How about 500 days out? I remember back in the day, somebody put $500 on Tesla. Back in 2019. And then in 2021... I think he had a 500-day out contract that was expiring in like 2 months, 3 months. Right before it expired, his contract went to like, I think it was like 10, 15,000 each. From just $500. Yeah, you have some whales that are buying Unity. They just started to buy it. Because last week, this thing didn't have no volume for those contracts. 300 days out, there's no volume. So they haven't bought up those yet. 255 days. There's open interest, but no volume. 192 days. We're going to go down the whole entire thing. 87,000 open interest. Who in the world for January 2026 for Unity for $30? That's a smart man right there. Man or female, right? But no, yeah, whoever that whale is that bought 87,000 contracts for $30, no, yeah, they literally bought it at the low. That's crazy. It's $548 right now for the contract, but a couple days ago, basically yesterday, it was only $450. And then a couple days before that, let's see how much it was. On the 30th of June, it was just $250. So that's wild. They just already doubled their whole entire... Yeah, they bought right here. I see their volume. I see when they bought. They bought it on the 26th of June. So yeah, they bought it around $250. And they're still holding right now. So yeah, these people are... That's the thing, though, is when you have that much money in something, and let's say you put in... Because that much money, they definitely put in like $1 million. Maybe even more. What's 87,000 times 500? Let's go check. No, because they bought it for $200. So 87,000 times $200. $250. That's the accurate. That's $21 million. So right now, they just turned $21 million into $42 million. Just like that. And if they're still holding, they're probably trying to turn this to like 60, 70 million. Which I can understand now because of how much money is in there. Why they're still holding. But if that's me, and I have $21 million in a trade, and it goes up to 26 million, 30 million, I had to have at least 2, 3, 400 million in my bank account. If I don't, I'm most likely going to sell it early because I'm scared. That's how psychology works. If you don't have that money in your bank account, and you have that much money you're trading with, you're going to make the wrong move. You're going to make a mistake. It's going to naturally happen because you're not able to gauge stuff with a proper lens. You're looking at things improperly. So yeah. We'll see if they start selling out. If they do, we'll start buying it right back up around 20 or 19. And then we'll start getting our contracts for a couple 100 days out. Again, this is only because it looks like now there's some volume getting applied to it. Now it's waking up a little bit. So we'll see what we're going to do there. With SPY, you're still just being SPY. We're just going to wait for this. We barely have any money on the board right now. We just have those contracts for 625 and 624. Everything else is pretty much gone. We're still number... So we dropped to number 89 now in the world. Looks like some of these people are playing some other plays here. So let's have some fun here. We have some capital we could use. Let's go trade something. Let's look for an opportunity for the next 30 minutes here. I'm thinking maybe Nvidia. No. What are we thinking, everybody? What could we trade that's a really good short-term trade? Instantly goes to Tesla. A good short-term trade, huh? What do you guys think? VWAP held SPY. Let me check that. Let's see if the VWAP held back the SPY. Yeah, so you got above it for a second. You stepped into the opposite side's control, and then you just got shut down again. However, this is looking more bullish, you know? When you fell below the 200 moving average earlier, at first it was only this much, which is, that's only a little box. The second time you fell was this much, which is still, you know, that's a pretty little box, but it's way bigger than the first one. The third time you fell outside of it, you fell the same size as the second time. The fourth time you fell out of it, now you fell way smaller. So unless you fall straight down to here, which is 619 again, this market's simply just going to flip and start turning green here. It might take till tomorrow, though. You might need to wait till tomorrow. That's what today looks like. It's like shifting. Now you're touching the 200 when yesterday you weren't. Besides the morning, right? Which means tomorrow, it's probably going to be really bullish. Everybody got that? Tomorrow is probably going to be really bullish. Just due to the fact that today is kind of like the consolidation middle day. And the only reason why I know that, just to go over it one more time real quickly with everybody, is just simply due to the fact of how you reacted to the 200. So on Thursday, you were way above it. On Monday, you fell way below it. Today, you're just sitting next to it. So clearly something is changing here. There's a flow that's going to snap and potentially start letting you gap up here. So you're either going to gap up overnight from today to tomorrow, or tomorrow we're just going to play some nice calls. That's what I think we should do. I don't like testing the overnight gaps because with this market, with the way these people are, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. They're going to drop a damn crazy ass news report after hours. Or go to war with somebody else. You know? So we might as well just wait until we can actually control everything and we're not sitting in the passenger seat. You said Trump's speaking right now? I'm not too sure, honestly. I'll put on Josh, honestly. Stop saying honestly. Let's go watch Stock Market Live. You better not give me a copyright strike for that. This is West Side Gun? What song is this? I hope it didn't just give me a copyright for that. You better not, spy. There's a spy back there. He's watching me. You know what's crazy? You know what they've been doing with the AI videos? They put a sample on it or a filter on it so that the YouTube's like system, copyright system, it can't pick up the videos. So there's a certain way where I can actually play music, and as long as I have this AI filter on, like their software can't pick it up and it can't give you a copyright strike. They probably could if the company finds the video, though. Yeah, probably. Now that I'm thinking about it. But all right, what was I going to look for? Stock Market Live. Let's go to Josh. Alright. So much things playing. Calm down. Yo, Josh. Oh, chill out. He said, I'm gonna get the system. So yeah, there's nobody speaking right now. Usually Josh always covers any government speakers. By the way, he's usually the only person that I watch. I always say this every single time. But he's the only person who I watch that has to do anything with the stock market. Like, let's say if I'm not live and I'm just bored during the day, I usually always watch him. Because the way he gets his news is absurd. It's like the quickest thing in the world I've ever seen. He gets it as quick as most of these Twitter accounts, which give us the news. And that's only because he has... I don't know if... What I think Josh did was... I think he bought it on his girlfriend's account because they banned him. So there's this website where it costs $20,000 a year and you get everything. Every single piece of information for any company ever, across the board. You could set up your own filters. And I think he got banned from their software because he was showing it on his live stream. But then I think he signed up with his girlfriend's account. I think I remember him saying that in one of the videos. Obviously, they don't know her name, so they can't block her. But yeah, he just can't show it again because they're going to be able to see whatever username is on the thing. I forgot what it's called. It was some type of like portal or something. I forgot, but yeah. So far, in terms of a total move, SPY has only done. You see how quickly he gets that news? Venture Global, let me see. One time, I remember Josh gave me, or I was playing with Josh, right, in terms of the options trades. And he got this news on Apple. It was having to do with China, I think. This is in 2022, I think. Something happened with Apple in China. Or it might have been 2023. But I think some crazy like lawsuit occurred. And it was during the day that the news was released. So I remember Josh gave me the news. And he instantly looked at Apple and it wasn't moving. So at that point, I instantly just bought in. So I instantly just bought in. I think he bought in as well. I don't know if he bought something before I did, He may have bought something before me, but I bought as soon as I got the news. As soon as he said it, I just jumped into the play because that's going to be really bad news. You know, $1 billion lawsuit, $2 billion lawsuit, I think it was. So that's going to affect their market cap. So yeah, hopped into the play, and I think I was up 200-300% that same day. I had to find the Apple trade. I haven't traded Apple much, so I'm sure. Actually, you know what? Let me go check my account right now. Usually, I only trade Apple with my Weibo account. It might have been the Robinhood account though. Let me see. He said losses will benefit me more than you. I mean, yeah, it's kind of funny, but that's the way it works. Losses actually really do help. So the last time I traded Apple was I don't even remember trading Apple here. We traded Apple here? We traded Apple in February? I don't even remember that. So we made 150 in February. That was the only trade we did this year. Is that my only trade ever? Apparently it says that's my only trade ever. Oh, no, over here, over here. So this was January 21. I don't think it was January. I think it was like November. A 144 Apple call. That's definitely not it. It has to be a put. So yeah, it's not this account. It's probably another account. I'm not going to bore you right now and look through all of them. It's going to take me like 2 hours. I just poked myself in the eye. Ah! I'm blind. Come on, Spy. Give me some extra profit to work with here. By the way, did you guys hear about what they're going to do with taxes when it comes to crypto? It's going to be insane here if they keep changing this. If they just make, I hope they you know what they honestly need to do? If they do this, honestly, I would be very happy. If they could just drop the amount of taxes you have to pay for options or for something that's a little bit more aggressive than just regular stocks. Because stocks, if you wait a year, you can get it down to 15, 20%, right? So you can get your stock fees and your stock taxes down by just holding it for a longer time. With options, nope. You just straight up got to pay that heavy fee, 45%. And 45% of 100,000, that's a lot of money, you know. That's a lot of money. So if they could drop that down to like 25, 30%. eBay, 1099 rule change and big bill. No, yeah, that's going to be really good for those types of sellers, yeah. I think they even changed gambling. I could be wrong, but let me go check it right now, actually. Crypto. See that's really good. See, transactions less than $300 from taxes. That's crazy. That's wild. He did? It's so funny. If that's the case, I gotta research that now. I'm gonna research that fish. If that's the case, that's hilarious. Oh, his people did? Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild. Cause that would $600 would have been way better. Cause you can actually have people live on that for like a year or a couple months until they're able to actually open up their business accounts. All on eBay. Wait a second. 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 So on eBay you can make up to 20,000 or $19,900, and you don't have to report it. That's crazy. That's like really absurd. That's gonna change a lot of people's lives. At least those people who are trying to hustle for it. All right, Josh, you're way too loud right now. He's listening to a news report. I hate watching news reports. It's just a bunch of background noise. Got stuff just beeping in the background. Cameras just panning around like crazy. They got a random fan next to the mic.
Hello.
John! What's good, John?
Hey.
What's up, John?
I want to talk about the eBay thing and the money. That me and my friends talk about it all the time.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's
So,
great.
so what are they doing exactly?
Yeah,
My friends, they would sell like collectibles and stuff on eBay. A side thing, hobby, and the reporting was $20,000, and you had to have 200 transactions, which was which was really easy to stay under. You know, if you're just playing around. And I think the first year of the Biden administration, they made the announcement they were going to go to 600, and so he quit, and then a bunch of people quit because they don't want to deal with all the paperwork and everything. And then at the last minute, like December, they just kicked the can and said, "Never mind." And next year we're going to do 2,500, and they made the plan to gradually lower the number to go down to 600 on all payment platforms. You know, Vimeo, Cash App, everything.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it wasn't just eBay. It was just any kind of online, even like Facebook money and stuff. I think I got that right.
No, that makes a bunch of sense. No, yeah, I get it now. So it's like for Zelle, it's for Cash App, it's for all the stuff. Usually you have. Okay, so you don't have to report up to $20,000. So that means if I'm
technically they were going to force all the online people to send people if you did $610 in transactions, they were going to send you a 1099. So you have to explain to the government what you were doing, and you know, if you bought something for $1,000 and you sold it for $600, the government's, unless you have like documentations and you want to fill all that stuff, they're going to see that as pure profit. You know.
Yeah.
It's just this harassment for little guys. But the big beautiful bill rolled it back to where it was before. Not saying that's a good bill. But
No, yeah, because one of the reasons why they ended up changing that was because you had a bunch of people in 2020 and in 2021 scamming.
Yeah.
So because of all the scamming that went on, they were trying to kind of figure out all the scammers. They were trying to have an easier system of being able to figure them out and spot them. So when you're getting a bunch of payments through Zelle and you don't have a normal job, you're not paying taxes from another job, or nor are you reporting anything, I could see how you instantly get highlighted in their system. So now it just feels like they just threatened all the people who are doing that, and it's just going to go back to normal, which is not good. I mean, it's not really going to change nothing. But I guess, for the small fish, right? For the smaller people who don't do none of that bad stuff, unfortunately, they get affected by all of this.
Yeah, it's a big deal. The eBay and like the other online selling place, stores and stuff.
Yeah.
Auction sites. There's more than eBay. The problem would be for the little guy who's just doing it as a hobby to make a little bit of money, is that if you're doing sports cards or whatever, you'd have to have I went to this place, I drove 50 miles and spent this much money, and
oh yeah, you're right.
This guy, and I held it for 3 years, and then I sold it for this much money, and if you didn't do that, they're going to look at all your sales as pure profit. So the bookkeeping of collecting would be a giant burden for anybody.
All the government has to do is just create a better bookkeeping website.
Yeah.
It's not that hard,
So.
It's just, you already know how it is. You have people on both sides that are scamming as well.
Yeah.
They're just better with hiding it.
All right, man. It was good talking to you. I gotta go back inside, do some work.
All right, John. I appreciate you, man.
All right. Be good.
All right, brother. All right, this is excellent. Our spy calls are now no longer negative. There we go, spy. Make my day. Oh, it did get filled. Thank you. It actually filled at $3. I didn't think it got filled. I was gonna fill it while it's still claiming this upside here. And if it failed that for fifth time, because this is like the 5th time it's up here now. At this point, it's pretty much that's it. We'll just start playing with some other plays. But this could still curve today. That's the crazy part. Our average, by the way, is now at $6, so that's perfect. If this market runs up, let's just say to the second reversal point, we might not make no more money now. We'll make $20. That's not bad. If it runs up to number 4, that would be awesome. We would honestly be up 1,000% on the whole entire account if it just slingshots all the way up to the top here. Which is, remember everybody, it's what it did yesterday to the opposite direction when we played it. We bought the puts all the way up here at number 1 and held it all the way to number 4. Today, we bought calls on number 1, averaged down at number 2, bought another set down here, sold it for a profit, averaged down again down here, and it's still stuck at the same area. So we might be able to see this flip outside and go up here somewhere. That's what I want. I wouldn't even say that's what I want. I would say that's what the charts want. That's your next magnet point, especially because you filled the gap from last night right here. You got to fill this one from over here. Come on, SPY. Let me get 1,000% here. Let's see it. And then tomorrow we'll try to get another 1,000%, and then we'll just go from there. Since we traded reversal point number 2 and 1 today, what we could do is wait for number 3 tomorrow and not trade anything in between until we hit number 3. That's what I'm thinking. There's some type of progression system with my reversal points and the way the market opens up. I think I could track this down better. So I need you guys to probably give me like another month. And I might be able to make these trading styles even way better than they already are. Like there's a certain thought, there's a certain thing that exists out there, but it doesn't really exist. We don't really have a way to put it on the chart. But I know there's another lens out there that we could probably make, if not build. Remember, that's how we have all these other charts. It's just because we kept mashing a bunch of ideas together. And then we were using ideas from the Discord, ideas that other people had, mashing it up with our ideas. And it just kept really growing like a wildfire. It was wild. No pun intended. Let's just say the market, let's apply some wishful thinking here, right? We don't usually use wishful thinking, right? But let's just say we look at number 5 on the reversal points. If you run all the way up here to number 5 and you hit 625.50, our contracts are going to be up $400. So our account is going to run up from just $30, and within a single day, our whole entire account is going to be at $400. So depending on how fast this does run up here, because I have 3 contracts, I'm going to probably sell one of them at number 2, one of them at number 4, and then I might hold a runner to see if it's going to run up to number 5. It might stop at number... Yeah, it might stop in between 4 and 5 because the gap ends at that same area. So that could be a problem for us. Hopefully it's a little bit more bullish and we could get a sell at the top right there. And remember, if it doesn't happen today, that's okay. That's all good. Towards the end of the day, we'll make back our last trade and we'll make back whatever profit we can from some simple little scalps. And then going into tomorrow, we'll just buy the calls because we know it's going to be really bullish tomorrow. Today would have been really bearish if we opened up below the 200, hit it, and then fell off of it right away. Because it did the opposite, that shows you that there's some bullishness in the market that's stepping in. If not, had already stepped in from yesterday night. And they're just buying more now. Averaging down. I personally would not be averaging down. If I bought yesterday and I got 30 days of time on my contracts, I'm not averaging down for at least a week, you know? You don't want to rush into any market at all. Even if you know that that's a really A plus setup trade or whatever the hell you want to call it, doesn't really matter. You never put in the whole entire amount until you have a safety net. So if I have, $10,000 in my bank account, then all right, no problem. You can go in with $1,000 every day. Or if you have $1,000, you're only going to go in with $100 every day. Just so things don't get out of hand, because what matters the most here is you being alive and not dying. When you lose your account, you basically die. Think about it like that. If everybody thought about it like that, and like your accounts had like a certain connection with your nerves or your brain, and it would shut down your brain if you lose an account, I promise you nobody would take a loss. Everybody's going to be selling for 5, 10, 20% gains. Because, there's a lot on the board to risk. There's a lot of risk associated with losing your whole entire account. So think about it like that next time, no matter how much money you have. One 155 was right. What do you mean? 1155? Yeah, you're just hitting the top of the wedge. Yep. So the 1155 move. No, you're right, Fish. You're completely right. It's 1155. 12 o'clock, there was no acceleration, though. So we'll see if 1205 is going to be accelerated. We'll see if it just collapses right back down to the floor. Let's give this a second now. Let me take a look at Tesla, everybody. Nope. Not ready yet. How about United Healthcare? I want to play puts on this so bad. Don't do it, though. It's not good. Probably going to equal into a loss. No, so for this account, we started with $10 yesterday. We took it instantly to $34 with the first trade. Currently right now, give me one moment. I'll tell you how much I'm at. Because of the profit that I made with the other contract that I already sold, we're basically at break even. We're waiting for the last trade to go in our favor, which is this trade right here. We bought calls right down here. I should have just used the circle. So we bought calls right here. We then bought calls right down here. We averaged down on them. We then bought calls right here. And we sold this one out right up here. And we bought... Did we bought more down? Yeah, we bought more down here, but we didn't sell it yet. We sold only the one in the middle. These three were just the averaging down. These two right here, this one that's slightly more, it's slightly lighter than the other greens. This one was the one we sold so far. That one right there. Now it's holding on the 200. If it holds here, I'm telling y'all, this is going to flip massively green. We'll see. I'm going to buy a contract on the challenge. Remember, on the challenge account, not on my own account. This is the challenge account. And I'm going to buy some 625 calls for 3 days out. I'm going to get them filled right here. They're going to be 130 each. This right here, I'm intending on holding it until SPY hits like 3, you could say 623, 624. And then I'm going to sell out right before it goes in the money. On purpose, of course. And then we're going to hop into another trade, but we might give it like a day or maybe 2 days. We are going to hop into more SPY calls for 0 days, but we're going to give it a second. We're not going to hop into any calls right here. I don't like this location. It is the bottom of a CS zone, so that's the only good thing about this. Is it just me or this thing looks extremely bullish? A little too bullish right now. Like this thing might just start gapping out the sky here, going straight down. Because usually when the market looks very bullish, when it's just like, all right, like you're definitely tilting up, we can easily tell by the second day. They try to do something funny on day 3 and 4. Also, I bought a 3-day contract just due to the fact that it might take us till tomorrow. So just in case if I had to take a loss on these 0 days, I bought the calls at a decent point. It wasn't the best point because yesterday was a better point. But that's okay. I'm looking to average down here if it continues to fall. For the 3-day contracts, they cost 130 each. And then I want to sell them out for like 200, maybe like 160, 170. We bought 200 contracts. So 200 contracts at $130 each. Market fill, of course. And yeah, we'll probably average down for probably by like another 400 if anything. Another 400 contracts once we fall. And then we'll try to save our tail. Make sure we can run away before any large losses occur. That was a nice little run up right there. So it's holding on to 200 here clearly. Let's go cycle between some other of these charts here. Let's look at the blue one. The blue one's very important. This one right here. Yeah, you're just smacking into the bottom of it. That does not look good. If you fall beneath this blue box, you will in fact hit down here, which is 613. And it's so funny because you have another gap here you need to fill. No wonder. Wait a second. That perfectly matches up. I didn't even notice that before. I just realized that right now. You did not fill this gap. You filled only half of it. And then you just ran up to a crazy new high. Yeah, that might occur. The gap is this big, everybody. I'll measure it for you right here. That's how big the gap is. Half was already filled, so it's usually what they like to do if they're trying to be funny is they'll drop you down to the quarter point and then make you run up higher again to some crazy high and then bring you down the next couple of days to fill the rest of it. But if they do that, it's probably going to go way lower, honestly. You're probably going to get a crazy drop out the sky like that. That's one way this market's going to end up trending here. Another way is first, of course, you're going to fall from up here to down here. And then you might run up into the midpoint. If you can't get above the midpoint, you're going to do the same thing. But this time you might hit the quarter point. The reason why you're going to hit this quarter point instead now is because this one was higher. So you have to understand market's flow. Everything is a flowing system. That flowing system basically creates its own trading style. So if something occurs very quickly, like a quick sharp drop, you're probably most likely going to end up holding at points where you normally wouldn't hold, just because now it needs to consolidate for a second. But if it's like a very slow drop and it's consolidating as it falls, kind of like this, that's basically what this line right here means. That other line I drew. This one here means it falls down, you know, however long it takes, and then it runs up to the quarter point pretty quickly, but then falls down, and now it's consolidating down here. And when you get that, then it's going to ramp up again because it consolidated in the middle. But let's just say it consolidates at the end. You're fast at first, and this is what usually kills people. Like, this is the main reason why my students literally always take the biggest losses. It's because they understand how to be able to tell patterns and trends. They understand how to copy certain things onto their chart. They understand a lot of the things I teach. But the one thing that's not understood, because it takes a long time to understand flow, is understanding if something is happening very quickly, what's going to occur is consolidation. So if you look at SPY, ladies and gentlemen, did SPY run up faster or slower than it did over here? So look at how it runs up here. When it's running up here, is this faster than here or slower? Faster, right? In fact, what SPY just did was the greatest run up in all of its history. The only thing that's equivalent to this run up is that drop right there that went straight down from 335 to 217 because of COVID. That's the only thing that's as fast and as quick. That's it. No other time throughout history. As you can see, everything was slow and steady. So you had to understand that that is always going to occur with any stock, any name, no matter the name, right? No matter the name, it's always going to be the case. Look at NVIDIA for a second. When NVIDIA was, you know, running up very quickly, as you can all see, look at this. Runs up to 8, all the way up to here, 30. This is because of SPY crashing for 2 years, or for 8 months, actually, not 2 years. After that low, you basically never got a good drop. It just kept running and running and running, besides from like right here and like right here. And that's what I'm referring to. This is what the SPY is going to look like. It's going to have a giant leg just poking out the sky, just due to the fact that you ran up so much, which is kind of what you got right here. But let me zoom out for a second. You would see that this is still tilting upwards. This is still very bullish. So what I think is going to happen is I think you're just going to fall right back down and probably hold somewhere down here again, or if not, in the middle. So you're either going to hit 550, 480, or you're just going to fall down to 340, which is right here. This is what I think the market's going to do. That's the type of drop that I'm looking for. Because when you poke outside the red a little bit, you tend to poke outside of it more. If not, you're just flipping up. So this is poking outside of it. Now this is touching it. Now this is on top of it, not going beneath it at all. Same thing. Now this is tilting below it. However, here, it just tapped it, and now it's more bullish again. Now you're not even touching it yet. However, that doesn't really mean nothing, you know? If you're not touching it, that could just mean that within a couple months here, as long as we keep running up higher to maybe somewhere like 720, 730, there's still going to be a large pullback in the market. So yeah, as long as you guys understand that we're playing puts right now, and if the market keeps running up, we're just going to continue to play puts, I think everybody here is going to be properly equipped and prepared. You're going to make some good money here. You just need to pay attention to those little things. I remember what I said earlier. The SPY is holding on that red line. The reason why I was able to tell it was because when you hit it, you didn't instantly go below it. You just smacked it and then just took a pause. Like somebody pressed the remote. That's a little too quick. So, yeah. We'll give it a moment. So far today, from top to bottom, you've only done around how many dollars? $2.14. Oh my God. Don't tell me today's going to be the $2 day. Usually when you get a $2 day, $2.20, $2.10, $1.80, that means that there's going to be a large move within the next week. So that just confirms the idea that SPY's now going to have a large move very soon here. The last time you did it, funnily enough, was in a similar area down here. I'll find it for you right now. Where was it? Was it here? This looks more than $2. This looks like $4. Yeah, it is $4. There you go. Is this it? No, that looks like $3. No, it's not. Oh, wait, you didn't grab the bottom. I was about to say. That's $2.55. So, yeah, you had a $2.55 day right here. And then look what occurred within a week. So, this is, what day is this? That's the 9th. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Brought you to the low. 8 was near the complete low. 9 was still at the same low. And then 10, 11, 12, you started blowing up to the sky. So if you had a 2-week contract here, of course you would be down. You would have been up instantly if you would have played the calls. Personally, for me, I would have allowed it to get up to here and I would have played puts. Because usually when I got $2 runs up and down, it could of course mean bullish, but I usually just like to buy it in a bearish sense. So I like to just buy it to play the downside. A little bit biased, you may say, and I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. However, the intention behind me making this trading style with the $2 drop was just solely due to what I've noticed every single day before the next day was like $7, $8, $10. So usually you would get like a $2 move a couple days, if not the day right before the large move. And by the way, the most prominent time when it did this, and this is kind of funny, let me show you, was up here, as you all can see. When the SPY crashed in February, it did $1.90 one of these days. And that was wild. Because look, a couple days after, that's as soon as I saw this, I started warning everybody. I was just like, all right, we're gonna get into the yearly puts, 6-month out puts, 10-month puts. I want everybody buying puts. Puts. Unfortunately, at the time, everybody in the Discord was going through their own problems because they were rushing the market in mid-February. So the beginning of February was really good for everybody, but then mid-February I started noticing everybody was rushing, and they started depleting all their capital. So that by the time it was basically time to buy this, nobody really had capital for it. So it's kind of like a universal sign to tell everybody to stop playing. That was kind of how I took it. Made me a little angry, but at the same time, I was still very happy at this point. You then fell down to here, where we had everybody buy the calls right down here and over here. And we took a loss from this little run down here. But I think you did a $2 run up somewhere over here. Let me find it for you. Yeah, look at this, $2.73. And then what do you know? Large move right after. Over here, you didn't do nothing. I don't think you had a $2 move over here. It's like every 3 months you have one. Every 2 months. Maybe right here. That looks like one, actually. Oh, no, that's $4. Oh, my God. And then that was when I was counting it last time. This looks like it's $2 right here. Yeah, $2.44. And then do you get a big move next couple days? I feel like this took a little bit longer. That's the only time. I mean, you got to move to the downside, right? but it's not a big move. I'm talking about like a 6 month change in price action type of move, which I guess you kind of got, because think about it, ladies and gentlemen. After you did $2 over here, you got really quick the next day, really quick right back up. It slows down again, so let's count this over here. Let's see how much is this. $2.70, $2.46. So you do another $2 move back to back, and then you start getting even quicker and quicker and quicker. Slow down for pre-market here. Actually, wait a second. How much is this? That looks more than $2, yeah, because that big ass candle. That was a $4 move. But after that last $2 one, you did get a shutdown, honestly. So I guess maybe the idea is still correct, because right after this, you did run up higher, and then you got a nice crazy shutdown after hours where it kind of gapped down, which is kind of the idea, I guess, but it was never made with that intention. Like, I personally made this so that we could track whenever the market's going to do like an $8 move. Oh my God, Spy, what are you doing? Why is my account up so much? Oh my God. Oh. I'm selling now for 15%, everybody. We're going to sell the new ones that we just bought. We're going to keep the first set still. We have a dream, and we're not going to fail it. Let's go check our other account now. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Now we're at $40. Come on, keep it running, keep it running. Don't stop at the blue line. You won't launch up. You won't do it. Come on, you got to threaten there, everybody. All right, so we sold out of most of our accounts here, or at least the main account. We're still running up, so we're going to give this a second. And then we'll sell the first plays once we reach reversal point like number 3. We're up 34% on those spy calls now. I'm selling out of them. I just need to get filled for 100 more. Oh, that was why. You just jumped up crazy to the yellow line. No wonder. For some reason, I thought it was at the yellow line already. No wonder, yeah. That was a nice little run up right there. So now we're number 70 in the world. We're catching up to number 1 really quickly. Within a day, remember yesterday or 2 days ago, we were at 3,000. And then we went from 3,000 in the world all the way to 160 yesterday. And then right now we're at place number 79. Let's see if we can get to maybe 60-50. If this thing runs up to the tippity top, because I'm holding my contracts to the top. I'm telling you, I'm not selling it out, because my intention when I bought it was to hold it to the top in the first place. Everything else I did after, the scalp plays, I sold those plays early because my intention with those plays was to make my first contracts cheap, because it's still in range, you know. 625 is still in range. Just because of the gap, of course. Okay, so we sold out of those second sets of spy calls right there. If it falls out the sky again, so be it, ladies and gentlemen. We don't care. We're just going to let this drop down. We're going to buy some more calls at the bottom. And we're going to try to see if we can go to a higher high. At one point, I feel like this happens to everybody in their trading career. But at one point, you go from basically always getting screwed by the market. So meaning like you come up with an idea Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for Thursday and Friday, right? Thursday and Friday occurs and you put, let's just say 6 hours of work into that idea. Thursday, Friday occurs and it doesn't happen. What most people do is they get very upset, and it's not for the right reason, honestly. People mostly get upset because they think at an early stage that they should be at the top already. And the weird psychological little battle that one has to deal with is retaining enough confidence that you know what you're doing, but from the knowledge that you know of. So like from the things that you can actually remember when you're not looking at a stock chart, when you're just out and about walking or talking to a friend, that's what really matters. Because then you can gauge your confidence with your success and you don't get overconfident. You don't start taking crazy losses. You don't start doing stupid things. You know what I mean? But you need to have a certain amount of knowledge in order to understand and gauge things correctly. Which I do think that that's the one thing I do provide every single day. Is my own gauge so that you could build your own gauge. That's all. $3 moves on SPY. Holding on the 200 moving average when we weren't even touching it yesterday that much. Knowing this market's a little bit more bullish right now just because of there's a lot of people playing puts. So when you tend to get a market where people are shifting into puts, for some reason it tends to be the best 0-day calls. So that's why I have everybody playing calls right now for 0 days, because it tends to be the best time to do it when you think the market's actually going to collapse. So that's why you can't put too much money in it, you know? Because at any point, yes, the market could collapse. But that's why we have our leap plays for 30, 60, 90 days out. So we're never going to miss anything, pretty much. And whatever money I lose short term on 0 days, I know I'm going to make it back on those leap plays. Just as the same way as when I buy a leap play, the first thing I do is make that money back with my 0 days. Because you don't need to put that much money. Think about it. My $10 account is already at $40 right now. By tomorrow, or you could say Thursday, this account is going to be at $200 to $300. And at that point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to instantly buy a SPY put a couple weeks and a couple months out. If I can't afford SPY because it's still too expensive, I'm going to scan the whole entire stock market and just find an oversold play that I could throw it into for some calls. And then what I do is after I do that, now I make that money back again for the third time. And now this time I scale my account to the next number. So you got that, everybody? So first I start a $10 account. Then I take it to 200. I use like 160, 150 for a play that's going to expire in like 6 months, 4 months. Kind of like the target play we hopped into. And then what I want to do after that is make that money back again. So now I'm going back to $200 from 50 after I already spent that, which means in total, because I'm still holding target, now I have 200 because I have 50 from before, so I made 150, and then plus my initial 150. So now my whole entire account is at 350. Once that's the case, then oh no, because you also bought the SPY put. So wait, we gotta add up a few more things. There's a lot of stuff. So we bought a SPY call for 150. We had $50 left. Everybody with me? We then take that 50 back to $200 again. So now we're at 350. This time, we throw in the money into an oversold play. And then once we make that money back, that extra 150, and I bought a SPY leap and I bought another random leap, I bought 2 leaps, and I still have $50, now I take that account to 500, 600, 700. That's what I do with every single one of my accounts. So I don't get out of control, because sometimes I used to have like $5,000, $6,000 extra $1,000. I used to throw into the market like a dummy. And yes, I would lose it all every single time. And it used to take me months to build to that amount. And I would just lose it in one trade. So yeah, it was a good learning lesson, to say the least. That's why I could tell when people are being a little more gambling type, right? Like they're just trying to gamble their money, or just trying to be a little bit more selfish. I could easily tell because I was literally doing that all the time. And nobody could stop me. Not even myself. Until I noticed it, and then I was just like, all right, that's just stupid. It's unnecessary to put $1,000 into a $3 option because I think it's gonna go to $30. Unless I have 20, 30, 50,000, then I'll do something crazy like that. Because think about it, if you have 50K and I throw $1,000 into a $5 play that goes to 50, let's just say $50, my first $1,000 that I put in is now 10K. That means just by me putting like 2-3% of my whole entire account, that's about probably like 5%. So just putting 5% of my whole account, it helped me make basically around 10 to 15%. 34% on a SPY call. There we go, fish. That's what I'm talking about, doctor. Come on now. Excellent. So SPY's falling right back down on top of the 200. You already know what we're going to do again. We're just going to buy another call for SPY. We're already up 50,000. See if we can take this like 60, 70K here. The options that I want to buy are going to be 622 options. Okay, so I'm going to buy it right here. I'm getting market filled, everybody. Market fill, market fill. Do your worst, SPY. Fall out the sky. You won't. I almost got filled for all my contracts. Almost there. All right, let's do this, everybody. We're already up 5,000 on that play. Again, everybody, I just got in. I'm already up 5,000 within 30 seconds. Crazy, right? SPY, you're a wild animal. It's like trying to sit on an alligator. Trying to wrangle up an alligator here. Stop losses. I'm already up 30%. I'm already up 10,000. So I already made back whatever money I put in the first play from this morning. I made it back 10 times over already. So that's just the benefit of having an account that has just a little bit more capital in it. The amount of money you could make is ridiculous. You literally do not need a rush or be wild or be crazy. I'm going to start selling everything here. Screw it. I'm selling everything here. I'm already up 41%. 14,000. Just lost some value right there. We should have started selling it right before it hit the EMA. That would have been a really good idea for a scalp play. 200 to the EMA. We'll see if it falls down again. I'll buy more. We'll go back and forth, back and forth. We're just focusing on the calls right now because we already have puts on our other accounts. So for the challenge account, the only way we can actually challenge ourselves logically, because if I'm playing on a challenge account and I'm trying to take the easy way out just to hit number one, is that valuable? Do you think I'm going to feel like I gain something from that? There's no value to that. You know, it's like living a lifeless life. If I can have a challenge account and I'm challenging myself every single day, getting into the hardest trades or the trades where my gut is telling me this is a good idea, those are the trades where you can test yourselves and test your wordiness. Oh my God, we're up. It says I'm up 26,000%. What the hell? There we go, Meech. That's a nice 100% trade right there. Remember, Meech, I need you to post your notes whenever you get a chance, buddy. If you ever need help with posting notes, just give me a call whenever you can, and I'll tell you what you have to do. That was an awesome trade right there. I think I got rid of the rest. Let me make sure before I start cycling to the other accounts. Yeah, that was awesome right there. Roger, Roger. You got it, Meech. We're closing in on number 60 in the world, ladies and gentlemen. We're at number 70 flat now in the world. So far, that was our fifth. I think that was our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th trade. If we count the other trades that are not on the challenge account, that's probably our 15th trade, 20th trade today. Which is perfect because today's a consolidation day. We traded a day like this in February. I think February 21st, and I had the most 100% I've ever had ever. In one day, we had 14 100%, and in total, we had 20 trades. That was all in a single day. We were playing calls from number 1 to number 1, hopped instantly into a put, it fell down to number 2, instantly hopped into a call, it ran up to number 2, instantly hopped into a put, it fell down to number 1, instantly hopped into another call, and it ran up to number 3 and 4. It was crazy. I was like, there's no way it's going to keep doing this, so we're just going to keep trading a small amount, and we ended up taking the $600 account we had. We ended up taking it to, I think, 1,300. I think it was, no, it might have been 1,100. I think it was 1,100, yeah. We sold out a little bit early on that last trade, which would have brought us to 1,300. But yeah, it was wild. And again, we just bought one contract. Bought one, sold it for 100%. Bought another one, sold it for 100%. Bought one, sold it for 100%. And then as the day started slowing down a little bit, we started only getting 20%, 50%. But yeah, that was an awesome day. It reminds me of today, but that was like a Thursday. And it's kind of funny because before that Thursday, the last time I had my greatest amount of 100% was in November, which was also a Thursday. So I'm wondering if this Thursday might consolidate after we run up on Wednesday. Because I'm thinking Wednesday's going to run up. So the next call that I'm going to buy, because I bought a 622 and we already sold it. The next call I'm going to buy is a 621. I'm just going to keep getting closer and closer and closer to the strike price. I might buy Tesla here. Let's take a look at Tesla, everybody. Never mind. It's not a good idea right now. Let's not mess with that. How about AMD? I haven't looked at AMD in a minute. Let me see. I think AMD might be a good trade right now. Where's AMD? There it is. Remember, Amazon bought a crazy amount of AMD recently. That's the only thing we're kind of being cautious about. They know something. Baba's fallen again. You just hit the 200 moving average and it looks like you might be holding here. So maybe we might be able to get into a Baba trade. We're already trading Baba on our Chinese account. So we currently have an account with Moomoo where they allow us to just trade Chinese stocks, no American stocks. So it's only in their borders. And no, yeah. So we're trading that right now. So far, the performance it was really good, but then now it's really bad. We were up, I think, around 30 to 40,000, And then right now we're down 50K. We bought it at 113. And the goal for this is to hold BABA until we can run right back up to at least 130, where we're going to go in the money. And then to the top, where we're going to run all the way up to 148. So that's my goal personally. And then after those two goals, we have the next one, which is at 170, 180 for BABA. Remember, BABA was worth at one point $320, as well as BABA's market cap compared to Amazon. BABA stock market cap 256. Yeah, that's way less than Amazon. I think Amazon, what is their market cap? Amazon's market cap is, yes, 2 trillion. So that's times 10. I forgot what it was that BABA does. It's more than Amazon, but it's definitely not, you know, anything having to do with sales. They might just have more people buying stuff from their application, you know. Alrighty, so now we're done talking about BABA. We're good. Nothing to look at over here. Let's go back to mirror. Actually, no, yeah, screw crypto. I don't want to look at that right now. Euro's getting sold off. SPY still getting sold off here. You hit the midpoint and then you just fell right back down. If you hold here, I'm telling you, you're going to do an equal reaction from this low, which is what I drew earlier. That's so funny. And you're going to run all the way up here by the end of today still. That's the potential. If you fall below the low, of course, we could just fall right back down to this point, which is yesterday's low, and hold. And if we fall anywhere below that, boom, confirmation of more downside, everybody. That's what we're looking for. Remember, this is ES. This is what SPY is made out of. This is futures. Service now. Their stock fell down to $700 all the way from $1,000, and then they ran right back up to 1,000 again. So we're not going to touch that either. It's too expensive. That's like it reminds me of Netflix. Netflix, I don't even know. Don't ask me. It's at the midpoint though. So it might fall from here. Oh yeah, look. Last out is $1,200 to $1,300. I told everybody this. I have no idea when. I probably made these charts somewhere over here in 2024. Yeah, I probably made it next to this first green arrow right here. If everybody could see that. That's probably around the time where I made this, like September. Maybe even earlier. I think it probably was earlier, like February, around here. And as you can see, it hit my last out. It could run up higher. It could run up into these lines, but honestly, I think something's going to change with Netflix. This 5-10 year high is definitely going to crash and crumble, honestly. I don't think this is going to last. Especially with the people who run Netflix. I don't think so. Unless Netflix does something crazy again, and they start, let's just say, Netflix opens like a theater. Or imagine Netflix opening a place where they show Netflix shows. Like, stuff like that. That could be a crazy ass idea. Like taking the online movies and stuff like that that are not, you know, kind of locked in with AMC and all these other places. Because I know that if Netflix opens a building, that's going to be a nice building. They have a lot of money and a lot of people who are in those fields of interior development, interior design, where, no, yeah, they're going to be able to make something that looks really good. The streamer world too. You're right. If they allow people to stream from like, like YouTube and stuff like that, if they add their own streaming section, that would be crazy as well. So they're still allowing the table with what they could do. Luckily for them, of course. But I think before that type of stuff happens, or maybe while that stuff is happening, like we're getting thrown a bunch of good news, I think it's just going to start crashing and crumbling, because then the good news is going to cause more like back and forth action, kind of like SPY, right? Where it's zigging and zagging all the time. I mean, every stock zigs and zags, of course, but this is just, it's just zagging. It's just going all the way right back up. You're not really zigging and zagging that much. Yeah, it could be a good idea. It could be a really good idea. SPY, get on my nerves. What is your problem? Just crash out the sky, please. Let me buy up some more calls at the bottom. Or let me buy some puts at the top if you could just run up. I was expecting GameStop to start doing that, right? GameStop was supposed to get into crypto, and they literally screwed up everything. They should have full ported into crypto, 100%. Because they had some extra momentum they could have used, and they were just using rumors. So that's the reason why the whole GME GameStop thing happened. Honestly, if I had to be real with everybody, the people who traded GameStop and AMC, because I did not trade it. Believe it or not, that was the one thing I decided it was taboo to touch, because that's just me trying to gamble. And I'm not trading the stock market to gamble. If I don't know, I don't know. And I'm not going to get in. And 90% of people were. So I don't know. I'm not trying to say nothing bad about those people who traded it. But what I am trying to say is, yeah, it was very surface level. Let's just put it to you that way. That's why I just didn't touch it. It was just stupid. Honestly, I didn't even watch the GameStop movie. I feel like it's stupid as well. I don't even have to watch it, because I lived through it. And like while I was watching everybody go crazy and screaming in the corner, I was just like, what is wrong with y'all? You could play some biotechs, and I'm going up 1,000% with just a stock. I'm going from $3 to like $30. Sometimes these stock plays, I was going from $6 to $12, or $4 to $10. I was just buying a bunch of penny stocks, and then when they would go up double, or some like they would actually finally get news, I would literally just wait. Once the news was priced in and I was up 60%, 100%, I would sell it. And yeah, you would have to buy a lot. You had to put in like $1,000, $500. And when you double that, that's a lot of money. So that's where I was just like, all right, I'm just going to do this while everybody else just trips out over there. I remember I had this one kid that I went to college with, and he made $60,000 off of Plug Power. So the Plug Power stock, when it IPO'd, I also played it as well. That's not a stupid play. That was a really good play. The problem is he didn't know what he was doing, and he just lost it all. He literally made $60,000 just to lose it a couple weeks later. Let me show you Plug Power. And of course, do you think he's ever going to invest into the stock market again? Hell no. That's why I tell people, like, your first taste of success can't be just luck. It can't be from gambling. Because then the rest of your success, because day one was already a screw up, every other day, because you're not paying attention to what the screw up was and you're not acknowledging it, you're just trying to run with it, every day after is going to be a screw up. I got into that mindset, believe it or not. So in the beginning, I didn't. But then after I got into the mindset of trying to gamble, and that's when I started losing all my money. when I was trying to trade the SPY calls and the SPY puts, like 0 days, they were $5, and I was putting 1,000 into it. Yeah, that was just stupid. I'll be the first person to tell you that, but yeah, I did that. I did do that. So I guess I'm a little stupid here and there. As we all are, once in a while. But yeah, look at the stock right here. It did not do this, by the way. It did not hit $1. I think they reverse split or something. Or maybe it did hit $1. I don't know. Maybe it actually did hit $1. I forgot when I bought it, but I bought it somewhere down here for like $20, and then I sold it for like 30 something right before the second crazy run up. That kid I knew, I think he sold it right up here at the top at like 60s, if I'm correct. And I don't know what he did with the money after that, but yeah. Imagine if he threw it back in. If he threw it back into the puts, he would be at like 600K right now. I kid you not. If he just threw it back into the puts for like a year out, that would have been crazy. No, yeah, literally, that's so funny because that's around the same time I was going to college here. This is when I started trading stocks. Good times. I'm lying to you. It was not good times. I was so emotional. It wasn't even. I do not miss those times. Now I could just make fun of this market every single day. But back then, yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. Sometimes it would turn me into like a vegetable. Where like you would get 20 trades in a day. I would be profitable. I would be up 1,000. And because I kept trying to touch stuff and kept trying to play with some new name, oh, I got another 1,000. Let me throw 200 into here, 200 into there. Because I kept doing stupid stuff like that, I would lose all the profit. And then at the end of the day, because my brain was so overstimulated and overloaded, I would just be like, you know what, screw this stuff. And I'll turn into a damn vegetable. I wouldn't eat. I wouldn't go outside. I would just be staring at the wall, waiting for the next day to open. It was bad. Let me tell you, it was really bad. And then we started teaching. Well, not right after that. 2 years after that, but. Yeah. By the way, the whole purpose of me bringing that story back up again was just due to the fact that when I first started trading, I did it the right way. I made all my money. Everything went my way. And then when I started trying to trade forcefully and gamble and not put as much thought or work into it as I was doing in 2021 and in 2022 towards the beginning, because I just stopped doing that, I just kept taking losses. Loss after loss after loss. So when people tell me they lose 50,000, 100K, 200K, 300K, it's more so just them telling me that they have extra money they're willing to lose. And it wasn't until they lost everything that they noticed the mistake they made. Usually I kid you not, it sucks. It does suck. But usually you have to go back down to zero every single time before your brain actually realizes what mistake you just made. It sucks. That's usually what kills people. Literally and figuratively. So, yeah, just don't do that. Don't gamble. Don't rush. Don't act, like you don't have some good knowledge to you. All of you, pretty much, as long as you watch somebody trade for like a week straight and you could see how they're buying calls and where they bought the calls and you document everything like a little scientist, right? If you could do that, I promise you, you'll literally catch up to me within like a month. Take, for example, one of the other traders in this Discord. They just left, but Donald was really good, right? And he didn't really have to put too much work into the market. But it's kind of funny. I usually see that. Usually that always happens to me when I teach. Like usually the best traders, they end up leaving. Usually. They don't really take it to the next level, unfortunately. Because they get like content with their level. No matter their age. They could be 50, 100, I mean, nobody's trading that's 100 years old, but you get what I'm saying. They could be 20 years old. They all make the same mistake. But, I mean, that's not something that anybody else is to speak for. So I can understand, like, when somebody just doesn't want to do stuff no more, or when they have other stuff they got to deal with, or... But, yeah, it just sucks. But, yeah, he was really, really, really good. Like, really good. Really good. I haven't had a one-on-one with him, and he was getting 300% per day just because he knew my reversal points. But yeah, like stuff like that, that's awesome to me. Like when people really try in certain ways without even actually trying, they go really far. And then when they actually try to take stuff to the next level, it's like boom. Now they're at a level that even I can't reach. And that's what I want as a teacher, of course. When I see people try and they do it for a little bit and they just stop, it's just like, what the hell was the purpose? You make me feel like how I did when I went to college. You know? Start college, then you quit after a quarter because it's just like, I don't want to do this no more. I want to do this. I want to do something else. Can't keep living life like that. So I hope for those other individuals that are going to join in the future, I hope that they can actually just maintain their presence, be able to actually grow a community together and not just quit one by one. But again, everything happens for a reason. I'm simply just here to be the showrunner. That's all I want to be. I want to run the circus. That's it. Whoever wants to work for the circus and be in the circus, that's none of my problem. Not anymore, at least. It was in the beginning. Like, I got really emotional because I would have 3, 4, 5-hour conversations with people. They would call me 10, 20, 30 times in a week. And then they would just leave right before their next... I started noticing they would always leave like a day before they get charged from their subscription from Patreon. But it's kind of funny because Patreon usually leaves people... Like, let's say if somebody leaves in June, it'll keep that person in here till July for free. And I've been doing that with every single person, all 150 students that I've taught. I've gave them so much extra months to be here. But because they were trying to steal the information and not use it to benefit themselves, they were just trying to take, and not really grow. I realized that every single one of them lost their money. Every single one of them. The universe literally corrected it for me without me even having to get emotional. And so that's why I don't get emotional no more. Because when somebody makes money and I know that they're trying to do me wrong and they're not trying to have one-on-ones or they're not trying to be taught by me, they're just trying to do a little bit here, a little bit there, go ghost on me for 3 weeks and then start answering out of nowhere with a horrible excuse that I don't say nothing about. I just know it's an excuse. It's always an excuse. Greatness has nothing but greatness. There's no excuses to greatness. If you never wanted to be great, it just won't happen. So that's kind of how I look at stuff. At least now, not before. That's why I kicked out like 70 people from the Discord, just due to the fact that, I mean, yeah, they were paying me money, and yeah, I could have just kept them in the corner and racked up whatever money they were giving me, but that's not right money. That's not good money. That's not money that makes me feel happy with living, Making money from people who are growing and are trying and they want me to teach them, that feels right. That feels like I made an impact. So that's why I kicked everybody out. And it kind of sucks for me because now it's just so quiet. And I like when it's loud. I like when there's a bunch of noise and things going on and people everywhere. It makes me like operate at a higher level. When it starts to dissipate and I don't feel as if this is the environment it was before, it naturally just causes like I guess a slowdown. That might be what it is, just a slowdown. But as you could tell, the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we've been ramping everything up. So it's pretty good. It's pretty nice so far. I like it. I'm very happy with the success from the last 2-3 weeks. I know the next month or two is going to be insane. It's going to be crazier than February, crazier than June, crazier than that drop out the sky with Spy. Because we don't need that drop to make money. All we need is 30 minutes of every day, and we've made our money. Do that 30 days in a row, and you're a millionaire. That's all it takes. For everybody who's still listening. Not too sure who's there in the background, but this is going to be awesome. I can't wait. Spy, can you hurry your ass up? Thank you, Meech. Thank you, Fish. Now, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It just, like, no matter how, it's like, you know what it's like? This does not relate to it, but I know every man can at least speak about this, like this one thing that they had to go through. I mean, with females, with women, it might be the same thing, but you ever met that girl that she was just like, everything was wavy about her? Everything. I'm talking about personality, looks, family. Everything was just like, it was like she was glowing in your eyes. And then for some reason, something happened because maybe you were putting too much, maybe you were doing too much because you really felt really happy with this person and you were just putting way too much time into it, right? And then out of nowhere, they just disappear. Right? Or they're just not feeling the relationship. 9 times out of 10 is because you were doing too much. Because you should have slowed down a little bit. And maybe the other person felt like it was moving too quick, or there's usually a reason for it. But the point that I'm trying to make is that no matter how much you want that person and how much you try, the universe is not going to give you that person. That's what that feels like when I try to teach sometimes. It's like no matter what I do and what I say and what I try, because this person doesn't really want to learn their lesson and they don't really want to learn the thing that the universe is trying to make them learn, or whatever, you know, religious text that they're trying to follow, they're not trying to learn that. It's like I could feel it. It's like I could feel the Supreme One just putting down his hammer and just being like, nope. And what occurred was, because I kept trying and trying and trying, the charting and how I looked at the market, it became faster and quicker because I thought I was the person to blame. I thought I was the reason why they weren't succeeding. But then I realized something. It's not me at all. I'm already that first month of what I taught people was enough to take into the next 5-10 years and start a Discord with just that information. I went crazy. I literally went crazy. I improved this Discord so well that right now, if I'm being honest with everybody, if we just have a few more teachers here, and this is what makes me upset. Truly, this is right here. This is the reason why sometimes I wake up on the wrong side of the bed, is because if I had a few more teachers that knew what I know, I could teach 50, 60,000 people, no problem. I could even teach 100K people, no problem. Every day, 10 people, 30 people, 50 people. Fill up my whole entire day so that I can't even go on vacations, and I don't care, because that fills me with such purpose. It makes you feel like you're floating. I don't know if anybody here has felt like they were floating sober. Yes, sober. And everything just felt limitless, like you were a child again. That right there, I never felt that from any job, any person, anything besides from teaching. Not even from me making my own money and hitting 100K. I never even felt like that. I didn't feel, there was no feeling for it, because now once you get to 100K, you realize that you still got to do a bunch of other stuff before you can even use that money, you know? So yeah, that's the point that I'm trying to kind of correlate with everybody here. I want them to all understand that as long as they can actually see themselves succeeding and just hang on, and they can fix their own mistakes that the universe is trying to give them, I just got to be patient with them. That's it. I just got to be there, and I can't throw them to the curve. So most likely what I'm going to have to do with all 80 of those people that I kicked out is I'm most likely going to have to try to see if they want to join the other Discord, which is cheaper, right? The problem is they're not going to get my one-on-ones, nor are they going to get the other help. So now it feels like I'm giving them less when I used to give them more. And I don't think they're going to like that. You know? Imagine if you were paying $50 for somebody, and then now he's telling you, all right, you still have to pay 50, only one trade a week, no one-on-ones, no extra help, just a couple things here and there. They might not like that. So that's the reason why I could tell that nobody wanted to join the other Discord. It still has 0 people in it right now. I do have people in it, but it's just because of the notes they took and because they were following things that I wanted them to do properly. So I do have people there for free, but I check in every now and again to see what they're doing, see the notes that they're taking. And yeah, I kicked out, I think, like 5 people last week from the free Discord. It's not even free, it's $50, but because I'm always like that, I always got to do something stupid, give people more opportunities than I should have. But it's because I'm trying to be patient. That's the thing. I'm trying to be patient. But then again, if I'm being patient, just remove them and let them join whenever they want. That's it. You don't got to be behind, nobody's neck forcing food down their throat when they don't want it. So yeah, that's how I'm trying to move right now. That's how I'm trying to build things. I think that by December, because I screwed up this whole year, honestly. I'll be honest with every single one of y'all. I screwed up the first 6 months. I was dealing with a lot of stuff in the background that I did not have to deal with last year. And that shit screwed up my whole year. Plus, I kicked out everybody from the Discord. So now it's just like, bittersweet. We gotta rebuild though. Rebuild. Because the people we have here are absolutely phenomenal. The current 35 people that we have in this group right now, you guys are phenomenal. Some more than others. Cough, cough. The people that are not here, I'm coming for you. The reason why I'm saying that is because when you don't trade, I expect the person to text me on my phone and tell me, hey, Silo, I'm not trading today. Because that automatically tells me that, boom, I'm not going to see any trades for them or any notes. It's kind of like what a teacher does, like roll call. So, does anybody do it out of the 35 people? Only 2 people. And remember, I'm giving them 30 trades a day. You saw how much times I traded today, guys. Come on now. I'm giving them like 50 trades, 100 trades, 1,000 trades within a week sometimes. But yet they can't do the bare minimum of just, texting me when they're not going to. But that's what I'm saying. That's what makes it so hard for me, because I'm not even asking for more money or. That's what actually made me start putting the tiers up for a higher amount, was because I was just like, all right, like, you guys are doing too much. Like, if you want extra information, extra help, I'm always here. That you don't have to pay for that. I'm always here. But when you're just trying to get extra trades, now it feels like you're crossing a line. So yeah, I hope we fix it. I think we could fix it. I know we could fix it. In fact, not I hope, not I think. I know we could. Because I know the potential of everybody here. Which also, that's another thing that makes me sad, is I know the potential of everybody here, and I literally see them not act upon it every day. Like, they just sit on their hands. And unfortunately, they don't call me to tell me why. Even though I tell them that's okay. So yeah. Bittersweet, like I said. But it's going to get better. I know it is. With how I move and how I do things, and with the current amount of people that we have in this group, how nice they are, how smart they are, I think, again, I don't think, you can't stop fucking saying think, I know that things are going to go the right way. Maybe even better than I think. Or than I should say, than I know. Let me grab some water, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's see what's going on now. Let's go ahead and close some of these indicators. We obviously already know that the London market's closed. So there we go. Once we hit reversal point number 2 here, because we ran up and hit number 1, the next thing I want to see is you just simply either 1, just shoot up into the new high now, or 2, you fall down to number 2, and then we just buy one more time. If not, we potentially might be able to buy a number 3 now, because it's still going to be holding on the green line and the blue line together. So yeah, we'll give it a chance here. We'll see if it's going to flop right back down to the floor. We still have some calls in case it runs up anyways. We're still ranked 70 in the world. So far, we've lost nothing. All our other trades overweigh everything. So yeah, we're doing really good right now. Once we fall to number 3, I want to see if these contracts are going to be a little bit cheaper for us. And yeah, that's all I'm waiting for. Give me 1 second. I have to figure out how I was copying this. Right underneath that box right there. There we go. Once I copy and paste this on the screen, it's over. Everything's gonna change. Watch this. Actually, no, I had to do 2 of them. Alright, but is that proper? Let's just copy it for now. I don't know if I did it on the 15-minute or the 5-minute. I forgot. Let's actually check right now. If I go on the 5-minute, does it look messed up? Nah. That looks good. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay. So let's just make sure it's right on this line here. It's a little off. This is basically the DARP chart on steroids. I'll explain to you why in a second. Excellent. Alrighty, everybody. So this is where the games begin. This right here, we're gonna move you over. You, we're also gonna move you way over. Alright. So that's your reset point right there. I don't know if I like that being the reset point. We'll leave it for now. I forgot how I made this. Well, I didn't forget, but why did I do it like this? Unless. Did I do more over here? Oh, I can't see I'm on a 5-minute. Oh yeah, that's why. See? Now I see. Yeah, I did it just like that on purpose. Alright, that's perfect. That's excellent. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if that's going to be a mistake here. I might have to check that over. But as you can see, when the market fell down yesterday, it fell to the center, right back up to the top. But what I'm more so looking at right now was the odd reality how this happened right here. Let me see, if I turn off the groups, was it this chart? No, yeah, let me check the other chart. Give me 1 second. I just noticed something. I mean, first thing is just this right here, how funny this was. You basically did equal reaction right here. Almost hit this line, right? Almost hit this line, and now you're back at the midpoint. So now the market's going to either one, test the new high, maybe this quarter point. It's either going to go here, and then touch this, and then fall down to here. Or overnight, you're literally just going to fall out the sky. So it's one of those days, one of my favorite days to trade, overnight contracts. So of course, I'm going with calls because it's harder. If we crash overnight, the only thing we're going to do is look at our puts that we have for 2 weeks out. See if they go up in value. If not, we're just going to give this a moment and see if it can continue to crash throughout the week. And that's pretty much it. That's all we're looking for. Remember, we already have weekly puts. So what I did was we set up some 1 day, 2 day, and 3 day calls. If you keep falling out the sky and you just fall to number 4, then we'll start getting the 5 day, 10 day, more expensive calls. But because you didn't hit number 4 yet, remember, I told you guys ever since 9:30, if we don't hit number 4, we're not going to put in too much capital. It's only going to be in, you know, like little baby trades here and there. Especially if we're holding overnight. Especially if that's the case. Okay, let's zoom in here for a second. Let's look at the prices on some of these calls. So yeah, the 622s are now the price I want them to be at. So I might grab one here. Depending on if SPY holds on the 200 here. Yep, you're holding. You might go below it a little bit. About right there. Let's see now. I'm scanning the field right now. Oh, you going below it now? Okay, so I'm looking at the 0 day options. We're going to buy some 622s here. Actually, let's get some 621s. Alrighty. Go, 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 go. Let's see how this turns out. This should be pretty fun. Let's check some of these other names here. Nvidia puts. Let's see it. Remember, Nvidia's earnings is very soon, so we might have to wait for that before we get into something long term. $16,000, $47,000 for 70 days out. That's so expensive. What was the one I was looking at? It was, I think, 38 days out, right? It was a put, and it was for 145. No, that's too expensive. Was it a 31 day out one? No, it had to be 38 because the volume for the open interest, whatever you call it. 140s. I swear, wasn't it a 148 call? Or a 148 put? There's no 148s though. Let me see something. How about over here? Nah, it just goes by every $5. Yeah. So it means it has to be closer. It'd be 24 days? It was a 148 for... Don't tell me it was 17 days out. That's too expensive. Either I'm bugging, or these contracts just change crazy in value. I'm gonna look at yesterday's video later on to see. But why do they all look different? Like, way different. It didn't even move that much. They did hit 130. Wait, what was yesterday? Today's what? The 8th? Yeah, look at this. This contract was 180 for the puts. Oh, because it went up to 159. That's what it was. It went up a little bit higher. Okay, so... Alright. So these are cheaper, actually. No, yeah, this was 150, I think. That's what it was. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Regardless, the new contracts that I was suggested by now is definitely going to be a 150 for 17 days out. That right there, that's a really good play, in my opinion. Every 17 days, I would play something like that. So after the 17 days is done, I would do another one. But I would probably wait like a week in between. And then, if I'm trying to play lighter, I would go 10 days or 3 days. So, yeah, these values are not that bad, everybody. If you guys want to scoop up some of these puts, just in case the market falls out the sky, of course, SPY might run up. That's what you have to be concerned with. So if you would like to wait for tomorrow, that's a smart idea to me. If you just want to hop into something, just so you have something on the board in case there's a drop this week, get into a 3-day contract, right? Spend only like $20, $30, and literally hold it until that thing says it's up 300%. That's it. If it's anything in between, you don't care. So as long as you could do that and not touch it unless it says 200 to 300%, of course, that means you're going to take a loss if it hits 60, 70, 80%. You're probably not going to sell it. But again, we're looking for a big move. We're not looking for a little move no more. We're looking for this thing to open up, and this thing is already at 145, 140, because then these $30 contracts are going straight to $800. In fact, I have no problem with buying one right now with everybody if you guys are down with that. If you guys want to do that, we'll do it together. Let me see the 10 days though. I think I'd rather choose a 10-day. 30, and if we go in the money, yeah, we would make less. We would definitely make a lot less. However, I think we should do this. That's what I did last time with you guys. The market dropped like $20, and we were like $3, $4 in the money. Each one I bought for $30. We were selling it for $600 to $700 each. In fact, let me show you real quick. I still have the picture saved. Let's go to the NVIDIA chart real quick, which is this one, and then we go right here. Chart number 3. Yep. Let's turn it all on. Actually, did I post? No, I posted in this one. Consolidation zones. Where is it? So as you all can see here, we're just trying to mimic the same trade. That's it. We spent $29. That same day we were up 41%, but I told everybody to hold it. Next day we opened up and we were basically up 1,500%. And as you can see, I filled both of them. 2 of them for $60. That's how I bought them. And then when I sold them, right on this picture here, it says right there at the top, order filled. 125 put for NVIDIA. Contracts were sold at 6.7. So $670 each. And I think if I held it, I think they ended up going to like $800, $900 each. Let me show you when that was. So what day was this? This is February 7th. That's when this occurred. So if everybody's looking here, where's February 7th? No, it wasn't here. Wait, was it a February? There's no way I did that. There's no way. So that was a February, no, 207 put. Nah, yeah, I'm not tripping. That's February 7th. So I told you guys to buy a 10-day out contract. See, that's why we made so much money. We could have made more if we had the 3 days. Because obviously, who the hell is going to be able to tell that you're going to fall out the sky like $40? But no wonder. If we would have traded something shorter, we would have made more money. Because I was confused. Because I was just like, we made a good amount of money. I wasn't sad about that. But I was just confused. It should have been more. That makes so much sense now. Because, yeah, we bought it literally right here. As soon as we fell a little bit off the open, I told everybody, I was like, all right, bye. Looks like you might just collapse to the bottom. Because this is what I had on my screen at the time. And it was so funny, but you actually ended up hitting it perfectly. And then once you hit that bottom once, you bounced it again twice. Told everybody to buy here. And then, yeah, ran up to 140, which was perfect. So I just wanted to do the opposite thing right now, which is fall down to 140. Now, since it's above it, if it truly wants to show me this is bullish and it's going to go up to a new high, it should be able to give us an equal reaction, no problem. Unless you're just going to give the equal reaction of this, which, I mean, it makes sense. You could do that. NVIDIA could bounce to like 180, 200, just because of how far it dropped below everything. That's my only worry. Because I don't like trading stocks when they're running into a high. Specifically leap plays. The only thing I would tell people to buy is puts. Because when a market runs up, the only thing you can buy is puts at certain points. You could, of course, buy calls, but that's when the market falls on the monthly, where it's like an insane amount, kind of like this right here. Like this drop right here, when I told everybody to buy at $80, honestly, I don't think anybody bought. I don't think anybody bought in the Discord. If not, they already sold it by the time you ran up to here. I don't think anybody's still holding it. But those contracts, they were around 100 to 300 down here for November. And right now up here, they are, let me show you on the screen. So just look at my screen here. So again, these were actually, no, they were December contracts. And they were for 160. So right now, each one went from, I think like $100, $200. Let me see. This is a put. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. So look, let me show everybody. Because this is crazy. This is why I'm telling you guys, you got to hold your contracts. But because everybody needs to, you know, play with that money short term. Well, they don't need to. They just force it. Let's be honest. But see how you're up 1,000% here? This was 1,000% and then it slowed down, of course. Kind of makes sense. A lot of people are going to sell at that point. But then when it continued to head up higher, straight to 1,000%. Or this was 500%, sorry. This was 1,000%. And these were the contracts that I told everybody to buy. So yeah, I don't think nobody got this, honestly. I sold it right here. You guys know me. I already know they were going to do this. I wasn't trying to deal with this. So I sold it like somewhere. I didn't sell at the peak, actually. I remember now. You know, yeah, I remember. It went to like 1,300. It might have been here. I saw this, and then the day after, I probably sold it like around. I think I sold it for like 1,100. It was at a low point. It was a terrible point to sell. But I don't think anybody else in the Discord had it, so there's just no point for me to hold it. Making money from something like that is not in my interest. I only want to make money from teaching. That's it. Making money from teaching is more fulfilling than any single dollar I could make trading myself. Then when everybody gets to the same level, it's just like slingshot, slingshot, slingshot. We opened 6 businesses, 10 businesses. Now we're all getting money from different resources. Now the community's growing. Now we're involved in different things besides stock trading. Yeah, it goes far, let me tell ya. So I don't expect anybody to understand me, nor do I care if they do. It's not in your interest to understand me. It's in your interest to kind of understand yourself, just like how I'm trying to do it. And yeah, that was the reason why. Was it purposeful? Should I have done that? I mean, if I was really trying to make money, no, I would have kept it. I would have kept it till I hit like 1,600, 2,000. Because usually, for some reason, Nvidia has this really weird trend where, because of how it moves, you oftentimes see contracts that are 300 to 400 go to like 16 to 2,000, and then it always reverses for some odd reason, like really big. Like I'm talking about, you're at $2,000 each contract today. Tomorrow you're at $800. That type of thing right there. So it's wild, but yeah, that's also another thing you want to watch out for with Nvidia. That's why you want to hold it for a long time, by the way. Again, hold it for a long time. If you had 130s, and this is where it gets crazy, right? Let me show you something real quick. So these contracts down here, they were $310 around the time the SPY hit a low. Right now, they're at 3,000 each. So it's kind of funny, but you would have made, remember, this is 300 each. So you would have made basically the same amount of money, if not a tiny bit more, if you had traded this instead of the 160. But don't you think it's so funny how you basically made the same amount? They both went up 1,000% for December and for 73 days out from now. The reason why that's the case is because you had consolidation that killed most of the value for this contract. But because it was mostly heading up, it was consolidating upwards. So this is something you have to pay attention to, even if you're looking at an options, like an options price, like not the stock price, because that's what I'm looking at right now. This consolidation is something you have to pay attention to, because it means if this contract was worth 3,000 at one point, and then before that it was 3,300, and then before that it was 3,900, you're gonna stop at one of these points in between it. That's King's Point. So you're gonna stop at 28, 31, 36, or 40, like 4,000. If not, you're gonna go up, make a new high, and then just completely tank from there. And it could actually still make a new high, as you can see. It looks very, very bullish. I just kind of really want to see this market. As long as it could drop to down here, which would probably be a drop of maybe $20. Maybe if we drop down to like 145, 140, we'll be able to buy these for like 2,000. I mean, obviously, we're not going to buy these specifically, but this contract here will hit the 200. Maybe drop down below it a little bit, and then just start springing right back up into the new high. That's how I could see these September contracts working out. The only problem is you only have 3 months. You have less than 3 months, actually. 2.5 months. So it's a little risky if you want to trade anything that's 73 days out, because you would buy a put. And look at these. They cost $200. They used to cost $4,000. You still have 70 days of time. If this thing goes in the money, you're instantly up 500%. If it goes down to the main level, you're going to be up 4,000%. Or, no, 3,000. Or 3,000? No, because that's 500. Going to from 200 to 1,000. And then 100 times 4. That's 500. So you'll be up like 3,500%. Something like that. Which is pretty insane. Again, you would have to hold it until, honestly, you would probably have to hold it for at least 60 days. You would probably only have 20 days of time left when you actually should be going in the money. If not, if you don't trust that, get something 200 days out, call it a day, and that's it. That's all you got to do. But these are very expensive, so I would honestly get not 200 days. I'll get like 190 if I'm trying to buy a put right now. Yeah, you got some good open interest here. 23,000, 35,000. So there's a lot of people buying this right now. 47,000. Yeah, it's $400. I'm very cheap. I like using a very cheap amount. I don't like going heavy into nothing, because you don't need a lot of money to make something crazy. You just need a little bit amount of money in the right place. That's it. That's all you need every single time. a little bit of money in the right place, your psychology is going to be better. You're not going to sell it early. You're going to wait for it to hit what you think it's going to hit because you know it's going to hit that. And you're not being, emotional because of the money. So always use 30% of your whole entire account. If you do that, I promise you, it's almost impossible for a human to make mistakes. Because people are very smart, especially if you went throughout all the different aspects of setting up a brokerage account and putting money into your app, and you're doing something that most of the people in the world would not do, So it's like if you got that far, you can definitely just do things the right way. Only 20%, 30% of your account. Get a good safety net, and then when you're at like 10K, 15K, and you're trying to go crazy, you just let me know, and I'll show you what you have to do. I'll show you. I could direct you to the trades that do what you want them to do. It's just don't expect any trade to give you anything more than 20% normally, because 20% is about the consolidation that a stock does. That's like the normal consolidation. So if I look at SPY right now, right? Every single one of these ups and downs from down here to then, right back up here, because it's so slow, every single one of these gains is about 20%. So if this runs up and hits the red line again, that's a 20% to 50% trade right there. Just like that. One candle. If it goes from here to this orange box and you have a call for 623, I promise you, you're going to go up 300% to 400% instantly because you have a 0 day. If it's 5 days out, you're probably only going to make like 30%, 40%. Unless you're in the money already, then you could probably make a lot more because the delta is going to be higher. Meaning per contract, you make more when it's in the money. It just, will cost a lot of money. So if it goes out the money from being in the money, that's when you kind of get screwed. For me, that's why whenever I go in the money, I'm out. I never let my contracts go to the peak. And that's what makes me have a high win rate. As long as when I go out the money, and as soon as I go in the money, just out, instantly out. Because I've had so many times where I've been in the money and I didn't sell. I'm up 200%. I'm up 150%. I go take a little break. I walk around, eat something. I go back to the app, and I'm only up 30%. And of course, the psychology in that moment, because you're so emotional, because you're just like, damn, I should have sold it. I should have did this. I should have did that. You're just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to hold it now. And then when you hold it, it just goes to nothing. So it's like, what did I even just do today? Because the next day is not going to be the same as today. You're not going to have the same opportunities. It's all different. You're going to have opportunities, of course, but not the same ones. So, yeah. That's just how I think. It's better to invest a very little amount, ladies and gentlemen. You're always going to make the best decisions. You're always going to hold for a longer time. You're going to claim more profit every time, especially if you're holding overnight, over 5 days, 4 days, and you got a 30-day contract or a 10-day or a 15-day contract, and you're just holding for 3 days. That right there, that's my favorite types of trades. Like 17 to 14 days out, and I sell within like the weekly move. So I'm buying a monthly contract for a weekly move. When I'm trying to trade the daily, I usually tell you guys to buy a 5-day. And because today there was no good daily trends, that's why we haven't bought a 5-day yet. So far, we only bought a 0-day. We got a 1-day we locked in just because. And then we also locked in a 3-day call. But we're not going to touch nothing else unless you actually do something that's extreme. Because then, when you do something extreme, there's always going to be retracement on that. And that retracement is all I want. 20% of the retracement, that's it. As long as I can pinpoint where it's going to happen, I know we're going to be good. And that's all. It's simple. But if I put $1 million here and I have $1 million to my name and this thing drops to number 5, oh, I'm going to be sweating. I might even put my head through the screen, But if I have $1 million and I only put in, let's just say 10,000 right here, and I'm just like, all right, if it falls to number 5, screw it. I'm just going to average down with another 10,000, 20,000 in total. And then if it falls below this red line, man, you know what? I'm just going to hop into a 0-day put with 5K and try to see if I can make like 2,000, 3,000. And that's it. That's all you have to do. You always have to have an extra amount, because if that first trade just turns out to be a loss, so be it. That's it. Let that thing go down the drain. That's how I trade. And that's what made me get good so fast, because within a week I was destroying any account that took me 3 months to make, you know? So when you keep doing that for a whole year, 2 years straight, the psychology is it changes, because now you can actually see the contracts, because of course, obviously, there was days where I sold it. And you know what happened those days that I sold it? The contract went, let's just say it was up 150 and I didn't sell it, and now it's at 30%. Nah, yeah, I would have days where I would be like, you know what? I'm just going to take my money. I'm just going to leave. And then every single time, that same day, my contracts would go up 400% then, 500%. Especially when you mess with SPX. That's the worst thing in the world. So it wasn't until I put all these things on my chart, which were the reversal points and stuff like that, which changed the psychology of everything. As long as you guys got these reversal points and you're trading with a very low amount of your whole entire account, it's always going to work out in your favor. As long as you're not full porting at some random ass level, because no level is a full port level unless I tell you it is. That's pretty much it. Unless I give you the green light to full port into a certain name for a certain reason. And by the way, when I say full port, I'm not talking about your whole entirety of your wealth. It's just one of your accounts. You're going to have many, especially if I'm teaching you. No, yeah, I'm going to make you open like 5-10 accounts just in case. A lot of people get, PDT restricted. They get good faith violations and they lose their account. So as long as you have multiple, you can easily just withdraw it. Don't even complain. Don't say a word. On to the next app. Because that's the only thing that can hold you back or stop you from making money is not being able to trade. That's the worst thing in the world. That's worse than not even having money, is when you can't even trade. Which, I get it. It's like, the chicken crossed the road type of thing. Or what came first, the chicken or the egg? That's basically what I just said right there. But, yeah, I think this market's going to flip bullish. I think it's going to flip green. It wants to fall out the sky. So if it tanks overnight, so be it. It'll be something, we didn't really think of. Unless you actually pass this low. If you just fall below 617, you're definitely just going to collapse. For now, since you're above that last low from yesterday, we're thinking tomorrow is going to be really bullish. So off the rip tomorrow, I might have everybody play puts first, just because the market might be negative first because it's going to be so bullish. Get it? For some reason, markets always do that. So like, let's just say if today let's just say tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, a bunch of people step into the market and they just start averaging down on everything and buying the 0 days. You're going to notice the market obviously gets sent up to the high, right? If they just collapse it right below and you just start gapping up and you open anywhere below that last low, that just means that, again, the market's just bearish. That's it. It's just negative. If it opens up at 617 or below, it's negative, play puts. If it gets above this high from over here, jump into a quick 0-day call just for a quick little scalp. If it continues to run up higher, you're going to jump into another call above the 200 moving average. And that's pretty much it. That's how we're going to play tomorrow. Calls to the 200 and then above the 200 and then holding on top of the 200. And then once it gets above everything, then we can start playing with our other trading styles like reversal point 4, 5, 6. You're definitely going to touch number 8 on the reversal point soon, though. That's what I'm noticing. But yes, so go back to the little example that I was giving you. As long as everybody here is buying appropriately at the right times, at the right reversal points, because remember, this is just 0-day trades. If I'm trying to do 5-day trades, I would have to copy this box here and put it somewhere down here maybe. These are reversal points to number 1 for a 5-day trade. Honestly, I wouldn't even do a 5-day trade on number 1, so we're just going to delete that. No number 1 on the 5-day. No number 2 on the 5-day. No number 3. Only reversal points number 4, 5. Should I do 6 with you guys? 6 happens a lot sometimes. 6 happens more than 7. But 8 I feel like 7 happens more than 8. We'll just keep it like this, and when we actually get a crazy day, we'll change it around. So in terms of reversal point 4, if I'm getting a 5-day contract, let's go ahead and take a look together. So right now for SPY, do you have a 5-day? You have a 6-day contract. All right. So for the 6-day contracts right now for SPY, let's go look at what the thing says. Only use how many dollars? So let's see, what's the cheapest I would make you spend for a 6-day contract? Honestly, I would make you go at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 6 strikes. So I would probably have you buy the 150s. Would I have you buy the 150s or 170s? Let me check the calls real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, yeah. So, but then again, it's yeah, I get it. It's at 620. I get it. If it was like 619.50, it would be. This one would probably be cheaper. It would be in the 160s. So yeah, honestly, I would have you buy a 616. If you're trying to buy a put for SPY on the 4th reversal point, let's say if it would have hit number 4 up the top, I would have had you buy a 160. So let's give it a price that's going to be normal. Let's just say 160. 160 for a 5-day contract. If you're going to buy from number 5, I would say that, yeah, it's fine to actually go a little bit heavier and probably maybe get a 220. Number 6, honestly, I wouldn't, now that I'm thinking about it, because we would always buy on number 4 and 5 first before 6, so we would always be down by number 6. So number 6 is too early to average down. So number 6, we're just going to take this thing out. Gone. Number 7, yeah, gone. Number 8, we'll keep it, because that's the next level where you can average down if you buy at 4 and 5. With the 0 days, you could literally average down at every reversal point if you really wanted to. So like, let's say if I bought at number 1, just like how I did today, I bought once down here. If I would have bought like 20 contracts, right, for that same price, I would have been able to get out for a profit here. But because I only buy one, and then I was waiting for this one to buy a couple more, the contracts, they just never, they never came back to life, basically, because you've just been staying stuck in this little range. If we would have held above the yellow line and ran to this next yellow line, which is what I'm thinking we're going to do overnight tonight, if not tomorrow, we would have been up about an 800% gain, 900%. So tomorrow, that's our goal. We have a 1 day just in case it runs up overnight. We have an overnight contract. And then if it falls out the sky, we're also good, because we have a monthly and a 2-month output for SPY. If it goes nowhere and tomorrow we open up at the same level, we're just going to trade 0-day calls. And then we're going to try to see if we could time that crazy run up. If we literally buy at all the perfect reversal points, I'm telling you, one of those contracts are going to go up 1,000%. That's the funniest thing. I check it every single time a day does something crazy. And let me tell ya, it does it every time. There was some weeks where these SPY contracts were moving 2,000-3,000% per day for like a week straight, 2 weeks straight. And it's the summertime, so it's just like last year. That's what I hope. I hope it's going to be more insane than last year. I hope SPY just crashes $1,000. Just straight into negative 400. Or negative 600. It'd be negative 600. No, but yeah. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, that was a nice. And you fell right back down to the middle. Fell right back up to the top. So you'll fall right back down to 614 if you continue to crash. You know what? Let's check something real quick. I want to check like a $10 put play overnight. How much are the puts? What time is it? 3:05? Yeah. We're starting to dance with almost no time left. I'm thinking last time yesterday it started getting quick around what is this, 2:30? Nah, yeah, it started getting fast around 2:30 yesterday. Today is moving real slow. But it's all good. We already made all of our capital this morning. So at this point, we're just waiting for the runners and for the first play, which is basically a runner at this point, I guess. Yeah. If the one-day plays don't work out tomorrow, the first goal is just going to be to make back the $50 that we have on the board right now for all the 0 days, or not all the 0 days, but all the 1 days and all the 2 days and all the 3 days, because we have 1, 2, and 3 now. So our first goal tomorrow, if we lose it, it's just going to be to make that back, which is around $50, $60. And then the next goal is to lock in another put on the monthly for SPY. We're just going to keep buying puts for SPY on the monthly until you hit 640, and then we're going to start playing calls to 680. That's the game plan, everybody. And then once we hit 680, monthly puts once again, and yearly puts. 680 to 720 to like around 740. I'm going to be buying 900 day out puts again. So 3-year outputs, or 2.5 years basically. I think, right? 3, 6, 9. Yeah, no, yeah, it would be like a little bit under 3 years. 2 years and like 8 months. And that's good enough, honestly. That's enough time for this market to crash out the sky and hit 300. Especially if we fall from 700, that would be absurd. Those $300 contracts, they're basically going to go down to nothing. Right now, they're very expensive. They're like $600, $700. If we run up to $700 on SPY, those $300 contracts, the 300 strike price, is going to be the price that I want it to be, which is going to be around $300, $400. It might even be like $100 to $200, honestly. If it drops to like $50 or something crazy like that, no, yeah, we're gonna go crazy on this in like a year or two from here. Buy a crazy amount of puts at that top. For now, we're just pretty much playing the day-by-day game, which is, of course, very slow. So it kind of sucks, but I mean, hey, at least we know we can compound with a very small amount and still make a crazy amount. What time is it? 3:08. It is curving though, as you can see. This looks very bullish, which of course means one thing and one thing only. That's how you're gonna crash. If you get below that line, it's over. You do not want to get below that line right there. Right here. There you go. Actually, is it down here? So once it gets below this blue line, it's just going to start yanking out the sky basically. Till it hits about 6, what is this? Yeah, till it hits about like 618, it'll probably like bounce up to like 619 and then fall down lower. To way below. About here. And once you fall around here, you're most likely going to start holding and start consolidating around this area here. So you might just go back and forth like this. You might just do something weird. So what I'm looking for is Thursday was the high. Monday was a drop out the sky. Tuesday's consolidation. So let's go simply take a look at last week. Last week you were running up on Thursday. So that's the same. On Monday last week you were running up, so that's different. On Tuesday last week you were consolidating upwards, which is the same as today. And then on Wednesday, it just simply ran up into the sky the whole entire day, which is what I'm thinking tomorrow's going to do. So that was last week. So it's kind of funny, but we're literally doing the same thing we did pretty much last week. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But if it falls very far, of course, further than yesterday, you might just hold right next to yesterday's low and then bounce up again right there, like I told you. If you go further than that, you're just simply going to start crashing to these lows, and then you're going to hold right around here, just like you did right around here to the left. You're going to do the same thing. Now, let's just say if it's dropping out the sky very quickly, the way you're going to get into this market is not with this chart, of course, but it's going to be with this chart and with this chart here. So these are the main charts that we're looking at right now. Usually when it falls from a blue box, it's going to hit the next blue box, and then you can hold and go higher. That's what you've just been doing down here. However, since you gapped up a couple days ago, all I want to see you do, at least for today and tomorrow, is consolidate. That's it. I want to see this market slow down, hold its horses for a second, and just run right back up to the same high it was just basically at. Besides that, honestly, I'm not really looking for anything else. That's pretty much it. That's what I personally want. What does the market look like it's going to do? Potentially fall out the sky here. What do I want? For it to hold and potentially run up, consolidate, fill that gap from a couple days ago, give it to like next week, and then we start falling out the sky. I just want them to kill value. That's it. Every week that they make us stay up here and they make us go higher or stay next, right next to the top, those puts 3 months, 2 months, 6 months out, they just keep literally disappearing out of thin air. And that is amazing. That's what we want. Because now we could tiptoe our way in here and grab them for a very cheap price. You know how happy I was when I had those SPY contracts go from $5 to $200 each overnight? That was like, there was nothing better than that. That was an awesome feeling right there. To go up 5,000% overnight. So every single day, I'm literally just trying to hunt down that next big trade again. Because it happens like every few weeks. And I know it's possible, right? It's possible to get it right every single time. It is definitely possible. It's just, I'm trying to create a system where we're robotically doing it every day. So like every day, depending on certain days of the week, if there's gaps, if there's, you know, certain things we need to confirm, that's when I think we should start trading those contracts for a big move. Just like today, we bought the first set of contracts, we bought the second set, sold them, bought the third set, sold them, fourth set, fifth set, sixth set, sold them. The only thing we held was the first set, just in case it ran up to that point, which was at the top of the range. So it was a good play style, honestly. It was literally impeccable. You cannot or could not have done something better besides, ready for this? Not just focusing on the calls. Because we were just playing calls there the whole entire day. If we would have also played puts in correlation with it, that's what would have took any bad day and made it an amazing day no matter what day it is. But that's going to be for tomorrow. Actually, no, tomorrow, because it's going to be bullish, I'm thinking about just making you guys focus on puts. That should be a really hard thing to do. Just because I personally think it's supposed to be bullish tomorrow, I think I want you guys to play puts that day. Because it's going to make it a little bit harder. And that's proper. That's what you need to become a better trader. If it's always the same easy trades all the time, you're never going to become better. When you're struggling and you got to be like, wait, is this the right point to average down? And then you're going through like 20 charts, cycling through all your paperwork, throwing everything around the room in terms of papers, trying to look for that right trading style which can help you in that moment. When you're doing that all the time, that right there is how you advance very quickly. Which, funnily enough, I had to do that because I didn't want people to take losses. And with how I traded the market, it was a very aggressive way. With only 3-day to 5-day contracts, most people will lose their money because they're going to wait for that 100%, which doesn't normally happen unless you buy at the right time of the flow. But people, they don't really care about flow and stuff like that. It's gibberish to them. So it's kind of like you can't force them to understand it. Unless they try to want to understand it, I would have to say. Flow is probably the easiest thing to learn, but also the hardest thing. It's the most time-consuming thing, I would say. Because you literally have to sit there and stare at the chart, look at the last 6 months, look at every single day, count how much it went up, count the pre-markets, the after hours, look at the NASDAQ, look at the Dow Jones, look at the futures, look at gold, look at the dollar. It's a lot you have to look at. Look at the NASDAQ in terms of the QQQs, right? SQQ, TQQ. Everything has its own trend and its own way of, kind of going from area to area. So when you put the same chart on all those different names and you can see how they go against each other at times and how they go with each other at times, that insight that you're gathering, it just literally takes you to the next level. When you could just have one trading style on 40 charts. Now imagine this. Imagine 40 trading styles on 40 charts. That's 40 times 40, which basically, just so you all know, I have about, that's 16,000 charts, by the way. Right now, I have over, how much trading styles do I have right now? I had to delete one of them, so I'm probably back down to 50. I went crazy making a bunch of them in January, and I think we got to 70. But I think if I had to compress everything and take some stuff out that was kind of like stupid, we would probably have, like, you could say 50 good trading styles. So 50 times all the companies on my watch list, which is 600 companies, times 600, that's 30,000 charts. So I literally have gone through almost every single type of idea humanly possible. That's how much time I put into this. That's the reason why I don't really panic ever, or there's no need to panic, or everything is always perfect. It just matters if your mindset is kind of comprehending what you know and how good you are. Because, doing 30,000 charts is not just some funny business. That's not something you just do on a Sunday afternoon just because you had a little bit of motivation. That's something that took you 2 years, 3 years to do. And it took me a long time to do that. It took me literally, because I was also teaching, all right, it was shorter for me. It took me 2 years. It took me 2 years to have all 30,000 charts. Which is also the reason why I don't look at creating a robot, at least not now. Not until I have at least 100 students to pass, and they're also financially free. Once that's the case, I would probably make a robot to help the other, whatever, how much students I want to have, right? I'm trying to get to 1 million students by the time I die. 1 million people That would be insane. So that's my goal right now, is to help 1 million people. Currently, we've only helped truly 2 people. Out of the 150 people that I've had so far, only 2 people managed to deal with their own faults, problematic situations, whatever religious thing they were following or thing that they were doing in terms of the universe, that the universe was trying to teach them. They learned it. Everybody else still has to deal with their own problems, basically. That's the reason why you don't see too many people financially free on the Discord. It's because it's probably like one person out of every 1,000 people, they would actually snap on to that type of understanding and mindset. So I'm kind of lucky to only have 2 people that have done that, because it's a very rare thing in the first place. You know what I mean? It happens like maybe once out of every 10,000 people, somebody actually does what they're supposed to every single day for like a year straight. That's only like one person out of like 10,000, probably, maybe even 100,000. Maybe I'm being too safe here in terms of an estimation. Regardless of which, it upsets me because I should have had every single person here be financially free by now, because the amount of time that I was putting into the stuff last year while we watched Spy just go crazy here, the amount of time I was putting into this, let me give you some perspective. If one person was able to take $800 and take it into 8,000 my first month of teaching ever, a guy did that, and the only reason why he did that is because he was paying attention to the way I chart, and he instantly threw away everything that he ever knew and just did what I told him to do. I kid you not, just like that. And of course, somebody who's young, that's not easy for me to kind of understand. I didn't think nobody would do that. I didn't think anybody would want to listen to me because I'm younger. But no, yeah, he did it. He listened, and he went from 800 to 8,000. Here's the thing. He was only paying $10 for my my Patreon, right? So the first month when that happened, of course I was sad. I was upset for him, but I was more so asking as to, I didn't even tell you. He lost it, basically. So he lost that 8,000. He just lost it all, and I felt very bad, of course. So I had a bunch of one-on-one time with him. And remember, I wasn't supposed to do that because at the time when I first opened up my Discord, I had a $10 tier and I had a $100 tier. I had 6 people sign up for $100 and I had 50 people sign up for $10. And every single time, those people at $10, they would try to want to get the same type of attention as the people from 100. And I would give it. That was the first mistake. Because then a month goes by and I'm expecting everybody to start upgrading their tiers. Because remember, I was trying to get this going. I was trying to get 1,000 people, 2,000, 5,000 people. And I started noticing nobody wants to upgrade. So I was just like, okay, why? Right? Why do these people upgrade and all these people don't? The answer is because they're not serious. That's it. They're just not serious. So I was like, all right, let me put a $50 tier and a $20 tier. So they have choices, they have decisions, they could pick whatever they want, and I'll offer a little bit here and there. But don't you think that's kind of stupid for me to do? Right? Because if a person really wants to learn, they literally have to just text me on Discord, on YouTube, actually show me they really want to learn. And every single one of my students here would also agree with me before I even say this in the first place. They would also do that as well. So what I'm trying to say is, if they were in the same position with my understanding, they would also give people opportunities. Anybody would. Especially if you could trade as well as I could trade. I don't really care about the money I can make. It's only about the amount of people I can teach and help change their life. That's what really matters. So, now, yeah, what ended up happening was this guy ended up losing all his money, right? He kept trying to crawl to me to give him extra help and extra information. And he would keep making money. Like with $10, I would still show him the same live trades I show the people for 100. He would still have everything. He just never wanted to upgrade. Every time we would talk, he just wouldn't want to do it. He was just trying to pry and take information. This unfortunate reality then resulted, and this is the most wild thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. When I saw this, I swear on everything I love, I was just like, that's the universe. Let me stop bugging. Let me stop, tripping out. His house burned down. And of course, you think I felt good about that? No, I did not. Because now he's probably never going to want to upgrade. He probably has too much burdens to deal with. But what I realized was, how many months does a person have to take advantage before they realize that what they have is good until they lose it? And that was the problem. I believe the universe gave him a couple blessings in the beginning, allowing him to take $800 to $8,000. And then I believe the universe stripped it from him because he was doing something he wasn't supposed to. That's what I believe. That's what I felt in the moment. I don't know why. I didn't read that nowhere. I didn't listen to nobody and ask them. That's literally what I felt in the moment. A couple months later, he actually had another opportunity because I kept him in the Discord. I don't know why, but I saw him. I saw he had potential. All right, that's why. All right, he had good potential. So when I see people with potential, I tend to keep them here. That's usually what I always do. And I had a bunch of people here that were paying $10 or free, and again, they all slip into the same group. And that same group I'm referring to is the group of taking advantage and not wanting to change their life. They just want to stay comfortable. They want to do it slowly. They want to... No, I don't want to look at making a website and making my business LLC. I don't want to do that right now. I have too many bills. I have too many this. I have too many... That's the reason why. You know what I mean? It's because they always have excuses for everything. So, tell me how I kept him in the Discord, and he did it again. He took 500 to 5,000. I literally still think right now, to this date, the only person who had a higher gain than him around that time was BG. BG had like a 70,000% gain, or I think it was a 10,000% gain. He had like around a 9,000% gain. And however much money he made, right? I forgot. The point is, he made a lot of money. I hope that helped him build his house. I hope that helped him kind of snap out of it. But just to make sure it did, I kicked him out the Discord. Because now he can't play. Because now I'm not playing no more. I obviously taught you enough. Whatever I teach you is not going to disappear. I know you're going to be able to use it. I know you're going to be able to teach yourself. I know you didn't forget it. I know you still have all those charts where I was logging on to people's accounts, copying and pasting stuff for them. Like literally, I would do that for people. And I was only supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do that for nobody, first of all, because that's affecting my privacy. Because if I sign into someone's account, they could see my IP address. They could see my information. So for me to still do that just shows you the lengths that I'm willing to go to help people when they're not even trying to help themselves. And now, yeah, I had a lot of charts I gave him. So I know he'll be good. I'm happy about that. People always take advantage of me my whole life. That's not what I care about. What I care about is the people who actually grow and turn into something. Like, especially when I'm having 4-hour, 5-hour, 6-hour long conversations with people, I expect them to do the right thing. I expect them to change. I expect them to understand that that time we had together was special for me. So when I see that they just turn around and just, disappoint even themselves, it disappoints me as well, like a family member. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of people alive today that feel like that, or they got that same type of energy. That's also why I'm trying to make more people teachers, because I feel like maybe it was the teaching that changed my mentality, because I was not like this last year. 2 years ago, I was a little asshole. Honestly. 2-3 years ago, especially with me knowing how to trade, oh yeah, that just made me like an extra asshole. I wasn't hearing nobody. I didn't have time for none of that. I'll be honest with you. Now it's just like everything changed. My goals, my wants, my ambitions, the the cars I want to buy, the homes I want to buy, starting a family. There's so many things that change. And that was the one benefit that I had when opening this Discord, is that even though all those students didn't do what they're supposed to do and they didn't listen to me and they just kept failing, just like that one individual I just told you about his story. There's 99 other stories, maybe even 130, 150. I had to add up all the people. I think it was maybe 200 people we've had in this Discord. Currently, we have 30 left. And yeah, I think we've had around 200. So out of those 200 people, only 2 people have actually gotten to a level. Actually, no. 3 people. Actually, no. 4 people. 4 people. 2 people I'm waiting on. 2 people that have the potential, but they're not acting upon it. I see it literally every day. I could tell because they don't scale up their contracts. Cough, cough. You guys know who I'm talking about. Once I see these last 2 individuals get to a level where it makes me understand that, no, yeah, they're good. If I kick them out or if we have a fight or something happens, I know they're going to be good for the rest of their life. So I know they're going to be fine. I know it. So out of those 4 people, out of 30 people, that's almost 10%. That's a little bit over 10%. That's not bad. That's a pretty good trade right there. 10% trade, and I'm returning as much as I am. So it's not like this is all for nothing, right? Even if people leave, because they still gain something and take something when they leave, and that's the most important thing. As long as people are gaining something, even if they leave and they do me dirty and they take advantage of me, it doesn't matter, because I put them at another level in life, and that's all I want to do for people. Because when I was growing up and I didn't have nothing, that's the only thing I wanted, was just people to put me in that location, in that position where I could just go crazy, where I can have fun, where I can do something I like, enjoy life. So it's just like I never really had stuff like that. Of course, it was because of, other issues and situations that one deals with, just like most people that are alive. Everybody deals with stuff when they're kids because of parents or because of issues. And you got to be the one to kind of deal with that. So, yeah, I'm very happy, honestly. I'm very happy in my ability to teach. I'm very happy that I'm only 24 and I'm doing this. I got a lot of time. I got a lot of things I could do. So many things. Again, it makes me float when I just think about it. All the depression and all the bad stuff and all the screaming and all that stuff is just gone. You just feel limitless. Like you're in like a crazy chamber where there's just no noise. And it's just like nice little gust of wind and air just passing by you. That's all it feels like. So I hope I can make more teachers. I hope every single person that I've taught that has became one of my students, I hope they become a teacher. Because imagine you have 1,000 teachers. As soon as I get 1,000 students, instantly a person for a student, and we have a company and a corporation is able to do that. Whew. Just imagine. Because I'll make sure that everything is structured so everybody's getting a good amount of money. Of course, at that point, they won't need me no more. That's what I want. I want them to get to a location. Not really a location, but I would say a situation in life where they don't need me no more. Because as long as I could trade and show people how to do that, that's the most important thing as a teacher. If you're not trying to teach people to be greater than you, you're not destined to be a teacher. You're lying. You're lying and you're taking advantage. Just because you want money or because you want this or because you want that. If you become great in anything you do, you will get money. Doesn't matter what type of job you do. Doesn't matter how garbage it is. Doesn't matter what people think. If you're great at it, you're going to make money with it. And that's the one thing I'm certain about, is with this stock stuff, I will always honestly say that because people feel like I'm getting egotistical. I've had some friends and I've had some relationships with certain people where they would say that I'm getting egotistical or I'm overconfident or yada 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 yada. But it's crazy because I was never like this when I was younger. I never had nothing to be prideful over. But no, yeah, definitely. I will say this, and this will probably be the last thing I say today before I shut everything off. I will be recognized and known as the greatest trader of all time. And that's it. Simple. Sweet. Now we just got to see if it happens. All right, everybody. So we're going to take a little break. We're going to... And by the way, with becoming the best trader in the world, before that can happen, I must become the best teacher in the world. So I'm going to have some good goals for myself. Maybe to get to like 1,000 students that are financially free, 10,000 students, and then boom, we go on this journey of becoming the best in the world, right? Or we could do both of them at the same time. But the only thing is I want to, draw. I want to create my anime stuff. I want to create the space company. There's a lot of things I want to do. So it's like, I got to put the pedal to the metal with this stock stuff because I'm supposed to be done with this already. Only 3 years for anything I do, and then I move on to the next thing. That's pretty much how I am. Even a year. Usually I'm not doing the same thing for a year. Past a year, I get bored of anything. But with this, it's just like, it's impossible. I'll be honest with y'all. You literally... I put a lot of hours into this. For me to be the best trader in the world, there's 3 more things I need to do. Those 70 charts that I did for 30,000 companies, I need to do them again on another brokerage application called Webull, which is going to be the most difficult thing in the world. So I got to do them on Webull because the prices are different from TradingView. I got to do them on TradingView, or not TradingView, Thinkorswim, which basically is now owned by Charles Schwab. And then the last thing I need to do is regular trading hours only. So taking off extended hours and only looking at regular trading hours. And then doing all of that I just told you with adjusted time frames on. So that's already 3 things. That's another 3 things. So that's 6 things in total I had to do. Once I'm done with that, truly, we'll be at that level. I've only done one thing so far, which is just extended hours on, adjusted time frames off. On Webull, I honestly, actually, no, I did 2. I did 2, but only like 5 charts, not that many. Because I was just trying to test some stuff. But yeah, after all that, I think we'll be at that next level. No, yeah, John. Non-stop. The hours that we put in for this, even though it's not necessary no more, just shows the want and will and devotion to become the best. That's how I look at it. And it's not just me, because remember, it's not just me in here. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you in here with me. Plus the YouTube. We still have all those individuals as well. So yeah, that's a good amount of people. 10 people listening to me right now. Listen, it feels like it's 1 million people right now. Soon it will be. Trust me, it will be. I want to break like the live streaming record for the most people on a live stream. And I want it to be something to do with like stocks or something. Because it's crazy, because that's literally what this is. It's just streaming. Just streaming stocks. Also, you know what I want to do? I want to start streaming on Twitch and every other platform. If I can get a contract with one of these platforms for streaming, I'll literally just use that money as quote-unquote teaching money. And I'll be happy with that. I'll put that into building, because I'm trying to build a system for when people lose all their money, I could help them. Like I could be their basically I could be a personal bank account. And if I'm having money coming from other things, that's definitely going to help. I could definitely just throw all of that into that. Because knowing my ass, I'm not going to have anything to do with that money. There's going to be nothing in the world that I have to do with that money. I don't need it for nothing. At all. If I need money, I'll make it. That's it. So that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out right now. But then again, like I feel like that's going to make me live a comfortable life, and that's not what I want. I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, I'm probably not gonna have a normal family. I was thinking I might have to like give up on that, like the idea of it, because like the amount of things I had to do, the amount of places that I'm gonna be, and it makes me a little sad, honestly. Not to be a little dramatic here, but no, yeah. I don't know. Well, I have to see. I'm gonna try, of course. I don't quit. Come on now. But I think it might just be. I don't think it's gonna go my way. We'll look at this video later on and we'll see how it goes. We'll see if I'm wrong. Because I think I'm a little too negative, I would say, to myself. For some reason. I don't speak bad upon myself, but I'm just a little more, like when I look at future insight or like future possibilities is always negative. Like very negative. So any type of good that happens, it really does make me, it gives me like the best day in the world, to say the least. So yeah, as long as that's the case, I think we'll be good. I think we'll grow this to like maybe, okay, what month is it right now? If I'm serious about this, what month is it? It is July. By August, I need to have at least 100 people in this Discord. That's it. Like 100%. I need at least 100 people in here, because 100 people in here times $200 per month, that's $20,000 per month. I could pay the teachers about $5,000 to $6,000 per month. We can get about 2 to 3 teachers. We'll probably get one at first once we hit 20K, and once we start going a little bit over 20K, because I can handle 100 people by myself. I can handle up to 200 people without the need of a teacher. So in all reality, technically, I should be able to start producing $40,000 per month just from teaching. If I'm such a great teacher, right? That I'm saying I am. Because I can't just set up a $10 subscription and then let like 20,000 people join that. That just seems stupid to me, because they don't get the correct help. And if you're not correctly helping people, but yet you're showing and throwing money in their face, and you're showing them how to trade, you're actually doing them a disservice. It's the same thing like giving a homeless man $1 million. Do you really think that's going to help? You need to teach them what to do with that $1 million. Not just give it to them. You need to do a lot. And people, they don't like that. They always try to take a shortcut. So, yeah. That's my goal, honestly. Once we get to 40,000, we'll probably have around... Because at that point, I probably won't need a single penny from this. Because once I have a teacher, that most likely means that this person is now at the max level. So once one person is ready to go to the max level, honestly, I'm going to solve all my financial queries and ideas and quest. That's when I'm going to become a millionaire, basically. Honestly, is when I actually make one person financially free, where they could tell me 6 months in a row they haven't needed a job, 6 months in a row they've been taking vacations or helping their family or doing something with it. Once that's the case, then all right, I'll start building to $1 million, and I probably won't need the capital from the Discord. So I guess at that point, do I need it to be at $200 logically later on? I would say if we go through all the Discords that are alive today, that exist, $200, is that a lot of money for people that are making $2,000 to $4,000 a month? I don't know. I don't think so. I think $1,000 is a lot of money if people are just joining up to learn something. $200 per month, I think that's correct. I think that's good, because if I make it cheaper again, people are just going to do the same shit they did before. Just half-ass it. But when something is $200 and you see that get charged from your credit card, it's either you're in or you're out. Point blank. So I guess I'll probably keep it at 200, honestly. Yeah, I'll probably keep it at 200. I'll probably never change it. Right now it's actually $350. So if people want one-on-ones and people want extra help, it's going to have to be $350 now, because the people on $200, they're wasting my time. So they were doing now the same thing that the $50 people were doing. So I'm just like, all right, in order for you to have one-on-ones, now it's $350. That's 2 months in a row. That's $600 right there. So unless they're actually, again, doing what they're supposed to, they're not going to pay for it. And that's what I want. I don't want people to just be sitting in the background, not improving themselves, because then they're just lying to themselves. What else do I need to go over? Yeah, so I think I'll have 100 people times $200 by the end of August. So now I'm telling you guys this because now this makes me make sure it happens, right? I have to make sure it happens now. Because once I get to that level, 100%, what that means is, again, we're most likely gonna have a teacher by the time I hit 100 students. We're probably gonna have a teacher in the next month, honestly. As long as this person that I'm thinking about does what they're supposed to, we're most likely gonna have another teacher here. So that's gonna be nice. But I can't put the weight of growing this company on them, of course. That's why I'm trying to pay somebody else, like in the background. Like I just need a manager. I just need somebody to pick up the slack that I just don't want to deal with, where I could do something else, do something better, do something that can advance stuff, and something that's more repetitive. Like, let's just say I need to fix up the whole entire Discord, and let's just say I need to add some tax information. I could be like, all right, can you search up all the tax information from every website for the next week and put together a perfect, you know what I mean? Like I want to be able to have that, because then I could just crush things one by one. And this person only has to just be good with collecting information, be truthful, be around the same age as me. And no, yeah, I'll take this person to the sky with me. They're not going to be the one who trades, by the way. They're going to be somebody just in the background. And you know what's crazy? I put an application on Indeed. I have, I think, like 100 to 200 people that applied for it. So once I actually get a few more students, I could use that capital to pay for it. Because I'm not touching my trading money. That's for me, and that's only for me. That's not going anywhere else. So the only money that I'm going to be able to gain here is through teaching. That's what's going to give me a fulfilling life. It's also going to make me try harder. It's not going to make me, get lazy and stuff like that. Because once you make $1 million, that's it. It's over. But if you're always, having to deal with the hardships and all this stuff, when I'm ready to make $1 million, I'm probably going to make like 100 million. That's how I think, at least. So it's not. I am wasting my time. I could be living a better life. I could be somewhere in Dubai, I could have my own island if I really wanted to. But it doesn't feel as good as this. I can tell you that much. Because then we're going to have everybody on the island. Maybe not different islands. I don't think there's that many. But we'll have a big ass island right next to one of the states. If not, we could make an island. Or, because that sounds a little weird, we have a lot of people getting islands to do weird shit. So maybe we don't get an island. And maybe we just get a nice mansion or a nice community in one of the states. There's so much we could do. So much we could do. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is it's going to be much greater when I have a whole group to take with me to that island. When it's me by myself, if I'm on an island, it's going to be especially worse. Because everybody's going to start looking at everything I do. They're going to be like, oh, he's just rich. Oh, he's just this. Oh, he's just that. He comes from money. Oh, this and that. And you know what I mean? That's literally what people do. So if people can't say a single word, because if they see the way you're living your life and it's actually because you're waiting for people to get better, I think that's an honorable thing. And that's it. I want to live an honorable life. And that right there is honor. Me being able to teach and make the money only from teaching because I got so good with trading myself. That right there, nothing will ever top that. It's like double layered. It's like compression on compression. It's like how do I explain this? It's like, you know how you can make money with, let's just say you can make money with What's a good example of this? Let me think. What's one thing you do first, and then you can make a lot of money with it, and then you can teach people how to do it? Shit, I don't know. I should be able to come up with something. Can you guys think of anything? Something you could learn, and you can start teaching people. Maybe like coding and stuff like that. Maybe like computer science or engineering. Engineering, definitely. Because engineering is a lot of work, right? A lot of money you have to spend too. So I could definitely see how there could be like a child or a kid, 20, maybe 26, 28, that just got so good with engineering and he just loved it so much that he was able to teach people how to engineer, and he was able to make money just from teaching people, not from his own engineering projects and his own stuff. That's basically what I would relate it to. Not to bring up, engineers, because there's other professions that are more, I would say, similar to the stock market. But yeah, I'm going to be trying to go for my engineering degree once I actually hit $1 million. I'm literally going to pay for the whole entire degree, one shot. But that's the thing, is I don't know. If the degree is going to hamper me starting my space company, then I'm just not going to get it. Or I'm going to get it. But if it doesn't hamper me being able to open a space company, I'm going to go through everything. I'm not going to go through it. I'm going to have a lawyer go through it. So when I have them go through everything, I'm going to see what they tell me about the space companies if I had to have a degree. Because then I'll just get it. I still have plenty of time. We'll get that. I'll do that shit in like a year. I'll get like the 4-year degree in like a year or two. Because I know myself. Doesn't matter how hard something is. If I really want it, I'm going to do it. And I really want to learn how to do a certain type of engineering. Do I know exactly which one yet? Honestly, there's so many different fields that I didn't even recognize. I just want to do rocket engineering. I want to be able to design and develop rockets. So that's basically my main one. Because then I want to be able to create habitats in space that like go around like the moon and Mars. And then what else? That's pretty much it. I want to create like space gas stations. That's one of my first ideas, actually. Create like gas stations for space. But I don't know about that. I wouldn't want to have people working inside them. You get hit by a comet. There's so many dangers and risks that, are revolving around space that it's just, yeah. But that's what makes it fun, You gotta actually take this serious. What else do I need a degree for? I don't think I need any other type of degree. I don't think I care about any other degree besides engineering. Maybe psychology. Because, honestly, teaching has basically made me feel like a psychologist. Because you need to, like, understand the way the brain works, understand why people are making mistakes they won't tell you about. Kind of like a doctor. A lot of people lie to their doctor, and it's like the doctor has to play a damn puzzle to figure out what the hell's wrong with them. Because they're not telling them the truth. Even when you tell your doctor the truth, sometimes they're just terrible. But you get what I'm saying. For the good doctors who will actually take it serious, you can't lie to them. You got to tell them the truth. Because it's just like, nah, yeah, they're not going to help you. Yeah, I want to create the greatest spacecraft known to man. The biggest size, reusability. I want it to literally be its own fortress in the sky. That would be amazing, because then you could travel around the universe with that. Of course, you're not coming back. That's the first thing. Which is also, I guess, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I always wanted to just go on a spacecraft and send myself off into a random direction. That's like the final mission. We just got to make sure it's a good direction. We can't pick the wrong one. Sounds stupid, I know. Sounds childish, I agree. But that's what makes it fun. That's what gives it meaning, well, of course, had to make sure that people could live a longer life. So, yeah, the aging. There's so many different fields and topics, and no, yeah, trust me, I know. It sounds mind-boggling. But, again, that's what gives it meaning. When it sounds crazy and it sounds impossible, I'm right there. I'm down with that. That's also why I think rocket science is probably not that hard. Will I remember those chemical equations? Nah, I was horrible in chemistry. Probably is going to take me a couple months. But if I have some people to help me, and I know they know, nah, yeah, I'm going to listen to them, and I'll probably be quicker. I'll probably be able to advance much faster than a normal person as long as I have the right people next to me. So hopefully, this is the game plan right now. This is the timeline. Just so everybody can understand, we're 6 months into the year. Last time I talked about this was in February or January. The timeline is going to be... You said dictatorship. No, we're not trying to... We're not trying to create no dictatorship. It's wild. Honestly, I don't want to be involved in nothing political or nothing like that. Never. Never, ever, ever. I would want to, create maybe one of my students. Maybe one of my students would love to be in politics and stuff like that. Maybe that would be a cool idea. But I'm good. I'm straight. It's so funny though. That movie was hilarious. I watch it like once every 2 years. Probably like once every year, honestly. I usually watch it like in the winter time when I got nothing else to do. But anyways, back to what I was saying. So, everybody, by December of this year, so by August, I need to have 100 students. If I don't have 100 students, what I have to do is basically, let's see, what can make me, let me see, what can I threaten myself with? Something that makes sense. I'll figure it out. I gotta threaten myself with something so that I'm forced to do it, or else I gotta pay the price of something. There we go. We'll figure it out so it's meaningful, so it actually causes me to want to do it, so I'm not just lying. I'll think about it, probably over the weekend. I'll come up with something. And if I don't do it, I have to pay the price. Whatever that means, we'll figure it out. But until then, 100 students in August. In September, I'm going to take it slow. I want those 100 students because that's already enough money to pay for a teacher. We could slow things down for a second. I want all 100 students by September to be profitable and to not need to work their jobs. And I know I could do it. I know I could do it. As long as we have the whole month of September and I don't invite nobody else into the group. And you already know people are going to be banging on the doors, so let them in. But that's all right. What we're going to do is we're going to turn off the Patreon again. And in October, we're probably going to open it. Let in another 50 students. So I could still watch the first 100. Making sure they're not lying to themselves. They're not cheating themselves. They're not lying to themselves, right? Got to say it twice. November, we'll then add another 50 people. So then now we're going to have 200 people in total. That's, I think, what I want. I could probably move faster than that, though. If I'm trying to get to 1,000 people, I mean, that's the thing is, 1,000 people, the only reason why a person would want 1,000 people inside their Discord is because of the money. And I don't want the money. I mean, I do want the money, of course, from teaching. Because at that point, I'll be able to buy, like, crazy houses just from teaching. Imagine. You buy, like, a damn Bugatti from teaching. That would be insane. But that's not what I want. So that's not what I'm aiming for, of course. I just want something that's able to grow on its own. So I want to be able to have a teacher, and then let's just say I disappear for a month. Now we have 2 more teachers. Or some of those students, like 5 of those students became another teacher. Of course, I would pay them. Of course, I would be making less money. But then at that point, then we can actually invite more people and just have more students to make up for the teaching. So we can have a system where, you know, I'm fine. I'm good. I'm making a decent amount of money. Because like I said, the only thing that I need is to be able to travel. That's the only thing I care about. I want to be able to go to every single different country every single month. That's my plan. While still being able to teach. And at the same time, be able to have enough money so that anybody that wants to come with me from the group can come with me. That's what I want. As well as the house in Hawaii. But again, I'm not gonna wait for the Discord to pay for that, because that house, my Discord it doesn't matter how much people I get. I'm gonna have to make that money myself. It's a stupid amount, to say the least. But I mean, that's again what makes it worth it. Is it what makes it worth it? I would say it is. Because being alive is having the gift and the opportunity to have the best things in life. Because everybody's alive. That's what I think, at least. I think that the purpose of all this is just to have the best life possible. Whether or not you have the best life, I guess is more of a decision upon your journey, right? But is the house necessary? No. Is the fancy cars necessary? No. Is having 1 million students inside the Discord paying $200 necessary? No. At that point, I wouldn't even probably have people pay. Like, if it gets to that point where it's just like an unnecessary stupid amount, because there's a lot of YouTubers that make a stupid amount, but they just take advantage of it. They don't have no teachers. Like, off the top of my head, I know a couple people that definitely make $2 to $5, $6 million from their Discord, and they don't pay nobody. They don't have teachers. They don't have events. When they do have events, it's problems at these events. It's not as expected, you know? And that's not what I want to be. That's not what I'm trying to build here. Not some second-rate stuff. So, yeah. All right, so this is the goal. Again, August is 100 students. September, no students. October, either 50 or another 100. So we're either going to be at 150 or 200, just depending on the success from that first month. Because I'm going to be going crazy with helping everybody. Literally, most likely every single day for a month straight. I'm going to have to, if it's 100 students, I probably have to deal with 5 people at least a day. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. So I probably had to, and I have a couple days to myself. That's fine. That's perfect. I'll probably have to have 5 one-on-ones that's a day. And those one-on-ones can stretch between 5 minutes. They could be an hour. They could be 2 hours. They could be 3 hours. But I'll probably get it down to an hour. And then, yeah, so that's 1 meeting a month for the first month. No, actually, I got to do 2 if it's their first month. But then again, people are not that free. People usually got jobs and stuff. So I would probably, you know what I would probably do? I would probably trade less. We'll probably end the live at like 3 p.m., 2 p.m. Just so I have more time to teach. If anything, and I'll squeeze more people in. So we could do that. It's going to be intense. I'm telling you. It's going to be, you know, literally 12 to 16 hour work days every single day. And I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that at all. I'm not going to take no vacations. I'm going to cancel everything from August. It's unnecessary again. And yeah, we'll just make sure it's just us just getting shit done in August. That's it. That's all I want to see for the whole month with these new students. And then, all right, I'm yapping now. What do I got to talk about now? So, all right, I could do 100 students in a month, and I could have some extra time for myself. I'm probably gonna have to do 2 students though. But then again, those conversations are not gonna last that long. I could honestly do like 15 people a day if I'm being real with everybody. 15 to 20 people is how much I could do a day. So I could probably honestly do maybe the whole entire Discord. If it's 100 people, I could probably do it 4 weeks in a row, all 100 people. That's 400 meetings. I could probably do that, honestly. As long as they're like 5 minutes, 10 minutes long and everybody's like on their shit, you know what I mean? Just fast as hell, trying to learn as much as they can. And the second they stop and they don't know what's going on, what's wrong, they can instantly message me so I could fix it. As long as we have a system like that where it's like a conveyor belt, no, yeah, we'll be fine. And in September, when we add the next 100 students, that's when it's going to get a little crazy and dicey. But at that point, hopefully I have another teacher or two. And yeah, that's basically it. One teacher for 50 students. That's how it works. That's how it's going to work for me. Because I know any student that I teach that turns into a teacher, I already know they have the potential to take care of 100 people. But because it's going to be driving them absolutely crazy, I know it. I did it. I'm telling ya, you're going to be pulling your hair out dealing with people. But as long as you know that, right, you can get past that, not think about it, and just keep helping and helping and helping and helping. That's it. So actually, no, maybe a new person, a teacher that just became a teacher, he probably can only help 20 people, honestly. Because he's probably going to have his own problems to deal with, his own, family, his own situations. So yeah, I'll probably have a teacher teach 20 students. Because 20 students times $200, how much is that? That's like $4,000. So for 20, you know what I could do? I know what I could do. I'll give them more money for the more students they teach. So however many students they teach is however much money I give them. That I like right there. Because if I'm paying somebody $100,000 one month, that next month, if they lose half of their students, they're only getting half of that. They're only getting 50. They got to feel the fire and feel the burn just like how I did. They're probably going to hate me though. Honestly, now that I think about it, imagine you're paying somebody $100K. They lose half of their students and you give them less. If they have bills and stuff to cover, I would probably help them. But if it's just like they're trying to live like crazy lavish, buying crazy cars right off the gate, as soon as I teach, like as soon as I start paying them, because I'm going to watch them. As long as they're not going crazy, spending all their money, and they're actually trying to do this to get to that next level, then no, yeah, I'll cover them. Even if they don't make that much money and I can't pay them whatever it is that I was paying them last month, I'll still cover whatever they need help with. That's why I just need to get to that next level. I need to be worth $2, $5, $10, $20 million already. So that's also one of my goals. Honestly, it was my goal for this month, truly. So because I didn't make it this month, because this next week we're supposed to be finished with this challenge, I'm going to penalize myself now. So now I can't go out at all on the weekends. I can't chill with nobody. I can't see nobody. I can't go nowhere now. That's what happens. So that's what's going to basically be the case for the rest of this month. If somehow I make something, because I know I could do it in 10 days. I know I could turn, let me show you real quick. Let's just say I just have $100 in one of these accounts right now, because it has to start with under 100. If I start with anything more than that, people are going to complain later on in life that I had more money and I started with something greater. So if they can't complain because of how low I started with, there's nothing to say. And that's what matters to me. Because if there's nothing to say, there's nothing to say. You're great. That's it. So in 40 days, I got to do, how much days do I have left? All right, let's actually, you know what? Let's not give up on this. Let's try something. I'll give myself another 2 weeks, if anything. By the way, the reason why I gave up on it is because nobody in the Discord was doing it. So it made me just give up on it. But honestly, I can't keep doing this every month. So we're not going to pay attention to people giving up no more. We're just going to see what we could do. And we're going to get to that next level. Because if I get to that next level quicker, I can actually hire more teachers quicker. So I think that's in my best interest right now if I'm trying to help more people to hire more teachers. So therefore, let's do it this way. All right, so 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. How much days is that though? That's 3 days for the rest of this week. 5, 10, and then 4 days over here. So that's 17 days. So in 17 days, what is the percent I got to get per day for me to hit $1 million? Is it 100%? Oh my goodness, I got to get more than 100? Ah, shit. I'm going to have to be on my A game, huh? The reason why I say that is because those are the little bit harder trades. I love 20% because it's like the easy. I could get 20% with any name. It's like the easiest thing in the world. But 100%, I can only do that with SPY. I can only do that with SPY, Tesla, and long-term plays. But remember, this is all 0 days. Because we had to trade every single day 17 times in total. And had to get at least 110% per day. Right? Was it 110 or 120? 110% is too much. How about 105%? 105% will basically just cut it. So yeah, let's do it, everybody. So by the 24th, which is so funny because... Wait, let me see something. This is by the 24th? End day is on the 24th. Huh? Wait, what? 5, 10. Oh, 13 business days. That's why. It was 17 business days in total. Okay. But then again, I want to go on a trip on the 25th. Right before I had to start going a little bit more harder on Discord, I want to take one more trip from the 25th to the 30th. Just 5 days, right? So by the 24th, I had to have this done. Which means by the 23rd, how much money should I have? By the 23rd, I should have around 500K. Okay. It's going to take me 3 days to take the money out. I'm going to pay for the whole trip right there. So by the 22nd, that's $268,000. I'll take out like 10K on the 22nd to pay for everything. Because that's 1, 2, 3. Actually, that's still cutting it close. By the 21st, I had to take out the money. But that's not that bad. I'll take out 5K by the 31st. As long as we can get to this level. And then what else can we do here? 5K by the 21st. Okay. So then 1, 2, 3 days. The money will get to me on Thursday. I'll pay for everything the night before. All right, I think that works with that. That's all I want to do, honestly. I want to hit 1 million this month, and I want to take a trip. That will make me the happiest man in this world. So let's do it. Let's do it, everybody. You guys ready? No, yeah, culinary, there definitely is. There's always a reason for people to talk shit. But what I was trying to say was, if you could give them less stuff for them to talk about, less shit for them to even mention, it's always going to be something. But if it's just in your power to be able to give them less stuff to talk about, then boom, I'm happy with that. As long as everything in my power, I'm just making sure nobody's talking about a single part of it. There's nothing to quantify. There's nothing, you know what I mean? There's nothing. Everything is just perfect. In terms of the teaching, right? Me myself as a person, I'll never be perfect. That's out of this, conversation. Of course, I'll get closer and closer to perfection. Every single day I'll try to get better. But no, yeah, as long as I'm just trying my best in everything I do, and if I'm starting with $1,000, $10,000, $50,000 and I'm trying to get to that's not worth it. I'm telling you, as a teacher, in my books, you took the easy way out. And that's it. It's not something bad to say. Sometimes people take the easy way out. But I'm just letting you know, when you have a low, it's definitely going to be a lot lower than any of your last lows because you took a shortcut. You took a shortcut. So you're going to have to deal with that shortcoming later on at some point. And maybe 50 years later, 20 years later, and maybe, I don't know. It's going to happen, though. It always happens. So that's why it's just like, yeah, I just got to do this perfect. I'm not taking no more money from referrals. I'm not taking no more money from people using my code to sign up for Webull. I already took that stuff out of my YouTube comments because it just makes me seem thirsty. I remember somebody, you know what's crazy? I remember somebody telling me, yo, bro, put your Cash App thing on your Discord. It's your birthday, and people might want to give you money since you're helping so much people. And since you're helping another Discord for free, which has thousands of people in it, right? Put that in there, and then maybe, people will help. Or people will give you something. And I was like, you know what? You're right. For the people who are paying $10, $20, maybe they might want to just do something. Not a single person did it besides Dr. Danny. So because Danny was the only person, right? It was just like, it's counterintuitive. It's really counterintuitive. I have no need for this because it just makes me look like I'm thirsty and I need money. And that's not the case. I don't need it. I can make it. Should I be making it by now? Hell yeah. I got a lot of shit I got to pay for. I got a lot of stuff I got to fix. I got to fix a lot of health related things. But yeah, that's my problem. That's not nobody else's problem. I would never put that weight on nobody.
Somebody doesn't make you look thirsty.
No, but in my opinion, me running back the situation like Doctor Strange, trying to go through millions of different parallel universes, the best universe is when I don't need nothing from nobody. And I don't gain nothing from nobody.
That's why it's a gift. You don't need it. It's people showing their appreciation, and that's it. Accept it and keep it moving.
I don't know. I don't know. When it comes to donations and tips and stuff like that, if it's from the YouTube, like a live stream, I actually have no problem with that. Like if it's from YouTube, which is kind of stupid because YouTube actually takes more money now that I think about it. So I guess it's kind of stupid, my way of thinking, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it is kind of stupid. But it's whatever. I don't know. I feel like one of those Cash App chicks. Makes me feel, I guess. Nah, yeah, it makes me just feel stupid.
You stop looking at it like that, though. Like, that's a wild way to look at it.
Bro, the girls my age, the only thing they be doing is putting their Cash App shit on their bio, trying to get money from everybody. That's the only thing they do, bro.
Something completely different.
And I know that, but that shit just makes me sick, you know?
Yeah, well, fuck them. We're not talking about them. We're talking about you and how you help people, and if people want to donate, you should be able to. That's it.
No, yeah, I understand. But not now, though. Not right now. I want to make myself suffer until I can make the money. Or we get enough students that their subscription makes the right amount of money. Regardless, I'm getting sick and tired of me waiting, to say the least. By this point, I gotta be a millionaire by the time I turn 25. And before then, honestly, I gotta be a millionaire this month. It has to happen. I gotta be on my shit every day, and that's it. I gotta stop slacking. So yeah, we'll start our attempt tonight. We'll start recording a video as to how I plan on doing this challenge within 13 days, because this is a 13-day challenge. I got to get at least 105% per day. Yeah, it'll make for a really good video. I would like that. So we'll start the YouTube video on it tonight, just so we could be loud with it, so everybody could see what we're doing. And then from there, I would say that's it. By the 21st, I should have at least 100K. I'll take out some capital, go on this trip. The 22nd, I'll take that thing to 200K, then 500. And then on the 24th, right before I leave, the day right before, right on the buzzard, we're going to hit 1.3 million. You know how scary it is? You know how scary it's going to be to trade 500K with a damn 0 day? I've never actually, no, yeah, I've never done that. I was about to say I did. No, yeah, not yet. Not into a 0 day.
Yeah, that's mad exciting.
The most I traded in a 0 day, if I'm being honest with you, is probably, you know what's crazy? Now that I'm thinking about it, I traded more 0 days with real money than with paper account money. Like the quantity. Like I traded with, at one point, $20,000. And right now, most of my trades that I do, I only put around 18,000, sometimes 20K. Maybe I did more trades on a paper account now that I'm thinking about it. You know, yeah, definitely more. Because the other day I had like 100K and I know, yeah. The other day I had like 200K inside of a SPY 0 day. I'm just trying to get ready for it. That's why with the paper account, like the challenge account, the competition account, that's why I'm going as crazy as possible. I'm doing as much as possible, as quickly as possible, for as much of a gain as possible. That's really it. Because if I could take this paper account to $1 million from 100K, right? It should be no problem for me to trade 0 days at 200K. So I should be good. But yeah, I'm definitely going to take out 5K. I might even take out a little bit more. I might take out like 10, 15K. So I could just go buy my car. But then again, I kind of don't want to do all that stuff in 1 month. I gotta hold stuff to the side. So it makes me just aim higher. Because a car will make me aim higher, believe it or not. I love driving. I really want to race. Not like on a, not like on a street race. But I actually want to do like the rally racing shit through the woods, where it's like 20, 30 cars. I really want to do that. Or racing on a track. Like Germany. That was always been one of my dreams. So now, yeah. We'll probably aim for a car after I hit 1 million. I'm going to get like a $20,000 car. And then when I hit like 5 mil, 10 mil, I'll get all the other cars that I wanted. So that's what we could do to make ourselves steadily aim for something higher. I know it sounds very materialistic, but I'm not a materialistic person. I don't care about none of that stuff, honestly. So it's just like, yeah.
And stop judging yourself.
It's just like, bro, when you say shit out loud like that, because it's so wild.
It's what you want.
No, I know that.
It's what you want. Everybody wants this. I guarantee you, everybody wants the same exact thing, just maybe different in a different area.
No, exactly. You are right.
Anything out of the ordinary.
But the thing is the possibility of how they see it. Like with me, no, but you have to understand. With me, I've already gone through the trials and tribulations to know confidently that I could do this. And not only I could do it, but I could do it and have fun at the same time. Because I don't really need to try to do it.
Everybody in this Discord believes that you can, or we wouldn't be here.
Okay.
So stop apologizing for dreaming big.
No, but you're still not understanding. Again, I'm not trying to make you understand.
You're not understanding.
No. I'll explain.
Okay, wait.
Let me explain so you understand.
Wait. You started out saying about how you wanted the car.
Yeah.
How you wanted to race.
Yeah.
And then you wanted to make more money, and you wanted to get the other cars.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Leave it at that. Then you started apologizing for what you want. Why?
I wasn't
You
apologizing.
want that?
Did I
What I'm
apologize? Did I
saying
say I'm
is,
sorry?
it kind of seems like you were
Nah.
apologizing on
Nah, it sounds like
making
assumptions.
it.
I would apologize if I'm
Nah,
apologizing.
no, I wouldn't have chimed in. If you would have left it with
Yeah.
cars and left it at that, you would have never heard my mouth. But
No,
as
it's
soon
because
as
every
you
single time I
legitimately
bring up the
come
same
to me-
subject, you say the same thing, and I understand why you're saying it because you see the value and you see how far I could take things. I know you say this because you see it as if you're a father. Trust me, I know. I understand.
No, it's not even that.
Yeah.
It's the fact that I see a man that wants what he wants.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't have to justify what he wants. Period. End of story. Father, son, doesn't matter. What you want, what anybody in this Discord wants, is
Okay.
what they want.
Yeah.
They should never have to justify it to anybody because it's not the other person's dream. You see what I'm saying?
No, I get that.
That's all I'm saying.
I get that. But it's not my dream to have all those cars. It's my dream to race, yeah. But not to have a crazy amount of cars. That's the reason why I didn't say I'm sorry for talking about my dream. All I said was that's not a good thing to bring up because it's a materialistic thing. And people look at that in terms of if there's just a random video on YouTube, let's just say, floating around where it's like a 30-second clip. And it's just me talking about the materialistic stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't see the full conversation. They take advantage. I see that happen every day, bro. What I'm trying to say is you don't understand how big I understand this can get. And because of how big I know this company and this whatever we do can get, because I know that. Because I know people are going to take everything they can and try to say something bad, try to say this, try to say that. So what I'm trying to say now is how can I properly do things in a way where there's not a single voice that can say a thing? Because there's people like that. There's people alive today. No. There's people alive today that are worth $1 million to $100 million. Some billionaires, not really a lot of billionaires, but there's certain people, certain celebrities where nobody talks bad upon them. They have no problems. There's no drama. There's no situations. You said name one? Yeah, Adam Sandler. There's a bunch of them, bro. There's a bunch of them. Not a single scandal I've ever heard of while watching him since I was a child.
He's had a scandal or two. Now, I'm not saying that
Yeah.
it was justified.
Yeah.
Like it was definitely bullshit. But it came up because everybody's gonna talk. Everybody's gonna try to find something.
No, but yeah, but they don't really.
He said it could have been something that he said that somebody took out of context, and then he's just looking at him like, you know, that's not what I meant.
Yeah, but he has to. Now he has to talk. Now he has to say, "Oh, you know, that's not. You know what I meant." I don't want to have to deal with that.
It doesn't matter. You're gonna have to do it. That's the
Nah, I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not. I can guarantee you, I'm not, just because of how I plan stuff. That's all. That's all I want you to understand and be confident with. Is that I'm just trying to make sure everything is perfect. There's not a single little breakage inside the structure that can let everything fall. The structure has to be diamond and sound in order for me to truly help the next generations and change this world. It got to be better than anybody. That's how I look at it. I'm not the same as everybody who just doesn't care about what other people think. No, I'm different. I care about what everybody thinks. Even the bad people. Even the people who talk shit. Even the good people. I care about all of that. So that's the difference. Because I want to be great. I want to be greater. That's all.
What does that have to do with you caring about what people think?
Because I want to be greater.
What does that have to do with you caring about what people think?
What do you mean?
Being greater has nothing to do with what
Yeah.
other people think. As far as like the further you go up the total pole,
People talk
this-
for
this is what I'm
a
saying,
reason. So if they're talking for a reason, what that means is they're either not knowledgeable or they're saying something that's correct. There's two ways a conversation can go, right?
No, or they're just bored. Or they just,
But then again, if they're bored, that means they have another problem deep down, which is not able to solve that. So they got to pick on people and talk shit to people. But I can help with that. I can help them fix that. Yeah, you can if you could point it out.
If you can point it out.
Yeah. But just like how when I teach in the beginning, I couldn't point out people who were doing me, wrong or not learning correctly. Now I can, within one conversation, just because of the psychology, if people say certain things, I instantly know what type of person they are. When they instantly tell me the types of plays they're buying and the times that they're buying the stock market and, options, I instantly know what type of person they are. And I had to, because I kept wasting my time. I kept wasting hours speaking to people, and then it took me 2 weeks to be like, wait a second, no wonder they left. Because when we first had that first conversation, they said this and this was the problem, but I should have said that instead. So a bunch of situations kept happening like that. That's why I try to be as future thinking as possible. So I'm already 20 years ahead of anybody, is how I'm thinking. In terms of the process, in terms of getting to that next level. So yeah, I do care what people think, because they're saying it for a reason. Either something's wrong with them and they need help, and maybe they're directing that energy and that frequency towards me for a reason. But regardless of what it is, it's help. And now if the next thing you're going to say is, do you want to help the world? And the next thing I'm going to tell you is, every single person that's alive, I don't care who they are.
That was never a question.
Yeah. So that's why you have to understand is I don't give a shit if they're going through something and they have a problem. I'm not going to feel some type of way. Trust me, I'm good. I'm solid with myself. Nobody's words could, do a single thing. Nah, yeah, they can't do a single thing to me, but they're saying it for a reason, so I'm going to have to pay attention to it. I'm going to have to understand why. And now, yeah, that's how I've always thought. It's just before, when I was younger, I couldn't really understand it correctly. I was getting too emotional off of people's replies and shit like that. Now I don't give a shit. You either listen to me, we either have a good conversation, or that's it. Because I'm never going to make things hot. I'm never going to, try to make the conversation more, I don't know, just more negative. That's not how I work with nobody who I talk to. Before, it used to occur, of course. You get very confrontational, especially depending on what state you're from, right? Some people from some certain states just tend to be a little bit more confrontational, which New York, everybody's confrontational. You're confrontational with your parents at the age of 4, especially over here. So it's just like breaking out of that was the hardest thing in the world. And I'm good off of that. I don't got time for none of that. I just want to help the community, help people, help, of course, myself, my family, and that's all that matters. But in the midst of that, I want to be able to help anybody, everybody, no matter who they are. And I want to be able to understand the replies and the words that come out their mouths, because it's all for a reason. Every single syllable, every word, every pronunciation, every, facial expression, everything matters. So that's what requires being the best, is doing that. That's what I think, at least. I could be wrong. Who knows? I'll figure it out in a couple months. But no, yeah. This is the story of how I became the best. With what specifically? That's the fun part. Nobody will know. Not until it happens. I'll actually talk to you about it in a second, Culinary, because I'm gonna go for a little walk around here. But no, yeah, there's one goal that I actually have that I never told you about before, and this is above all other goals. This is above money. This is above everything. This is at like the top of the podium, you could say. I finally found it. But yeah, other than that, everybody, I hope everybody enjoyed this conversation. I think it was a very good conversation. It was a lot of things we had to go over. Now we have some new challenges. We got a trip we had to plan for. Well, at least I do. If people want to come, they'll figure it out. They'll meet me where I'm at. Because I'm always going to give people the opportunity to do that. You know how boring it is going to places by yourself? I mean, honestly, I don't know that yet. I can't say that. Because I've never been alone when I go on trips. It's like, not that I'm scared to do it, but I just like having company. Because my whole entire childhood, it was just me by myself. So it is I'm noticing it is like a little trend that I have. I don't know why I do that. But yeah, I gotta try to go on a trip by myself. Because this trip right here, I'm not gonna be going on it by myself. So yeah, that's the only problem. I shouldn't be going with another person, honestly. It's the stupidest thing in the world.
Another conversation.
Yeah, it's another I'll have that conversation later. Off air. Nah, yeah, it's definitely stupid. You know? But yeah, we'll try to make this work. We'll try to make this happen. We'll try to make everything go our way. That's all I care about. Because we deserve it, and that's it. We deserve it now. There's nothing else to do. Think about it. We finished all the trading styles. We finished all the, the teaching lessons on the Discord. We have all the YouTube videos. We have now one single style that we could use for any, literally culinary. I don't know if you know this, but the dreams that we had last year that we wanted to do, we accomplished every single one of them. Everything was accomplished. So because of that, no, yeah, it's time. It's time for us to take this to the next level. Because then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make like 1,000 business cards, 1,000 flyers, and just put them all around New York, New Jersey, put them around Florida. I'm going to put them everywhere.
Get a QR code. Make life easy for yourself.
Yeah, that would be crazy, honestly. Now that I'm thinking about it, wait a second. That might be the one reason why I'm actually able to get 100 students. I'll hit 1 million first. Spend like 100K or 50K on promotions and advertisements. Or maybe I could save that money because people don't really pay attention to advertisements. Maybe I could... Nah, yeah. I'm gonna do it myself. Screw that. I'm gonna get a bunch of business cards, like 5 designs, 10 designs. A bunch of flyers. I'm gonna pay some of my boys that I know over here. And just have them going around everywhere. Stapling stuff, taping stuff. And yeah. We should be able to get to 100 students by August. We might even do more than that. If we do more, I might even have to, 1, turn it off, or 2, I don't know. I really don't know, honestly.
Hey, you gotta open and close the Discord as you see fit.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna have to do, honestly. If it happens too quickly. I just want the right people to come here. That's it. Which is gonna be hard because in order to make a person pay $200 per month, they need to be at least making at least $100 per day off of the trades. And in order for that to logically be the case for every single one of those 100 people, the only way possible is actually to get them to a level and to a point where they can confidently just trade the same way. And I think that's with reversal points. If I could teach a person reversal points, that's good enough right there. Because days like today, they would have smashed that thing out the park. Just like how we did right there. So yeah, I think reversal points, as long as they all know that. And remember, that's only something that I give to the later students. But I think I'm going to change it so that it's reversal points first, and then it's DARP right after, and then it's consolidation zones, and then supply and demand zones, and then all that other stuff. I think that's the proper way to do it. Because then I know in that first month, they're going to be profitable. So that kind of solves that issue. We already have a trading style for them. And we have a trading style we could teach them. And it's very advanced. Like very advanced, let me tell y'all. So we should be good, honestly. This should go smoothly. It should go smoothly. Honestly. So, no, yeah. And then what am I going to do with this community after we hit 100 students? Or after we hit, let's just say, like, what is my goal for the students? It's to create a system where every so often, every month or 2 months, we can have another teacher we can hire. Like, I want to overpower the students. Have so many teachers versus the students that it literally just never enters a bottleneck. Like, as soon as 10 people join, another person just became a teacher. 30 people just joined, 40 people just joined. All of a sudden, the universe made things work out, and now we have 4 more teachers to handle them, right? Like, stuff like, if we could do stuff like that, we can create a system where it just never dies or never hits a bottleneck and takes 5 years to do something. We could do this all in a year. Like, next year, honestly, the main goal is going to be to get to like maybe 1,000 to 10,000 students, because then at that point, at 10,000 students times $200, I doubt, I don't know if that's gonna happen. That would be absurd. But 200 people, or $200 times 10,000 students, that's $2 million a month. Times 12, that's 24 million a year. Minus taxes. I mean, I don't know how much they take on that much students. How much would that be with that much students? $2 million? They would take... How much they take from me? I think they took 30% from me, if I'm correct. So if they took 30% from me, 30% of that is, what is that, like, $500,000, goddamn. Oh my god. So taxes would be around 500K on that. So that's 1.5 million profit, which means at that point we'll be able to have how many teachers? $1 million or 1.5 million. Because it's all going to be different. Every teacher is going to get a different amount. But let's just say I use my base salary for every teacher, which is going to be about $4,000 or $5,000 a month for every teacher. That's how much I'm going to pay them. So about 15K times, let's just say, 4? Is that correct? Oh, no, I did it wrong. 1.5 million divided by 4K, 4,000, 375 students, while I'm paying them 4,000 each. So what if I double that? What if I give them 8,000? That would create some stable lives, because 4,000 is not enough to create a stable life. But then again, they should be trading. They should be trading and making money, because they're only going to have 20 students per person. So they should be able to trade and make their money from that as well. But per month, yeah, I would have to probably pay them 8,000. So $8,000, that's a good job right there. Lots of people would love that. So how much is that? That would be 187 students, or 187 teachers. If I have 10,000 people in this group. So now let's do 10,000 divided by 187. That's 53 students per person. That is actually nice. That right there would be perfect. 180 teachers. Holy shit, though. Imagine having something as big as that. By the way, I was using the whole entire money, because by that point, I'm not going to need a single dime that comes from this Discord. And that's why I know it's going to work out. Just like the trading, when you don't need the money, it works. you just start making a crazy amount of money. When you need the money, it's not going to work. So that's why my mindset never really changes with needs and wants. Because if I want it, I'm going to get it. If I need it, I'm not going to get it. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Because one is conviction, one is certainty, one is confidence. Need is half-ass, lukewarm territory, in the middle, right? Not really making a decision. But I guess at the same time, it kind of brings up that other conversation of your actual human needs, like drinking water and stuff like that. But that's not what I'm referring to. I'm also referring to not the words themselves, but the specific time that you use those words when you're talking about stocks or talking about money or talking about like a job or something like that. You don't need certain jobs, but you want them. So if you want them, you will get them. I hope that makes sense. All right, let me stop talking. I'm going to make it more confusing. But no, yeah, you get it. You get what I'm saying? I'm not going to need a single dime from that. So that's all going into this generational machine to help teach people. That's the purpose of it. That's what I want people to understand. And that's what I want people to kind of see in the future. Is that I gave up everything to help those future generations. Because I'm willing to give it all up 1,000 more times. As long as I'm helping the future, that's all I care about. Because that's the only reason why we were put here on this earth, is to advance humanity. That's it. Make it more advanced, make it more luxurious, make it more beautiful, make it more amazing. And since there's so many people that don't think that way, they just don't care about it. You know, fuck the world. Fuck everybody. Fuck my family. Fuck my neighbors. You know, they always got something crazy to say. But the people who think like that, it's just like, they make me try harder. Because I understand there's not that much people who want to do what I do. They're not willing to do it. They're not willing to ignore the harmful and hateful words from people and still help them. Which is what I've been doing nonstop. And it does crush your mentality. It's not like I was just dealing with this off the gate normally. I wasn't able to deal with this. But then I began to be able to deal with it. So, yeah. That's the best part about all of this. All right, everybody. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take a little break. I've been talking for over 12 hours at this point. Have I? Oh, no, I wasn't live at 4 a.m. Yeah, I woke up at... I knocked out accidentally at like 10 o'clock last night, or 9, oh no, it was like 10 o'clock, I think. And then I woke up randomly at like 1 a.m. discombobulated as hell. Went back to sleep. Woke up again at like 7. And I don't know, I was just... Was I having a good morning? I don't remember. I feel like I woke up and felt like I was dying. Only because of how hot it was. And then I turned on the AC, and that shit always makes me sick. So I hope I don't get sick now. Because I only get sick when I have an AC. I kid you not. That damn cold air or that filter, whatever's in that, that thing is just not good. How the hell do people sleep cold? Alright, I'm sorry, that was a little random. But I don't understand it. If I sleep cold with the AC on, if it's like 60 degrees, I'm getting sick that next day. I can promise you. I don't know how people do it. If it's in the car, I'm throwing up. That's why I always have the windows open when I have the AC on. I can't be the only one like that. There's no way. But no, yeah, so we're going to take a little break here. We have a plan now. We chopped up the numbers. We have a new goal now. December, my last goal before I head out here, my last goal for December is going to be to create a nonprofit and to help disabled kids. So that's my goal in December. And by that point, I should be worth around 5 to 10 mil. And that's, by the way, that's like me doing it very slowly. If I was to take this serious, I could probably get to 50 million, if not 100 million by December. As long as I hit 1 million by the end of this month, we could probably get to 100 mil within the next 6 months. But it just depends. If everything is right and I could hit that level and it's not going to harm me because everything is positioned and planned, like for my anime is going to cost me about like 20 million. So yeah, the anime is going to cost a lot. And I have about 70 different shows, so 70 times 20 million. Trust me, I have a lot of places I could throw this money into. It's kind of like, you know what's kind of funny? I forgot what other author did this, but... What author did this? Was it an author or was it a person who did something? I mean, they're all people, obviously. But... What was it? Oh! Stan Lee. You see how Stan Lee made Marvel? And he made all those crazy characters? Like that, right? That's greatness right there. In terms of storytelling, that's the only person who's on the top of my list that I want to kind of not outshine, because that's not the purpose. It's not to outshine another man. It's to bring my light into it. And because my light will be a combination of stuff I learned from his art and the stuff that I've seen from his comics, it's going to be able to make my art carry the stuff that his art didn't and take it to that next level. That's my goal. So I do want to be seen as greater than, point blank, but it's not the intention. Would it be nice? Of course, to be seen as the greatest author of all time. But the real intention is to make a show that's everlasting. Because Marvel, that thing is going to be everlasting for a long time. Like, that thing, it has no end in sight. And that's what makes a really good show, is when it has that much juice to it. And with all his characters, Stan Lee's like the only person that I could think of off the top of my head that has like a different comic for every character. So like every character has their own comic, and then you have the comics where it's like groups of characters, right? Different fractions or factions of them. And that's the only thing that I've ever been able to relate my work to. Because most anime artists, they only make 4 or 5 shows, 6 shows. Some of them make 20 and 30. But I'm trying to make like 100, 200 anime shows. And all of them have their own potential, own amazingness, own philosophies, own teachings. That right there is really my main dream. That's it. Because then I'm going to create the studio and make other young artists very, very, very popular. That's what I want. Imagine giving like a 16-year-old or 15-year-old the opportunity, as long as they have parental advice, of course. Parental, obviously we would go to the legal stuff of it. But imagine being able to give them an opportunity to create a show or use their ideas to actually create an anime at being 15 years old. By the time they turn 16, 17, they already have enough money to pay for college themselves. By the time they're 20 and 21, they already have a house, cars, their family has homes, right? That would be awesome. So like that's one of the things I want to do with my anime stuff, which is kind of the same thing as this Discord. I want to create a system where future artists are forever changed. Like they can always come to me. I'm never going to violate in terms of taking a percentage of their shows. The only percent I want from anybody's show is the percentage just keeps the building running. That's it. Building running, people paying, are people getting paid? And maybe a small little room for just growth. That's like what, 5% of somebody's show? 6%? I could probably do 8%. 8%, 10%, maybe 15%, but that's over 10%, you're kind of overstepping your boundary now, I think. So yeah, maybe 10% of a person's show would be good enough for the anime stuff. And I want this studio up and running truly by next month. So as you all can see, I am slacking my ass off. I'm lazy. I'm being super lazy right now. It's because I'm trying to focus on just the Discord, but then again, that's an excuse. Because if I want it, nothing stops me. Even if it's a lot of stuff, none of that matters. You find a way. So, yeah, now that everybody knows, now that I'm being loud with it again, if I don't start doing this stuff, that's it. I'm not great. That's all it means, really. That's the only thing I can really say. If I can't do all this stuff by the time I'm supposed to get it done, can't rush greatness, of course, but that's not what we're rushing. We're already great. We don't need to rush greatness no more. Right, everybody? I'm great. You're great. We're all great. We're at different levels of greatness, of course. However, I feel like, yeah, we got to start quantifying the stuff we succeed with. If we don't do it, honestly, it's just gonna evolve into a bittersweet, not, any worth to it type of, situation. It's just gonna be worthless. So yeah, as long as we got everybody doing what I'm doing here, which is talking about what they want, they don't have to say it out loud, of course, only stuff they're comfortable with. The only reason why I'm comfortable with saying it out loud is because I already know it already has occurred. Maybe it hasn't happened in real life yet, but I know it's already occurred. I know it's going to fully 1,000, 1,000,000% occur, and there's no debate for it. So yeah, that's all this is about, everybody. Just achieving greatness. Me being able to put people above me to make them a greater person than I am with the trading. Me doing that with the anime, me doing that with every single fundamental thing that I do in life, as long as that's the case, through and thin, and the core philosophy remains prevalent and remains the same no matter how much time changes, no matter how much wealth is achieved, then I would say, yeah, we've accomplished everything. But of course, I ain't gonna say that till I pass. You guys will get that memo on my funeral. Well, I gotta start planning your goals. You guys know that, right? Because right now it feels like nobody has any goals. And if that's the case, you're not gonna go as far as I did. Because my own motivation was formatted from my goals. It was formatted from the realization that unless I got a crazy ass job giving me a lot of money from something, just wild, I will never accomplish any of my dreams. And I hate when people are just like, you got to sacrifice one dream to save another one, or it just sounds to me like they just cut themselves short. You could do it all. You could have the greatest life in the world. You just can't cut yourself short at any time or any point. That's it. That's all this is about. I hate when people say that. They got to sacrifice this business in order to keep that business alive, or they got to... Probably means they just didn't want to do that other business. But then again, why the hell you're doing business you don't want to do in the first place? It's like hopping into an Amazon trade.